Chapter 424. This time, it was the demon's turn to be candles. In the Lingshao Hall, Di Jun's expression changed with a whoosh. It became extremely gloomy and ugly. Boundless flames of fury surged around his body, shattering the void and distorting the laws of nature. Bang! The Magi deserve to die. Di Jun roared angrily as he smashed the glass cup in his hand. Instantly, a terrifying aura filled the air, suppressing the Yao gods below to the point of suffocation. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. Compared to the previous great Magi-Demon War, Di Jun had become even stronger. Just the aura he emitted was enough to make Daoist Jingxian unable to resist. Moreover, these people were not the weaklings among Daoist Jingxian. From this, it could be seen that Di Jun's strength was not far from that of primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. However, even though he was so powerful, he was incomparably furious at this moment. That anger was not only directed at the Magi, but also at himself. Di Jun hated it. He hated the Magi for stopping him from achieving the Tao. He hated the Magi for establishing the Yin Court and sharing the destiny of the Heavenly Court. Just now, the Yin Court was established. In an instant, a quarter of the huge destiny that originally belonged to the Heavenly Court disappeared and flowed into the Yin Court. How could Di Jun not hate this? Ever since the establishment of the demon race, they had experienced countless hardships and countless battles. However, they had never suffered such a great loss like today. A quarter of one's providence was a price that was enough to make the demons suffer. Even when they were almost exterminated by the Magi last time, the demon race did not suffer such a great loss. The pain of having their bones dug out was greater than this. Of course. Di Jun hated himself even more. He hated himself for being useless and unable to do anything to the Magi. If he could be invincible in the primordial world, why would he be afraid of the Magi? Why would he be afraid of the 12 ancestral Magi? It was because he was not strong enough. Shame. A great shame. When the demon race was at its weakest, we had never been so severely injured. However, just when the demon race was at its peak, our demon race suffered such a heavy blow that our foundation was almost shaken. This, after Di Jun, Tai roared, unable to suppress his anger. Her tone was filled with humiliation and bone-deep hatred. A vast and boundless aura emanated from his body. It was even more profound and powerful than Di Jun's. It distorted everything and interfered with the operation of the Great Path. Bang! The aura was too powerful, too majestic. Several Yao gods who had just become Daoist Jingxian were completely unable to withstand it and were crushed to the ground. This was the Eastern Emperor Tai, the god closest to primordial Daoist Jingxian. He was also the only god who could rival the saints. His strength was well known in the primordial world. Done. Let's think about what to do first. The situation is not clear yet. It's not a good time to start a war with the shaman tribe. At this moment, Fushi said. As his voice fell, a gust of spring wind seemed to blow in the Lingshao Hall. It was extremely warm and carried a thick sense of hope, calming Dijiang Tai's anger. At the same time, it also eliminated the two grand auras in the hall. The Yao gods in the hall could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fushi, the founder of the Heavenly Court, one of the 3 emperors of the demon race, the top great divine ability of the primordial world, and also the top sage of the primordial world. Although under the glory of Di Jun and Tai, his figure could not help but be a little dim, so his name was not well known in the primordial world. However, this did not mean that he was not powerful. On the contrary, Fushi was very powerful. Even if he was not as powerful as Di Jun and Tai, he was not far behind. In terms of victory or defeat, he might not be a match. If they really fought to the death, the outcome would be hard to say. After all, Fushi had almost become a saint back then. Looking into the past, Daoist Hongjun had attained the Tao and was going to preach the Great Path in the Purple Cloud Palace. For a time, all the Daoyuo Jingxian in the primordial world set off and headed to the chaos outside the heavens to search for the Purple Cloud Palace and try their luck. Among them, the three pure ones were the first to arrive, followed by Fuxi and Nuwa. At that time, Fuxi could tell that the 6 seats were extraordinary and seemed to contain a great opportunity. With his ability, he could have occupied a seat. However, he refused and gave this great opportunity to his only sister. Fuxi's strength was beyond imagination. The Khanate 8 trigrams was what he could show. The Zhouxing array was his achievement. Di Jun and Tai could hide his light. It was not that he was not strong, but that he did not fight. The demon race. It was enough for them to shine and heat. The Fuxi should be hidden under their light. In the hall, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive and unsettling. However, Fuxi's words were like a spring breeze, silently dissolving Di Jun and Tai's aura. Just this move showed that Fuxi was extraordinary. His cultivation level was at least half a step into the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. In fact, Fuxi was also very angry that the demon race had lost a quarter of their luck. However, the demon gods present were already in a weakened state. If he were to get angry again, some of the demon gods would probably make a fool of themselves on the spot. If that was the case, it would be a little ugly. Moreover, the 3 demon emperors were angry at the same time. It was inevitable that they would lose their demeanor. Therefore, Fuxi suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to persuade him with an amiable expression. Humph. What else can we do? With Huta here, even if we attack together, we can't do anything to the Yin court. We can only accept this loss. With a cold snort, Kuan-Peng said sullenly. The Yin court stood in the netherworld, which meant that it was destined to be unshakable. Because no one could defeat Hutu in the netherworld. Sai, in my opinion, your majesties, you don't have to worry. To establish the Yin court, we must set rules and coordinate everything to operate the primordial world. However, the wizard race has developed limbs and simple minds. They are simply a group of boorish men. It's no problem for them to fight, but if they are allowed to rule the world, there will definitely be chaos. We demons don't have to interfere in the Yin court at all. We can sit and watch the wizard race do what they want. I believe that it won't be long before the netherworld becomes chaotic under the rule of the wizard race. In the end, the netherworld will even riot because of this, causing the dead to be uneasy and disturbing the order of the primordial world. At that time, the Yin court will no longer be the protection of the wizard race, but their death warrant. Under the backlash of heaven and earth, even saints can't treat it lightly, let alone the wizard race. In this way, the wizard race will collapse on its own. The wizard race is just a group of boorish men. They dare to establish the Yin court without comprehending the heavenly Tao. They are really courting death. Seeing that the 3 emperors had calmed down, Baizé walked forward and began to analyze the pros and cons of the wizard race establishing the Yin court in front of everyone. From what he said, the wizard race establishing the Yin court was not only useless, but also self-destructive. It sounded like a joke. However, everyone thought about it carefully and felt that what Baizé said made sense. Therefore, they all agreed. Chapter 425. Fellow Daoist, Baizé's words make sense. The Magi are tyrannical. They don't know the heavens, nor do they respect the earth. They are all disliked by the heavenly Tao. Isn't the establishment of the heavenly courts taking the initiative to hand the heavenly Tao a knife? If it's not a path to death, what is it? The heavenly Tao was the true ruler of the primordial world. The sentence that the heavenly Tao did not like had already doomed the Magi's tragic fate. However, the Magi did not know. Perhaps they knew, but they did not care. Anyway, they did not take the heavenly Tao seriously. As for the demons, they were able to survive until now under the attacks of the Magi because they knew that the Magi were disliked by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the demons firmly believed that as long as they could persevere, the Magi would sooner or later be punished by the heavens and destroyed by the heavenly Tao. In the early days, the difference in strength between the liches and the demons was too great. The demons were no match for the Magi at all. They relied on this belief as their motivation to persevere. Otherwise, the demons would have long been destroyed by the Magi. After Bai Zhe finished speaking, everyone present had different reactions. However, at the top, there were the 3 emperors and 1 master of the demon race. These were the absolute experts of the demon race, the top great mystical abilities of the primordial world. His heart skipped a beat. He knew that the battle between the liches and the demons had reached an irreversible stage. Especially when he saw the expressions of approval on the faces of the demon gods present. There was no noise at all. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Bai Zhe's words seemed to make sense, but they could not withstand scrutiny. If the Magi were all boorish, how could they fight with the demons until today? Moreover, the demons could not even defeat a group of boorish people. Didn't that mean that the demons were all trash? The Magi. They just looked simple and honest. If anyone really treated them as fools, they would really be fools. But now, what was the situation? Bai Zhe looked like he did not take the Magi seriously at all. The demon gods present were the same. It was as if they were not the ones who were chased and beaten by the Magi back then. Damn it, if the Magi were really so easy to deal with, why did the demons hide in the heaven realm and not live in the primordial world? This was not the future. The heaven realm was the world that everyone yearned for. It was the residence of the immortals. At this moment, the heaven realm was far inferior to the primordial world. No, it should be said that all the worlds were inferior to the desolate wilderness. That was the foundation of the primordial world, the origin of everything. It was the richest place in the primordial world. At this moment, the Yao gods were clearly showing signs of tribulation aura entering their bodies. Only in this way would they lose their minds and their previous calmness. They would think that the Magi were vulnerable and would have thoughts of lawlessness. Everyone present was Daoist Jingxian. This was especially true for the 10 great demon gods led by Bai Zhe. They were the best of the Daoist Jingxian and were about to become quasi-saints. However, it was still unknown whether or not the tribulation aura had entered such an expert's body. The tribulation aura was terrifying. From this, one could see the general situation. Of course, even so, it was still not enough to surprise Di Jun, Tai, Fushi, and Kunpeng. How strong were they? They had experienced all kinds of storms and waves. Just the tribulation aura entering their bodies was not enough to move them. What really moved them was that the tribulation aura was so vast that it almost covered the entire heaven realm. This was the sign of the impending cataclysm. At the same time, it was also a sign that heaven and earth could not tolerate. The conflict between the 2 Magi had reached the point where even the heavenly Tao could not stand it anymore. It had specially sent down the cataclysm to force the 2 races to fight. At this time, even if the demon race did not want to fight, they had no choice. Under normal circumstances, these Yao gods respected Di Jun and the others and obeyed their orders. However, with the tribulation aura entering their bodies, Di Jiang and the others' restraint on these demon gods was not as good as before. They might not listen to the orders of Di Jun and the others. Your Majesty, the Yin court has just been established. It will definitely be chaotic and unstable. Our demon race should send people to sneak in and lie low to wait for the future. Seeing that Di Jun and the others did not speak, Bai Zhe thought that his analysis had been agreed by them and hurriedly continued to suggest a plan. After saying that, Bai Zhe had a smug look on his face. He was proud that he could come up with such a plan. However, he did not see the look of pity in the eyes of the 4 people at the head of the table. Looking at Bai Zhe's current appearance, he no longer looked like a wise man of the demon race. He was completely bewitched by the tribulation aura and had lost his previous wisdom. Yes. I already know about this. You may leave first. I will consider it in my heart. Seeing the current appearance of the demon gods, Jun's anger disappeared. He only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He waved his hand and dismissed the demon gods. How could a man fight against the heavens? If this was the will of the heavens, what could he do? Yes. When the demon gods heard this, they bowed and were about to leave the Lingshao hall. At this moment, they heard Tai Yi say, Bai Zai, Ing Zhao, Fei Lian, Shang Yang, Qin Yuan, Jiu Ying, Gui Che, Ci Tai, Fei Dan, Ji Meng, the 10 of you stay. I have something to tell you. The 10 demons that Tai Yi had named were the 10 famous demon gods in the future. They were also the strongest among the thousands of Daoist Jingxian of the demon race. Sigh. After all, Tai Yi cherished talent. He could not bear to see them be completely bewitched by the tribulation aura and create a tribulation, turning their cultivation into flowing water. Therefore, he planned to lend them a hand. Your Majesty Dong Huang, what orders do you have for us to stay? After all the demon gods had left, Bai Zai asked respectfully. Tai Yi looked at the 10 demons quietly and did not reply. Instead, he took out the Donghuang bell and gently rang it. Clang! The simple and heavy sound of the bell rang. It was like the roar of the great path, and the sound of the great path lingered. It was also like the singing of the gods, expounding the great path. It echoed in the Lingshao hall and in the hearts of everyone. When the bell entered their ears, it was like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of the 10 demon gods. It caused them to shiver and their minds to go blank. Wah! Suddenly, the 10 demon gods came to their senses and spat out a mouthful of dirty blood. Their faces were extremely pale, and it was obvious that they were injured. However, their eyes were incomparably clear, and they were no longer as confused as before. In just 1 second, Tai Yi had eliminated the tribulation aura on their bodies. It could be said that his divine might was boundless. Thank you, Your Majesty Dong Huang. At this moment, the 10 demon gods also realized what had happened. They thanked Dong Huang with cold sweat on their faces. Being caught in a calamity without knowing it was a sign of death. If Tai Yi had not intervened, their fate would have been worrying. It's fine. I only eliminated the tribulation aura for you, but I did not eliminate your tribulation. This tribulation is too big. The entire demon clan is in it. Therefore, there is nothing I can do. From now on, you must be careful. If the tribulation aura enters your bodies again, I will not be able to save you. Tai Yi waved his hand, indicating that they did not need to worry. This time, Tai Yi could help them get rid of the tribulation aura, but next time, he would not. Moreover, Tai Yi was also deeply involved in this tribulation. If they wanted to transcend the tribulation, they still had to rely on themselves. Who could protect others for a lifetime? Chapter 426. Yes, we understand. Nodding, the 10 demons thanked him with a big bow. Okay. If there's nothing else, you can leave and heal your injuries. Tai Yi waved his hand and said. Yes. The 10 demons left as they were told. Sigh. Looking at the backs of the 10 demons, Fushi suddenly sighed. His realm was far beyond what the 10 demons could compare to. Naturally, he could see things that the 10 demons could not see. In his eyes, the 10 demons were all enveloped by black air currents. That was the tribulation aura, which could enchant the mind. With the help of Tai Yi, although the 10 demons had removed the tribulation aura in their bodies, they still had not passed their tribulation. Therefore, in the void, there was still an endless stream of tribulation aura surging towards them. They were waiting for them to lose their minds and continue to pollute their minds. Although Tai Yi was strong, he could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. It was because of this that Fushi sighed. Second brother, why do you have to do this? Everyone has their own fate. Why do you have to interfere? To change their fate, you have to bear the corresponding karma. It's not good for your cultivation. In the Lingxiao Hall, Di Jun said to Tai Yi helplessly. Tai Yi had removed the tribulation aura of Bai Zhe and the others, which was equivalent to changing their fate. He had to bear some karma for it. If it were any other time, some karma would be nothing to Tai Yi. But now, he was about to break through. It was the time to end all karma and pursue the fusion of primordial energy. Rashly interfering with their fate would definitely cause an unknown impact on his breakthrough. Moreover, Tai Yi was also involved in this tribulation. Helping the 10 demons meant bearing a part of their tribulation. This way, it would increase his tribulation and cause unexpected danger. Therefore, in Di Jun's opinion, Tai Yi's action was extremely inappropriate. With their strength, it was impossible to remove the tribulation aura of the entire demon race. However, it was still possible to remove the tribulation aura of some demon gods. However, they did not do so. Instead, they allowed the demon gods to fall into the tribulation because they were worried about this. They were the protagonists of the tribulation and were in danger. If they helped others transcend the tribulation, their chances of survival would be slim. Big brother, they are all outstanding figures among the demon gods, half-step quasi-saints. With my help, you can take that crucial step and become a quasi-sage. Then, in the battle with the sorcerer tribe in the future, the demon race will have a much higher chance of winning. Tai Yi had his own plans for this matter. These 10 demons were infinitely close to the sage-to-be realm. However, they lacked some opportunities, which caused them to be unable to break through. Today, with his help, his emotions were in turmoil. If he could calm his heart and comprehend, he would definitely gain something. He might even be able to take that crucial step. Even if only one of the 10 demons broke through to the sage-to-be realm, the changes it brought to the demon race would be unimaginable. Although they were both in the realm of Daoist Jingxian, the gap between Daoist Jingxian and sage-to-be was like heaven and earth. If the demon race had 12 demi-saints, why would they need to fear the witch race? You're right. With the arrival of the cataclysm, everything will change. Things that were impossible in the past might become possible. No one can tell what his fate is. Di Jun's eyes flashed as he said with melancholy. Cataclysm. Read as a cataclysm. However, it was not necessarily a cataclysm. If one could not overcome it, then it would be a cataclysm. If one could overcome it, then it would be a great opportunity. Did you not know that only during the cataclysm would experts emerge one after another? At that time, the qi of heaven and earth would arrive like bees, and the great Tao laws would be unusually active. Countless experts would rise in the chaos and achieve great achievements that were unimaginable. When the cataclysm broke out, it would be the era of great competition. Countless geniuses would emerge and compete for supremacy. This was a dazzling era. Although there would be countless experts falling, there would also be countless new people rising up. Whether they would continue to be glorious or turn into ashes would depend on their individual opportunities and whether they could seize that great opportunity. Brother Tai Yi, you're right. Those 10 demons are indeed extraordinary. If they were born earlier, they might be able to compete with us. Beside him, Fushi also said. The Bei's 10 demons were indeed talented, but they were born too late and did not make it in time for the Dao ancestors' preaching. As a result, they were still hesitating in the Daoist Jingxian and had not become demi-saints. Otherwise, there would be a few more great divines in the wilderness. Bei's was a connate god-fiend born from the Tao of wisdom. He was known as the wisest of the demon race. Of course, this title might be a little exaggerated, but he was indeed the wisest apart from the demi-saints of the demon race. Such a person had a high chance of becoming a demi-saint. In the nether realm, when the divine light dissipated, a large group of palaces suddenly appeared at the foot of Yin Mountain. The palaces were layered and exuded an inexplicable charm. They were shrouded in Yin Qi, as if they were hidden in a black fog, making it impossible to see through them. Moreover, unlike the sacred palaces of the heavenly court, the palaces of the Yin court were all black and exuded a solemn feeling. Good. 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 Looking at the palaces, Fengdu could not help but laugh. The palaces were congenital and not man-made. However, they were not connate spirit treasures, but the charm of the great Tao. The charm of the great Tao merged with the rules of heaven and earth and materialized in the nether realm. They had a physical body and formed this solemn palace. Cultivating in the palace would increase one's aptitude by 10%, and it would be easier to comprehend the rules of the great Tao. It was extraordinary. Fellow Daoists, the poor way has passed away. Nodding at the surrounding ancestral shamans, Fengdu took a step forward and came to the center of the palace. In the most majestic hall, he sat on the Supreme Emperor's throne. Today, Fengdu has received the great favor of the great Taoist priests and has been elected by the shaman race. I hereby announce to the wilderness. From today onwards, I will be the master of the Yin court, and my name is Emperor Fengdu. I will rule the nether realm and the endless dead souls. Immediately, Fengdu's majestic voice resounded throughout the wilderness, announcing his existence to all living beings. Fengdu. Where did this person come from? For a moment, everyone was extremely curious about Fengdu's origin. Fengdu was an extremely unfamiliar name. However, it was this existence that had suddenly appeared that had shaken the wilderness many times in the past 1,000 years. Now, he had become the overlord of heaven and earth and the ruler of the nether realm. He was an expert second only to the saints. His status was not inferior to that of the saints. What was even more surprising was that he had only used a few thousand years to go from being unknown to being famous in the wilderness and then becoming the overlord of heaven and earth. How could this not be surprising? His mysteriousness made people more and more curious. Rumble. The moment Fengdu became the master of the Yin court, a quarter of the luck that had flowed from the heavenly court fell and descended on his body. In an instant, Fengdu's body underwent a huge change. Chapter 427. This change was not a change in strength, but his comprehension of the Tao. Fengdu's strength had long reached the limit of a quasi-saint. He could not advance any further. Only by becoming the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian could he accommodate more strength. However, with the destiny of heaven and earth that he had now, it was obviously impossible for him to enter the legendary realm of primordial chaos. Therefore, after the destiny of heaven and earth entered Fengdu's body, it found that it could not increase his strength, so it expanded his horizons and enhanced his comprehension of the Tao, allowing him to observe the world from a higher perspective. In Fengdu's eyes, the world suddenly changed. Everything was constructed by Tao patterns and appeared in front of him in the most essential form. The mysteries of heaven and earth were all in it. At this time, Fengdu was only 1 or 2 levels weaker than the Taoist priest's Feng Zichen's perspective. It could be said that it was extremely extraordinary. Why did the people pursue the destiny of heaven and earth? That was it. Even if he did not use the destiny of heaven and earth to increase his cultivation, he could still assist in his cultivation. This was the strongest cultivation treasure in the primordial world. Buzz, the destiny of heaven and earth added to his body, bringing changes to Fengdu. In his body, the imperial seal of Fengdu suddenly trembled violently. It flew out of his body and floated in front of him. Rumble. In the next moment, the power of heaven and earth came and gathered on the imperial seal of Fengdu, causing its level to soar. In the blink of an eye, it reached the limit of an innate spirit treasure and became a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure. This treasure that was born with the destiny of the netherworld underwent an astonishing transformation as Fengdu became the lord of the netherworld. It became one of the strongest innate spirit treasures in one fell swoop. Strong. The seal of Fengdu represented the supreme authority of the netherworld. It had the ability to dominate life and death. It was easy to imagine how powerful it was. Fellow Daoists, now that the Yin court has been formed, I still lack some helpers. I hope that you can help me. After everything calmed down, Fengdu walked out of the hall and said to the ancestral shamans. Without the experts of the shaman race to support them, wouldn't the Yin court become the joke of the primordial world with just the big and small cats of the ghost path? In the vast netherworld, not to mention the Daluo Jinxian, even the Tai Jinxian couldn't take it out. If word got out, who would think highly of the Yin court? In this way, how could the Yin court compete with the celestial court? Yin court had just been established, but it had already lost all of its prestige. This was a scene that Fengdu definitely didn't want to see. Therefore, after stabilizing the Yin court, Fengdu immediately went to the 12 ancestral sorcerers and urged them to quickly send people over. The Yin court has just been established, and it can't be without powerful experts. I'll ask Xing Tian to come over and assist you. As soon as Fengdu finished speaking, Hudu sent out Xing Tian to show her support. Xing Tian, a Khanate Grand Magus, was born from Panga's heart. He could be said to be a top-notch Khanate god. He was the most powerful being in the Huda tribe aside from Hudu. It could be said that the Lady of Earth had sacrificed a lot to send him here. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Everyone knew how powerful Xing Tian was. Although his realm was still Daluo Jinxian, and he had not stepped into the realm of Sage to be. But his strength had long surpassed the limits of the realm. Even ordinary quasi-saints were no match for him. Xing Tian could be considered a mighty figure in the untainted land. If Feng Zichen dispelled all the external forces, he might not be a match for him. His strength was so strong that few people in the same realm could compete with him. However, Fengdu thought about it. If Xing Tian came, who would be in charge of the Huda tribe? Fellow Daoist, if Xing Tian comes, what should the Huda tribe do? Fengdu was puzzled, so he asked directly. After losing Hudu and Xing Tian, the Huda tribe would be half crippled. Since I'm in the nether realm, the Huda tribe will naturally follow me. Other than the warriors of the witch tribe, the rest of the Huda tribe will migrate to the nether realm. After becoming a saint, the Huda tribe could clearly see the future of the witch tribe. They would perish together with the demon tribe. This was a destiny that could not be changed. Therefore, he wanted to leave some seeds for the witch tribe. The Huda tribe was his choice. It was not that the Huda tribe did not want to choose other tribes, but if he chose another tribe, the other ancestral sorcerers would not agree. Since that was the case, he would leave the warriors behind to deal with the great war of the witch demon tribe. The rest would migrate to the nether realm to reproduce. That's good. Fengdu nodded at the Huda tribe and looked at the other ancestral sorcerers. To be honest, the Huda tribe alone was enough to maintain the operation of the Yin court. But who would have too much time on their hands? Well said, well said. Later, I will select a portion of my clansmen and send them to the nether realm. This was all agreed upon earlier. Of course, Jianghu would not act at the last minute. It's all here. Thank you, fellow Daoists. After thanking everyone again, Fengdu bid farewell and left. The Yin court had just been established, and there were still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. How could he have time to chat with others? How would the Yin court operate? How would the witch tribe be arranged? How would the power be divided? All of these needed him to deal with. He was really busy. Not to mention how busy Fengdu was in the nether realm. On the other side, Feng Zichen's deduction had already ended. Seeing that the gazes of the primordial world experts were focused on the nether realm, he turned around and escaped into the void. It had been some days since he left the human race. It was time to go back and take a look. Before Feng Zichen left the human race, he was only at the late stage of Daluo Jinxian's cultivation. But now, only thousands of years had passed. He was already one of the few great divine powers in the primordial world. There were not many who could match him. Correspondingly, the increase in strength led to the increase in speed. His speed had already reached an inconceivable level. With a thought, he crossed the endless void and returned to the territory of the human race. It was as if he had teleported. What a magnificent scene! This is a sign of the rise of the human race. From afar, Feng Zichen saw that in the sky above the territory of the human race, the torch that represented the destiny of the human race was burning fiercely. It was like a small sun, emitting the spirit of self-improvement. This destiny was more than 10 times stronger than before he left. It seemed to have the atmosphere of a large clan. Good boy. I've only left the human race for thousands of years. Why does it feel like I've left for hundreds of thousands of years? Isn't this destiny rising too quickly? Could it be that something big happened to the human race after I left? When he first saw the destiny of the human race, Feng Zichen was also shocked. Wasn't this too much? But soon after, this feeling of surprise was replaced by joy. The more exuberant the destiny of the human race was, the faster the strength of the human race would increase. This was a great thing. However, faintly, Feng Zichen felt that something was wrong. The exuberant destiny of the human race was somewhat abnormal. The destiny of the human race was increasing too quickly, so quickly that it was beyond imagination. Just like adding oil to a raging fire. Although it was glorious, once the oil was exhausted, there would be an endless curtain. Chapter 428. Let's go back and take a look. With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen couldn't help but quicken his pace and walk towards the human imperial court. After Earth turned into reincarnation, the demon clan's massacre of humans was not far away. The changes in the human clan might be related to this. However, after leaving the human clan for a long time, Feng Zichen didn't directly return to the human imperial court. Instead, he hid himself and looked around the human clan's encampment to observe the changes in the human clan in recent years. Why are there so many foreign clans? After taking a few steps, Feng Zichen realized that something was wrong. Under his senses, in the human clan's encampment, other than the grand and imposing aura of the human clan, there were also many foreign clans' auras. This meant that other than the human clan, there were also many foreign clans stationed in the human clan's encampment. This is interesting. With a thought, Feng Zichen took a step forward and directly arrived at the human clan's encampment. In fact, with his realm, if he wanted to know what had happened to the human clan in recent years, he could know everything with a casual deduction. However, anticipation came from the unknown. If everything was concluded by deduction, what fun would there be in life? Playing in the mortal world was also a form of cultivation. As expected, after arriving here, Feng Zichen discovered that there were many foreign clans among the people coming and going. They were talking and laughing with the people around them without any ill feelings. These foreign clans all walked in the mortal world in the form of Dao bodies and restrained their auras. They didn't look much different from the human clan. However, what kind of realm was Feng Zichen in? There were too few people in this world who could hide from him. With a slight glance, he knew the origins of these people. There were water clans, divine beasts, innate lifeforms, and all kinds of clans. There were also demons and shamans. Fortunately, they didn't fight. Moreover, the human clan's encampment had changed significantly compared to before he left. Lively. Very lively. If Feng Zichen didn't know that this was the primordial world, he would have thought that he had returned to the bustling city of the future. In his ears, there was the sound of hawking one after another. In front of his eyes, there were shops selling all kinds of goods. There were spirit herbs, divine stones, spirit springs, and all kinds of natural treasures. Everything one could think of was there. It was as if Feng Zichen had not come to a human settlement, but to a large trading market. What surprised him even more was that among the shops, other than the shops that sold treasures of heaven and earth, there were also restaurants. This was truly shocking to the extreme. Smelling the alluring fragrance floating in the air, Feng Zichen's tranquil state of mind began to fluctuate. How nostalgic. He had not eaten for a long time. With mixed feelings, Feng Zichen slowly walked forward, passing through street after street, walking aimlessly. However, the strange thing was that the surrounding pedestrians did not notice his existence at all. Even when Feng Zichen walked past them, it was the same. Feng Zichen did not feel irritated in the middle of a busy city. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to the future. He couldn't help but smile and spread his arms, enjoying everything before him. I see. In a trance, Feng Zichen understood why the luck of the human race had increased so quickly. The reason was because of this trading market. He had gathered merchants from all over the world, countless races, and living beings from all over the world. Some flew in the sky, some ran on the ground, and some swam in the sea. There were many kinds of races. It did not include all the races in the untainted world, but it also gathered most of the races in the untainted world. The benefits brought by the gathering of so many living beings were undoubtedly amazing. It was natural for the luck of the human race to soar because of this. In the past, when Feng Zichen went to the wizard tribe, he had asked Daoist Xiandu, Yiang, to set up a human market to develop trade. Yiang was also extraordinary. Not only had she completed Feng Zichen's request, but she had also exceeded Feng Zichen's expectations. Yiang had Saint Taiching as his backer and the East Sea as his backing. He could mobilize most of the natural treasures from Penglai City that were not available in the untainted world. The moment the treasures in the sea appeared, their rarity, their effects, and their miraculous nature attracted a lot of attention in an extremely short period of time. In addition, the Yiang clan would take out a few pills refined by the Grand Pure One every once in a while to auction them off. This also caused the reputation of the human market to spread throughout the untainted world, forming a great influence. Who was Saint Taiching? The eldest senior brother of the celestial sect of wonders, the number one of the 6 saints. Of course, although these identities were important, they were not the most important. The most important thing was that Saint Taiching was the ancestor of alchemy in the primordial world. The Tao of alchemy. It was passed down from him. The effect of the pills refined by such a person could be imagined. Even the most ordinary first transformation golden pill was better, stronger, and extraordinary than ordinary third or fourth transformation golden pills. Moreover, not to mention the medicinal power of the pills, just the name of the pills refined by Saint Taiching was enough to make people rush like cranes. If the pills refined by the saint were tainted with a trace of the saint's Tao runes, how extraordinary would it be? It might be able to help people break through Daoist Jingxian. Therefore, after Yiang took out the pills refined by Saint Taiching, the human market immediately became popular, attracting countless experts of the untainted world. In particular, as Jianghu set up countless teleportation arrays in the entire untainted world, making transportation more convenient, more people came to the human market. They had to come without the teleportation array, let alone with the teleportation array. It could be said that the human market could be what it was today all because of Saint Taiching's pills. Although the natural treasures of the East Sea were novel and could attract the attention of many people, it was impossible for them to attract the attention of the untainted world in such a short period of time. Of course, if not, Saint Taiching would not have accepted him as a disciple. Accepting him as his only disciple was a form of affirmation to the Yiang clan. With the development of the human market, it also led to the development of the surrounding areas. The encampment of the human race also received many benefits because of this and gathered a large number of experts of the myriad races. It was also at this time that the human race, a postnatal race that originally had no sense of existence, gradually revealed their talents in the primordial world. They appeared in front of the myriad races and officially joined the magnificent stage of the primordial world. As they came into contact with the human race, the postnatal race created by Nuwa brought a different experience to the myriad races. They were clearly extremely weak. Even the weakest connate life form was countless times stronger than them. What was even more unbelievable was that they actually had a limit to their lifespan. They had to live, grow old, get sick, and die. In fact, some humans could not even absorb the connate chi when they were born. It was really unbelievable. Chapter 429. This unbelievable scene was truly an eye-opener for all the Xiantian lifeforms. However, it was such a weak creature that had the creativity that the connate lifeforms did not have. Although the tools created by the human race were not as powerful as the spirit treasures in their hands, they had extraordinary imagination. This was a manifestation of use. It did not have the Tao and principles of the connate, nor did it have unfathomable abilities, but it had extremely valuable practicality that involved all aspects of life. This was called the postnatal Tao. That's right. From the human race, these connate lifeforms discovered another cultivation civilization that was different from the connate Tao. They were far from being as powerful as the connate Tao, but they were simpler than the connate Tao, easier to comprehend, and easier to reach a high realm. More importantly, the postnatal Tao had an additional practical value compared to the connate Tao. The connate Tao was the principle of heaven and earth, the principle of the world. The postnatal Tao was a principle that was created by humans. It was a principle that the descendants had summarized from the connate Tao. It was a use of the connate Tao. The connate Tao was high and mighty, while the postnatal Tao was hidden in the mortal world. This might be the reason why the postnatal Tao could prosper. Of course, although the postnatal Tao was good, it was far from being as powerful as the connate Tao. Logically speaking, it was true that it could arouse everyone's curiosity, but it was strange that it could arouse everyone's curiosity. After all, the connate Tao was the hope of achieving the Tao. However, that was in the past. Ever since Feng Zichen turned the postnatal Tao into the connate Tao and turned the postnatal Tao into the connate Tao, he had created another connate Tao for the primordial world. Everything had changed. The post-celestial Tao, which was usually not worth mentioning, suddenly became popular. Countless cultivators fought to cultivate it. They wanted to be like Feng Zichen and turn the post-celestial Tao into the pre-celestial Tao, becoming the master of a Tao. It did not make sense that Feng Zichen, a postnatal life form, could achieve such a great feat that no one had ever done before. They, the connate lifeforms who were more noble than him, could not do this. In short, the postnatal Tao was popular in the primordial world. Although they still couldn't shake the position of the Xiantian Tao, there were many talented cultivators who cultivated the Xiantian Tao along with the Xiantian Tao. Compared to the connate Tao that had spread throughout the primordial world, the postnatal Tao had only just been born. It was far from entering the stage of eruption like the later generations. Their numbers were indeed limited. Therefore, as the only pre-world race, and the gathering place of the pre-world Tao, human beings became the first choice for some pre-world Tao cultivators. Moreover, Feng Zichen had appeared in the human race. It was hard for him not to attract attention. Yes. Why are there so many people? Unknowingly, Feng Zichen came to the door of a restaurant. He instinctively looked forward and could not help but be surprised. This restaurant's business was booming. There were no empty seats in the restaurant. There were even some people waiting outside. This was a sign of booming business. The people inside were eating meat and drinking wine in big mouthfuls. They were really happy. This wine was no ordinary wine. Instead, it was brewed from the primordial 5-spike fruit. Tens of thousands of years had passed since he obtained the connate 5-grain fruit. After so many years of painstaking cultivation by the human race, it had long been popularized among the human race and became their food. Seeing that there were more and more connate 5-grain fruit, Feng Zichen could not help but have other thoughts and use it to brew wine. In theory, Feng Zichen did not know how to brew wine, even though he came from the later generations and was in the era of information explosion. However, if he was not a person who specialized in this field, young people would not pay attention to these things. At most, they would occasionally see some related information when browsing the information. However, it was this one-sided knowledge that allowed Feng Zichen to brew wine. And it was good wine. The golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven was so extraordinary. He only needed some residual information to deduce everything he wanted to know. Of course, Feng Zichen could brew good wine not necessarily because of his skills. Perhaps it was because the connate 5-grain fruit was extraordinary. The connate 5-grain fruit contained the power of creation of the connate 5 elements and could improve a person's aptitude. The wine brewed with it naturally inherited this characteristic and had better effects. After all, wine was also one of the essences of food. Feng Zichen might not know how to brew spirit wine, but the wine brewed with the connate 5-grain fruit was spirit wine and had extraordinary effects. If the method to brew spirit wine in the future was born, it would be inspiration from this. Unfortunately, wine had already existed before Feng Zichen was born. Otherwise, he would have been able to obtain a portion of merit and occupy the position of the wine ancestor. However, Feng Zichen brewed wine for himself to drink, not to sell. Other than a small portion that he gave away, most of it was hidden by him. However, as he brewed more wine, the method of brewing wine could not be hidden. He did not know who learned it and sold it. This 5-grain wine could improve a person's physique and strengthen the origin. It was a rare treasure. It would be difficult for it not to become popular if it was sold. No wonder the business of this restaurant was so popular. Yes. This is, after looking at the wine, Feng Zichen went on to look at the dishes on the table. What he saw really shocked him. The ingredients of the dishes were only ordinary beast meat and some ordinary spiritual herbs. This was not worthy of Feng Zichen's surprise. What really surprised him was that the combination of the beast meat and the spiritual herbs was actually in line with a certain pharmacology, causing its effect to greatly increase. Although it could not be compared to pills, it already had some possibilities. This was simply the embryonic form of the path of spirit food. If it could be deduced continuously, it might be able to develop and grow. Although the path of spirit food could not be compared with the path of alchemy, it was not much inferior. It was also a great path that assisted in cultivation. If this path was completed, the creator would at least be able to become a sage-to-be. Therefore, Feng Zichen was shocked. If the creator of this path was really a human, it meant that in the future, the human race was very likely to give birth to a primordial almighty. This person is really a great talent. With a thought, Feng Zichen walked to the back kitchen. He wanted to see who created this path. Speaking of which, this cooking method was created by Feng Zichen. Before he was born, the human race had just gotten rid of the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood. Their food was mainly wild fruits and roasted meat. However, although roasted meat was good, who could stand eating people every day? Therefore, Feng Zichen created a clay pot to boil soup. He was really fed up with the monotonous food. That's right, the original purpose of the clay pot was to satisfy Feng Zichen's appetite. As for the merit from the heavens, it was completely beyond his expectations. After that, as Feng Zichen gradually grew up, the clay pot could no longer satisfy him. Following that, various cooking methods appeared naturally, and the human race's menu also became richer. Chapter 430. However, as Feng Zichen's cultivation continued to improve, he gradually gave up on the desire for good food. Becoming stronger had become his only goal. Of course, the most important thing was that when his realm was high, he did not need to eat anymore. The cause of adding to the human race's diet was thus put on hold. However, Feng Zichen did not expect that after so many years, someone would actually comprehend the embryonic form of the path of spiritual cuisine from the cooking method that he had abandoned. It was truly inconceivable. A long time ago, when Feng Zichen had just started to make clay pots, he had already had the idea of opening up the path of spiritual cuisine. However, back then, he was not proficient in pharmacology, nor did he recognize all kinds of spiritual herbs. He was even more powerless. Therefore, this idea had been put on hold by him. Later, when Feng Zichen had all the conditions to open up the path of spiritual cuisine, he no longer needed it. He simply buried this idea deep in his heart and did not think about it anymore. He left this opportunity for the future generations to open up. Feng Zichen already had more than enough. In the past, innate lifeforms did not have the desire for good food. However, after seeing the spiritual cuisine of the human race, they had it. Xiantian lifeforms fed on Xiantian qi. Any treasures that fell into their hands would be refined into pure Xiantian qi and devoured. It was the same for the meat of fierce beasts. Therefore, innate lifeforms had no use for things like starting a fire to cook, nor did they need it. They had never seen it before. Therefore, this kind of treasure, that was both delicious and could increase one's cultivation, had conquered them as soon as it appeared. In their hearts, this kind of treasure called food was much more delicious than elixirs, but its effect was not as powerful as elixirs. If its effect could be improved, it would be even more perfect. It's not him. With a flash, Feng Zichen arrived at the back kitchen of the restaurant and saw the person who was cooking. However, immediately, his eyes revealed disappointment. This person's cooking skills were extremely skilled. It was obvious that he had been immersed in this path for a long time. Unfortunately, this person's cultivation was mediocre and ordinary. He had just attained the Yang spirit realm and hadn't even reached the immortal Dao realm. There was nothing special about him, and he didn't have any great fortune on him. He was just an ordinary person. The Tao of spiritual cuisine was definitely not created by him. Those who could open up their own paths were all rarely seen heroes from past to present. Even if their cultivation wasn't heaven-reaching, they should still possess exceptional intelligence, possessing extraordinary auras, making others unable to forget them. Obviously, the person in front of him had nothing to do with either. However, that wasn't a big deal. Since the Tao of spiritual cuisine had spread among the humans, it definitely had something to do with the humans. He'd find out once he returned to the human Tao imperial court. With his mind preoccupied, Feng Zichen no longer cared about patrolling the human encampment. With a single movement, he returned to the human Tao imperial court. Speaking of which, ever since Feng Zichen left, the human race had been thriving under the leadership of several human kings. Changes were happening every moment, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that changes happened every year. As a result, when Feng Zichen returned to the human race, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. The people and things around him were too unfamiliar. If it weren't for some familiar faces and scenes, he would have thought that he had come to the wrong place. Even so, Feng Zichen was still extremely happy. It was a good thing that there were changes. It meant that the human race had been improving. If there were no changes, wouldn't that be a bad thing? In this world, if one didn't advance, they would regress. If the human race didn't change at all, they would be eliminated by the times. It wasn't a good thing to be conservative in any era. At this moment, Feng Zichen gradually realized that his previous worries were a little groundless. Although the reincarnation of the earth had brought the calamity of the witch race's massacre closer, it definitely wouldn't be now. The Yin court had just been established, and the situation of the lichas and demons was unknown. The situation in the primordial world was even more strange and unpredictable. All the forces were restraining each other. If someone made the first move, they would definitely be attacked by the crowd. Therefore, all the forces were watching to see if there would be any other turmoil in the primordial world. In the current primordial world, every once in a while, something major would happen, causing the situation to change. It was overwhelming, and no one dared to act rashly. Therefore, at this moment, they had to be safe and silently wait for the fuse to appear. The various forces were involved with each other, and the primordial world would fall into a short period of peace. This was the precursor to the arrival of a storm, and also the time for the lichas and demons to accumulate strength. The human race was temporarily safe. But at the same time, this was also the last time for the human race to be stable. Just as Feng Zichen returned to the human Dao imperial court and sat on the supreme throne that symbolized the human emperor, the entire human race was alarmed. A human expert couldn't help but stop what he was doing. He suddenly looked in the direction of the imperial court and muttered, "Your Majesty is back." In the next moment, hundreds of streaks of light suddenly soared into the sky above the human race and rushed towards the human Dao imperial court. The human emperor had returned. All the human kings, the elders, the leaders of the major tribes, and many human city lords had to enter the palace to pay respects and report the current situation. Swoosh, the first to arrive were the human kings. They all had cultivation bases comparable to Daoist Jingxian. In the blink of an eye, they could teleport through endless time and space and arrive at the human Dao imperial court. The next to arrive were the human elders. They were all connate lifeforms, the first humans. They had the legacy of goddess Nuwa. Although they weren't as strong as the human kings, they were still quite extraordinary. They all had perfected Tai Jingxian cultivation bases. In terms of seniority, these people were all Feng Zichen's seniors. After the human elders, the city lords of the major human cities also arrived one after another. Their cultivation bases were also perfected Tai Jingxian. There were even a few who had reached the half-step Daoist Jingxian realm. Moreover, although they were all perfected Tai Jingxian, the auras of these city lords were clearly stronger than those of the human elders. They had an additional murderous intent. This was a bit shocking. One had to know that unlike the human elders, these city lords were mostly born into the human race after birth. After they were born, the legacy left behind by goddess Nuwa had been exhausted. Therefore, they weren't as blessed as the elders. In other words, these city lords were able to achieve what they had today because of their own efforts and not because of the legacy of their ancestors. In other words, they were much stronger than the human elders. That was also true. The human elders had been in charge of the human race for many years and hadn't made a move for a long time. And these city lords guarded an area and fought with foreign races all year round. Those who could survive were all elites. The strength of his battle prowess could be imagined. These people were the mainstays of the human race. Seeing them arrive, even Feng Zichen couldn't help but reveal a friendly look. They were all Feng Zichen's peers and juniors, so their relationship was naturally different from the elders. The last to arrive were the leaders of the major human tribes. Seeing them, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little angry. Chapter 431. These tribe leaders had the best resources, but their cultivation levels were unsightly. Most of them were only at the late stage of Tai Jingxian. Only a few had barely stepped into the perfected stage of Tai Jingxian. Moreover, their essence, energy, and spirit lacked vitality. All of them exuded a sense of laziness. Only some tribes far away from the human race were eye-catching. The rest were infuriating to look at. The pressure these tribes faced was still too little. Ever since the human race moved out of the East Sea, the human race's sphere of influence spread out in a fan shape with the human Dao imperial court as the center. The outermost layer was the human race's city. It was also the front line of the war between the human race and the foreign race. Human experts walked out of the imperial court one after another and built cities outside. They competed with the primordial races and expanded the human race's territory. At the same time, they were also the first line of defense of the human race, preventing the foreign race from invading the human Dao imperial court. After the human race's giant cities were the major tribes of the human race. This was the second line of defense of the human race. They were stationed around the imperial court to protect the human emperor. However, because there were the major cities in front of them, the danger these tribes encountered was much less. In particular, as time passed, the human warriors stationed in the city became stronger and stronger after the baptism of blood and fire. This caused the pressure on the tribes at the back to become smaller and smaller. As time passed, it was inevitable that they would slack off. It was easy for people to fall behind. This caused the soldiers guarding the city at the front to become stronger and stronger, and the people of the tribes at the back to become weaker and weaker. Today, the human emperor had returned. The elders were in charge of the imperial court, so they were the first to arrive. However, the tribe leaders, who were stationed around the imperial court and should have been the second to arrive, fell behind the city lords who were the furthest away from the imperial court. It was obvious that they were slacking off. From this, one could see the general strength of everyone. The city lords were the strongest, followed by the elders, and then the tribe leaders. The current upper echelons of the human race were made up of these three forces: the city lords, the tribe leaders, and the elders. Of course, the human emperor was high and mighty and was not among these three forces. However, they had always been stationed at the front line, leading the human elites to war and expanding the human race's territory. This was also the reason why the tribe leader had fallen so low. The reason why Feng Zichen established the human king was not only to nurture the Daoist Jingxian for the human race, but also to relieve himself of the pressure and let the human king help him deal with the affairs of the human race. According to Feng Zichen's plan, he would leave the human race's affairs to the human king. But who knew that they were all battle maniacs and were all leading their troops outside? Feng Zichen left, and so did they. As a result, there was no one to watch over the tribes, and they gradually fell into degeneration. Otherwise, the leaders of those tribes would have no lack of natural treasures. If he had worked hard to cultivate, he wouldn't have such a low cultivation. Are all the elders well? When almost everyone had arrived, Feng Zichen asked the elders. These were all elders. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. We are well. Bowing slightly to Feng Zichen, the elders said in unison. Cultivators could kneel to heaven and earth, their parents, and their teachers, but they could not kneel to others. Heaven and earth gave birth to all living things, their parents gave them life, and their teachers passed down the great Tao. These were all great favors, so of course they could kneel. But they could not kneel to others. Attaining the Tao relied on a single breath. If they knelt, they would lose their courage, and it would be difficult for them to attain the Tao again. Therefore, there was no kneeling in the primordial world. Even Di Jun, as the celestial emperor, only bowed and did not kneel. It was only when the Lady of Earth transformed into reincarnation that all living beings knelt to thank her for her kindness. This was a rare thing in the primordial world, and it had only happened a few times since ancient times. This was something that the 6 saints could not compare to. Only when Hong Jun merged the Tao could he compare to it. It's good that the elders are well. Nodding, Feng Zichen looked at the city lords and praised with a smile, "You are very good. The human race is proud of you." When the city lords heard this, they could not help but look proud, but they kept saying, "Your Majesty, you flatter us. You flatter us." The expressions on their faces were extremely exaggerated. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen only smiled and did not say anything. Next, he chatted with the elders for a while before asking them about the recent changes in the human race. The human emperor and human king were not around, so the specific matters of the human race fell to these elders. During this process, Feng Zichen did not even look at the tribal leaders. He was going to ignore them for a while. "Your Majesty, in the years that you were not around, the changes in the human race could be said to be great." One elder after another stepped forward and told Feng Zichen about the changes in the human race. It was not entirely true to say that the changes were great. The source of all these changes came from the human race's market. It brought a lot of resources and opportunities to the human race, allowing the human race to rise quickly and produce a large number of experts. Although there were no great overarching golden celestials among them, there were a lot more primordial unity golden celestials. There were more than 100,000 of them. This force was not small in the untainted land. Moreover, during Feng Zichen's absence, Soaring and the other two had also returned. After so many tens of thousands of years, the Zhou clan and the Zi clan had already cultivated Daoist Jingxian. It was just that the Emperor Envoi's palace was isolated, so their vision did not appear. That was why Feng Zichen did not notice it. However, when the three ancestors saw that the human race was fine, they went to travel the untainted land together. Since they were born, they had been working hard for the human race and had not taken a good look at the untainted land. Now, under the rule of Feng Zichen, the human race was growing stronger and stronger. They had time to go out and travel. A few months later, Feng Zichen understood the changes in the human race and said, "Very good. I'll have to trouble all of you while I'm away. Over the years, I have also obtained a lot of treasures outside. I put them in Zichen's cave. You can go there and try your luck." After that, without waiting for the others to reply, Feng Zichen waved his hand and sent the human race elders and the city lords to Zichen's cave. Some things were useless to Feng Zichen. It was better to give them away to strengthen the human race. At this time, only Feng Zichen and the tribe leaders were left in the hall. "You, very good." Looking at the people below, Feng Zichen said coldly. The same words in a different tone represented a completely different attitude. Immediately, the people were so scared that their faces changed. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Over the years, we have been slacking. We are ashamed of the cultivation of the human race. We are guilty. We are willing to guard the giant city to atone for our sins. To be a tribe leader, they might not be strong, but they must be smart." Without Feng Zichen's words, they could guess why Feng Zichen was angry. Therefore, they directly asked for forgiveness. Chapter 432. Feng Zichen hadn't even glanced at them since they entered the hall. At that time, these leaders already knew that the human emperor was displeased with them. However, the human emperor was in a meeting with the elders. Although they wanted to apologize, they didn't dare interrupt and could only wait anxiously. At this time, the elders and the city lord had already left. These leaders found an opportunity and did not dare to be negligent. They immediately asked for forgiveness. "Defend the city? Pfft! You think you can do that?" Feng Zichen was so angry that he laughed. These leaders didn't have high cultivation realms, and their combat strength was a mess. How dare they talk about defending the city? Just based on their pampered appearances, what could they possibly use to fight against the valiant and skilled foreign races? If they were asked to defend the city, it wouldn't take long for the impregnable human cities to be breached by the foreign tribes. The great advantage that the humans had gained with great difficulty would be ruined and they would fall into danger. Even if they dared to go, Feng Zichen wouldn't dare let them go. "Go report to the lords and kings yourselves. Go to the front lines and expand the human race's territory." After a moment of silence, Feng Zichen said indifferently. The lords and kings had been fighting outside. That was the most dangerous place for the human race and the best place to train people. These people were used to being lazy. Only there could they achieve great things. Hearing this, these leaders were naturally unwilling. How could the front lines be as happy as the tribes? Thus, they were about to open their mouths to bargain, but Feng Zichen was already impatient. He waved his hand and directly threw them out of the main hall. "Come in." After driving away the leaders, Feng Zichen glanced at the main entrance of the hall and suddenly said. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 extraordinary figures walked in slowly. 2 men and 1 woman. They were Feng Zichen's 3 disciples. "Fengjie, Jiangxiong, and Jianghui. Disciple Fengjie. Disciple Jiangxiong. Disciple Jianghui. Greetings, Master. As soon as the three entered the hall, they immediately bowed to Feng Zichen. The three of them had arrived as soon as Feng Zichen had returned to the human Dao imperial court. However, although they were Feng Zichen's disciples, they were still young and couldn't be considered the upper echelons of the human race. Therefore, they could only wait outside when Feng Zichen was discussing with the human elders. It wasn't until the crowd left that the three had the chance to meet Feng Zichen. Not bad. Not bad. Glancing at his three disciples, Feng Zichen couldn't help but smile face. They had not seen each other for many years. Feng Jie and the other two had reached the golden immortal karma rank and entered the ranks of immortality. They had begun to pursue their own Tao. Moreover, the Xiantian aura emanating from the three of them was extremely dense, no less than that of a top Xiantian life form. This was especially true for Feng Jie. As a Xiantian life form, his aura was even more extraordinary. He had already peeked into the mysteries of the innate gods. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he took another step forward and transformed into an innate god. Although Jiangxiong and Jianghui weren't as good as Feng Jie, they'd gone against their connate nature and become connate life forms. Moreover, they were the top connate life forms. They were extremely extraordinary. Clearly, these three had a deep understanding of the Tao of God fiends. Otherwise, they wouldn't have undergone such shocking changes. Although golden immortals weren't much in the eldritch wilderness. If a rock was thrown into a crowd, at least 4 out of 10 would be golden immortals, while the remaining 6 would be Taiyi Jingxian. However, considering the time Feng Jie and the other two had been cultivating, it was quite extraordinary for them to become golden immortals at their age. After all, they weren't connate god fiends. They didn't have the protection of the great Tao, nor did they have amazing opportunities like Feng Zichen. They only relied on themselves. These three already had the demeanor of the human race's peerless geniuses. This is, suddenly, Feng Zichen exclaimed and looked at Jianghui. He saw merit gathering on her body. There were inexplicable principles intertwining, and runes evolving. They gathered and dispersed, forming all kinds of phenomena. Purple energy even gathered above her head. It was incomparably dense, forming a purple precious umbrella that protected her. It was the providence of heaven and earth. It was purple in color, which meant that it was the most noble kind of providence among all kinds of providence. Tao luck. Purple was supreme in the primordial world. His luck was purple, which showed how extraordinary he was. Although this Tao luck wasn't much, it could allow Jianghui to have a 30% higher success rate than others when she tried to prove her Tao as Daoyuo Jingxian. 30%. In the primordial world, there were as many Taiyi Jingxian as grains of sand. There were more than billions of them. However, how many Daoyuo Jingxian were there? Less than 100,000. Since the creation of the primordial world, all the Daoyuo Jingxian added up to less than 100,000. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to prove one's Tao. That step alone had trapped countless primordial immortals to death. However, Jianghui could rely on her Tao luck to have a 30% higher chance of proving her Tao than others. That meant that she had surpassed countless people. 30%. Coupled with her own accumulation, it could be said that she was almost certain to become a Daoyuo Jingxian. Come forward. Surprised, Feng Zichen called Jianghui in front of him. He wanted to use his Tao eye to see what kind of fortuitous encounter she had to be able to obtain Tao luck. Yes, Master. Jianghui smiled sweetly and stepped forward. I see. The Tao of spiritual cuisine was actually created by you. Purple light appeared in Feng Zichen's eyes. It was incomparably dazzling. It was like the evolution of Hongmeng, but also like the creation of the primordial chaos. Countless stars shone in it, and countless laws appeared, deducing various things of the past. Eye of the Heavenly Tao. The top pupil technique of the primordial world. In an instant, Feng Zichen understood the cause and effect. The Tao of spiritual cuisine was created by Jianghu. Therefore, merit gathered on her body, runes were born, principles surrounded her, and Tao luck surrounded her. It was also because the Tao of spiritual cuisine was only in its embryonic form and belonged to the initial stage. It had not established a Tao, nor had it been imparted. Therefore, the merit and Tao luck gathered on Jianghu were not too much. Otherwise, creating a Tao would be an earth-shattering event. At the very least, she would be blessed by heaven and earth. Boundless merit would be added to her body, and all evil would not invade her. She would not be like Jianghu, who would be sent away with just some merit and Tao luck. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen could not help but be amazed. He was sure that he had never taught Jianghu anything about spiritual cuisine. She had comprehended all of this herself. Her wisdom was truly extraordinary. As expected of the reincarnation of the innate indestructible spirit light of the treasure of wisdom. It has only been a short while, and she has already begun to show her extraordinariness. Jiang Xiong and Jianghu, the siblings, had extremely extraordinary origins. In their previous lives, they were supreme-grade innate spirit treasures born from the Tao of wisdom. Because they were too extraordinary, they were envied by the heavenly Tao. As soon as they were born, they were destroyed by the heavenly Tao, and the innate indestructible spirit light was shattered. Among them, the two largest innate indestructible spirit lights somehow fell into the human race and were conceived by humans, giving birth to Jiang Xiong and Jianghu. It was also because of this that the two of them were accepted as disciples by Feng Zichen. Chapter 433. Master, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Jianghu asked nervously when she saw Feng Zichen fall into deep thought after glancing at her. You're good. He's much better and stronger than your two senior brothers. Feng Zichen put away his messy thoughts and patted Jianghui's head with a smile. Really? Jianghu couldn't help but feel a little proud after being praised by Feng Zichen. How did you come up with the idea of combining spiritual herbs and ferocious beast meat to form the effect of pills? Tell me about it. Feng Zichen didn't answer Jianghui's question and asked about the spiritual cuisine instead. Oh. Master, you're asking about this. Jianghu thought for a while and replied, ferocious beast meat can improve one's cultivation, and so can spiritual herbs. Different ferocious beast meat has different effects. And different spiritual herbs have different effects. I thought that since the two are so similar, ferocious beast meat can be used as a kind of spiritual herb. Why can't I use it to refine pills? So, I wanted to give it a try. However, at that time, I didn't know much about medicine, nor did I know how to refine pills. But I know how to cook. I experimented with spiritual herbs and ferocious beast meat and found that when they were combined, the effect was indeed increased by several times. Unfortunately, compared to medicinal pills, its effects are much worse. At that time, I understood that not only can spiritual herbs be used to refine pills, but ferocious beast meat can also be used to refine pills. After that, I asked for the method of refining pills from Uncle Master Yang, and I succeeded in refining pills. As she spoke, Jianghu took out a few pills and placed them in front of Feng Zichen for him to evaluate. Her little face was full of pride, and she looked as if she wanted him to praise her. Feng Zichen glanced at the pills. They were indeed good. Although they were only third-grade pills, their color and appearance were all superior grade. At a glance, he could tell that they were made by a master alchemist. However, looking at the pill, Feng Zichen was speechless. Using ferocious beast meat to make pills was indeed not bad. It could be said that it promoted the development of alchemy. Just based on this point, Jianghu could be called a grandmaster of alchemy. If she went to the Eight Visions Palace on Mount Shouyang, even the Grand Pure One would have to meet her personally and give her some benefits to commend her contribution to the Tao of Pills. However, these benefits were nothing compared to opening up the path of spiritual cuisine. Establishing a Tao, just how extraordinary was that? It could be said to be a great accomplishment that shook the heavens and the earth. It was enough to leave one's name in history, and one could be called an ancestor. That was the achievement of existing forever with the heavens and the Tao, surviving through myriad tribulations. In the future, he would at least become a quasi-saint. Compared to that, the benefits of becoming a grandmaster alchemist were nothing. At most, it would bring about a Daoyuo Dao fruit. It was clear at a glance who was stronger and who was weaker. But Jianghu gave up. He gave up on the path of spiritual cuisine and turned to study the more advanced path of alchemy. To be honest, Feng Zichen could understand Jianghu's choice. Alchemy was a supreme Tao, while the path of spiritual cuisine was just a small Tao that was discovered by chance. Its future was unknown and was far inferior to alchemy. In fact, even in the future, when cultivation flourished and the path of spiritual cuisine was widespread, it was far inferior to alchemy. Pills. Formations. Artifacts. These three Taos had a high status throughout the entire history of cultivation. Their status was irreplaceable. Between the path of spiritual cuisine and alchemy, most people would choose alchemy if they had a choice. However, that was not learning, but creating. No matter how deep one learned, it could not be compared to creating. No matter how good alchemy was, one would always be inferior to others in the path of cultivation. Creating the path of spiritual cuisine was the ancestor of a Tao and was respected by the world. Sigh. It was not Jianghu's fault. She was intelligent, but she was still too inexperienced. If a Daoyuo Jingxian was faced with such a situation, he would choose to continue researching the path of spiritual cuisine without hesitation in hopes of opening it up. He would not change his path of cultivation. That was a matter of experience. The higher one stood, the further one could see. Jianghu's cultivation realm was too low and the future she could see was limited. She did not understand the significance of the Tao of spiritual cuisine to the primordial world. Therefore, she gave up on researching the Tao of spiritual cuisine and chose the more advanced path of alchemy. Looking at the smug Jianghu, Feng Zichen could not bring himself to praise her. He really wanted to say something. Silly girl. You've really lost a watermelon and picked up a sesame seed. However, he could not say that out loud. Although Jianghu gave up on the Tao of spiritual cuisine, it was quite extraordinary that she could think of using ferocious beast meat as medicine. Ferocious beast meat is the same as spirit herbs. They are both formed from connate qi. Of course, they can be used as medicine. That's such a simple logic. But no one thought of it. The fact that you can think of something that ordinary people can't already proves that you're extraordinary. This is your resource for the Tao in the future. Just based on this, Daoyuo Jingxian can look forward to your future. Your two senior brothers are far inferior to you. After a while, Feng Zichen could not help but praise her. No matter what, Jianghu had achieved quite extraordinary achievements. If he did not praise her, it would inevitably dampen her enthusiasm. Only by doing what ordinary people could not do could one achieve great things. Jianghu, who had achieved this, could become Daoyuo Jingxian in the future even if she did not have the Tao of spiritual cuisine. All things are formed from connate qi. Doesn't that mean that all things can be used as medicine? Feng Jie murmured and suddenly asked. Yes. My good friend, Xianqing, the celestial lord of the 9 heavens, was a great master of this Tao. In his hands, all things can be used as medicine. Feng Zichen nodded and praised himself without blushing or skipping a beat. That person is also formed from connate qi. Can he also be used as medicine? Jiang Xiong seemed to have thought of something and asked. That's right. Not only humans, demons, witches, connate spirits, connate gods and demons, etc., can all be used as medicine. Nodding, Feng Zichen said to Jiang Xiong. However, looking at his increasingly excited eyes, Feng Zichen could not help but frown. He had to warn him. Xiong, if you dare to use a living person as medicine, I will refine you before anyone else does. Jiang Xiong. With the name Xiong, one could tell that his character was extremely murderous. When the heavenly Tao destroyed the treasure of wisdom, Jiang Xiong's predecessor was accidentally contaminated with the murderous aura of heaven and earth, which created his current character. In addition, he practiced the Kidu demon scripture, which made his murderous aura even stronger. Now that he asked this question, who knew what he was thinking? He. Master, don't worry. I'm just asking. I don't know how to refine pills. I can't use people as medicine even if I want to. Jiang Xiong said with a simple and honest smile. That's good. Feng Zichen also knew that Jiang Xiong would not do such a thing, but his murderous aura was too strong. It was inevitable that people would think too much. There's something I don't understand. Chapter 434. Since you've discovered that the combination of spiritual herbs and ferocious beast meat can increase the effect, why don't you continue researching? She was his disciple after all, so he still had to give her pointers. How could a pill Dao Grandmaster be compared to a Dao Master? Master, although this method is not bad, its effect is limited and far inferior to pills. If I want to choose, I naturally have to choose the best. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hui answered. How do you know that this Dao is inferior to the pill Dao? Have you studied it? Do you know how many years of development and how many people's efforts have taken for the pill Dao to reach its current state? Do you know what it was like when the pill Dao was born? It might not be better than the spiritual cuisine method you discovered. With a thought, Feng Zichen used his divine ability and found the scene when the Grand Pure One comprehended the pill Dao from the long river of time. That was not when the Grand Pure One announced the birth of the pill Dao to the world. That was the process of the Grand Pure One creating the pill Dao from nothing. This history was the glory of the Grand Pure One. It was witnessed by the primordial world and engraved in the depths of time and space for future generations to admire. When one's strength reached a certain level and had a great understanding of the pill Dao, one could see this memory from time and space and experience the difficulties of their ancestors. Although Jiang Hui's understanding of the pill Dao was deep, her realm was too low and she could not see these scenes from the depths of time and space. Therefore, Feng Zichen used his divine ability to let her come into contact with the scene engraved in history in advance and experience the spirit of creation. Thank you, Master. If not for Master's guidance, I would have missed a great opportunity. Jiang Hui was a person of great wisdom. Although she was limited by her experience and could not see deeper problems, she understood what she had almost missed after Feng Zichen gave her a little guidance. It was a supreme opportunity, a great opportunity that could allow one to become a quasi-saint karmic rank. If it's yours, it will be yours in the end. If it's not yours, you can't snatch it away. You are fated with this Tao. The Tao of spiritual cuisine is destined to be opened in your hands. Even if I don't say it, you will understand it one day in the future. What I'm doing now is just bringing this time forward. The incarnation of the treasure of wisdom was destined to achieve extraordinary achievements. The path of spiritual cuisine was a part of Jiang Hui's glorious future. Come, I'll teach you this technique. It might be useful to you. With a tap of his hand, Feng Zichen passed Xian Qing's understanding of alchemy to Jiang Hui. This was not about alchemy, but Xian Qing's summary of the medicinal theory of spiritual herbs. Although it was called the Tao of pills, it was actually more like the Tao of medicine of the later generations. This was exactly what Jiang Hui lacked. In order to truly open up the path of spirit cuisine, one must have an understanding of the medicinal properties of spirit herbs in order to create the best recipes. Now that Feng Zichen had taught Jianghu about pharmacology, she would have the foundation to open up the path of spiritual cuisine. She would definitely be able to open it up even faster. Ugh, Feng Zichen had given her too much information, and Jianghu couldn't accept it all at once. She had no choice but to seal a portion of it and read it later. When Jianghu returned to normal, Feng Zichen pondered for a while and suddenly said to the 3 disciples below. Now that your cultivation has reached the complete golden immortal realm, you are about to reach the Tai Jingxian realm. It's time for you to travel and prepare for your future breakthroughs. It just so happens that Jianghu wants to open up the path of spirit cuisine. Ferocious beasts and spirit herbs are indispensable. The 3 of you can go out and travel together. On the way, catch some ferocious beasts and collect some spirit herbs for Jianghu. Now that the witches and demons were biding their time, the situation in the untainted land was gradually calming down. It was a good time to go out and train. It just so happened that Jianghu and the other 2 had enough cultivation. They could take advantage of this opportunity to travel and try their luck to find a chance to break through. Moreover, Jianghu wanted to open up the path of spirit cuisine. Ferocious beasts and spirit herbs were indispensable. Traveling could solve this problem. Traveling and training could not be delayed. It was perfect. Moreover, if they missed this opportunity, they would never see the untainted land of today again. Go! You must work hard to cultivate. In the near future, the human race will face a great calamity. Everyone may die. Only with great strength can you survive. After saying that, Feng Zichen sent the 3 of them away without waiting for them to speak. When the calamity of slaughtering people broke out, Feng Zichen could not even take care of himself. How could he take care of others? If he wanted to transcend the calamity. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed since Feng Zichen returned to the human race. During this period, because the upper echelons of the witches and demons had all entered seclusion in order to enter a higher realm, nothing major happened in the untainted land and it ushered in a long-awaited peace. However, all the experts knew that the peace in front of them was an illusion. It was the calm before the volcano eruption. There would definitely be a great battle between the witches and demons. It would be a turmoil that would affect the entire untainted land. No one could stay out of it. The current peace would not last long. The war would break out at any time. But now, the untainted land was peaceful and stable. The 10,000 races had entered the stage of cultivation. During this period, Feng Zichen did not stay idle. Sensing the great calamity in the future, he took out the treasures he had accumulated over the years and opened the treasury of the human race. He did not hesitate to increase the strength of the human race. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to attain the Tao. It was the foundation of the human race. 10,000 years had passed. There were many more people in the Tai Jingxian realm, but none of them were in the Daoist Jingxian realm. Now, there were only 6 people in the human race who had attained the Daoist Jingxian realm. In Suiren, there were the Chou clan, Zi clan, Youyu clan, Daoist Xiandu, Yiang clan, and Feng Zichen. 6 Daoist Jingxian was already a lot. In the 10,000 races of the untainted land, they could be ranked in the middle. However, compared to the calamity that the human race would face in the future, it was nothing. It could not even cause a ripple. One had to know that the demon race had at least 3,000 Daoist Jingxian. The gap between them could be imagined. It was too easy for the demon race to destroy the human race. It could be said that it was completely effortless. Even Feng Zichen had to admit that the human race was no match for the demon race. There was no comparison at all. Even if he was the great Taoist priests, it was the same. The great Taoist priests was only invincible to the Daoist Jingxian. However, the three emperors of the demon race had already stepped into the half-step primordial chaos realm. They were half a step away from the Daoist Jingxian realm. If they really fought, Feng Zichen was no match for them at all. Therefore, Feng Zichen had no choice but to use the plan that he had made in his early years. He sent a portion of his clansmen out of the primordial world through the Tree of World to the 3,000 sectors in order to achieve the prosperity of the human race in the future. At this moment, Feng Zichen was the one who planned this. He set up 12 secret realms in Zichen's grotto heaven for his clansmen to train. He also set up an arena in the human race's market for the younger generation of the human race to compete with the descendants of the 10,000 races. His goal was to select those with extraordinary aptitude from among them. Chapter 435. After all, the 3,000 boundless worlds had not been completely nurtured, and the ability of the world tree was limited. Feng Zichen could not send all his clansmen away. Then, he could only choose the most outstanding clansmen. Although this was a little unfair, how could there be fairness in this world? Moreover, Feng Zichen did not intend to send all of these talented clansmen away. In the end, he had to leave a portion of his clansmen behind to fight to the death for the human race. He had to fight for the human race's momentum, dignity, and future. Before the great calamity broke out, all the clansmen who had cultivated Tai Jingxian had to stay. Not only did they have to protect the human race, but also because when one's cultivation reached Tai Jingxian, the heavenly Tao would not allow them to enter the boundless world. The boundless world was far inferior to the primordial world. The connate god-fiends that were nurtured there were at most golden immortals. If a Tai Jingxian went there, wouldn't they be invincible in the world? Then, wouldn't everything in the boundless world have nothing to do with the connate god-fiends? Therefore, the heavenly Tao would never allow Tai Jingxian cultivators to enter the boundless world. Sigh. It's difficult. With a sigh, Feng Zichen's mind sank into the spiritual battlefield and fought with the chaos fiend god's shadow. When the great calamity arrived, not only did the ordinary clansman have to fight to survive, but he also had to fight to survive. During this period of time, if he could improve his strength a little, he would do his best to improve it. The more strength he had, the more confident he would be. Elders, why have you come to see me today? On this day, Feng Zichen had just woken up from his seclusion when he saw a group of elders looking for him. He could not help but ask. Greetings, Your Majesty. The elders came to the human emperor's palace and first bowed to Feng Zichen. Then, they looked at each other and said together, "It has been hundreds of thousands of years since Your Majesty's ascension. Under Your Majesty's leadership, the human race has become stronger and stronger. They have walked out of the ancestral land and competed for the primordial world." These were the achievements that Feng Zichen had made when he became the human emperor. What the hell? As he listened, Feng Zichen's expression became strange. These elders suddenly came to the human emperor's palace, and without saying anything, they just kept praising him. It was really strange, extremely strange. Cough. Elder, you're exaggerating. These are all Zichen's duties. It's nothing, nothing. May I know why Elder has come? Seeing that the elders had no intention of stopping, Feng Zichen had to interrupt. As the saying goes, those who bow to others must have a request. Judging from the attitude of the elders today, it was probably not a small matter. Your Majesty's cultivation is exceedingly high. You should know that there is yin and yang in the sky, water and fire on the earth, and men and women in the human world. There was also a saint who said, "Solitary yin does not grow, solitary yang does not grow." The combination of yin and yang is the truth of heaven and earth. Thus, if I may be so bold, I would like to ask Your Majesty to choose a woman from the clan and make her your empress, in order to ensure the harmony of yin and yang. Dong Yunshi, the elder of the human race, stepped forward and said loudly, as if he felt that he had laid the groundwork. What? Hearing this, Feng Zichen almost thought that he had heard wrongly. At this moment, his expression was extremely interesting. He wanted him to choose his empress. Was this a forced marriage? Unexpected. Really unexpected. After coming to the primordial world, he could not escape the fate of being forced to marry. This was really, sigh. Elder, you must be joking. Feng Zichen said with a forced smile. The great calamity of the human race was coming. He wished that he could put all his energy into his heart. How could he have time to talk about love? Your Majesty, Yin and Yang are the right things. The celestial emperor above the heavenly court is said to be the strongest in the primordial world. Didn't he also take the empress to combine Yin and Yang? Seeing that Feng Zichen did not agree, Dong Yunshi continued and took out Di Jun to prove it. How could it be the same? For a moment, Feng Zichen was speechless. Di Jun and Shi He, one was an innate saint born from the sun star, and the other was an innate saint born from the moon star. That was fate set by the heavens and represented the Tao of Yin and Yang. The combination of the two, Yin and Yang, the benefits obtained were beyond imagination. Not only could it speed up the progress of cultivation, but it could also deduce the mysteries of creation. Moreover, the marriage between Di Jun and Shi He was the first wedding in the primordial world. It was a heavenly marriage and was witnessed by the heavenly Tao. It was a great merit. How could others compare to it? Ahem. After coughing twice, Feng Zichen was thinking about how to refuse when he suddenly felt a throbbing. He could not help but use the connate 8 trigrams to deduce. A moment later, Feng Zichen understood the origin of today's matter. The marriage of humans should be on him. In the primordial world, there were 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and man. These 3 marriages were born from the 3 Daoists of heaven, earth, and man. They combined the changes of Yin and Yang and represented the endless growth of all things. There was a great opportunity and great merit. Not long after the establishment of the heavenly court, the heavenly marriage should be on Di Jun and Shi He. The earth marriage and the human marriage had always been hidden. But today, a human marriage appeared. It should be on Feng Zichen. And this opportunity should have belonged to Fuxi. In the future, the human race prospered. Fuxi led the human race to become the main character of heaven and earth. He obtained the title of the human emperor and was boundless. Therefore, his marriage with Nuwa was called a human marriage. However, with the appearance of Feng Zichen, everything changed. Before the human race prospered and the lichas still ruled the primordial world, Feng Zichen had already gathered most of the power of the human path and became the person most favored by the human path in the primordial world. He was also the only spokesperson. The Magi stopped fighting, and the primordial world was peaceful. The myriad races could develop, and the 6 paths of reincarnation were opened. There were more and more living beings in the primordial world, and the human path flourished. Thus, everything fell into place. The heavenly Tao flourished, and the heavenly marriage came into being. The human path flourished, and the human marriage came into being. Feng Zichen was the person most favored by humanity, so naturally, he should be the one to get married. A human marriage. One of the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and man would have great merit and luck. It was an opportunity that all living beings in the primordial world dreamed of. However, although this matter was good, Feng Zichen did not dare to accept it. In the current primordial world, the one who ruled the heavenly court was Di Jun, not Feng Zichen. The ones who dominated the primordial world were the lichas and demons, not the human race. If Feng Zichen got married, then in the next moment, he would receive a thunderous blow from Di Jun. A human marriage was the symbol of the human path's favor. Di Jun could tolerate a Daoist Jingxian, an invincible great Taoist priest, but he could not tolerate a great Taoist priest who was favored by the human path. Because the former was not a threat to him, but the latter could shake his position. The 3 marriages should be with the emperor. The appearance of a human marriage meant the birth of the human emperor. And the human emperor was second only to the heavenly emperor. If he went one step further, he would be able to replace him. In that case, how could Di Jun tolerate it? Especially when the demon clan was about to have a decisive battle with the wizard clan, a human sovereign suddenly appeared. Who knew if he would take advantage of the situation? Therefore, the human emperor could not be left alive. Chapter 436. The Great Magi Demon War had yet to begin, and there were already too many variables. He could not allow any more variables to appear. Whether it was for the human race or for himself, he could not agree to this marriage. If he agreed, he would die. I understand what you mean, Elder, but the human race is an acquired race. We have been born for a short time, and we are not strong enough. Our foundation is not deep enough. For now, you should focus on increasing your strength. As for the rest, it won't be too late to talk about it when the human race becomes stronger. Having made up his mind, Feng Zichen refused again. Your Majesty, since you want to strengthen the human race, you must establish a queen that is based on the principles of yin and yang to strengthen the destiny of the human race. Unfortunately, the matter of human marriage was proposed by the elders, but it was actually promoted by the human race. The elders of the human race were inspired by the human race and unanimously believed that Feng Zichen's queen would strengthen the destiny of the human race. No matter how they argued, they could not shake their will, and Feng Zichen was annoyed. In the end, there were even dozens of city lords who returned and went to the human emperor's palace to pressure Feng Zichen with the elders and persuade him to establish a queen. F***ck. This group of people is too much. It's none of your business whether I get married or not. Feng Zichen was really helpless. This group of people was getting more and more enthusiastic. Okay, stop talking. I agree. In the end, Feng Zichen was really forced to agree in order to be quiet. Your Majesty is wise. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly bowed. Pfft! Was this wise? Feng Zichen was so angry that he almost laughed. Establishing a queen was wise? Then this Shengming was really worthless. However, although that was what he thought, Feng Zichen did not say it out loud. Instead, he said to the crowd, since this matter was proposed by the elders, then I'll have to trouble you to choose a gentle and graceful woman from the clan to marry me, so as to complete my yin and yang. These words sounded like he was gnashing his teeth, fully expressing the dissatisfaction in Feng Zichen's heart. Of course. Hearing this, everyone bowed again. Ha! Naive. Seeing everyone's reaction, Feng Zichen couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Did he really think that he had given in? As the Renhuang, he did everything according to his heart. How could he be swayed by outsiders? He was just annoyed by their noise, so he dealt with it casually. Furthermore, a promise was a promise. Whether or not this matter could be accomplished was still another matter altogether. With a thought, Feng Zichen continued, Elders, please remember that the person who marries me must be worthy of me. Otherwise, the excess of yang and the decline of yin would cause an imbalance between yin and yang. It would be a disaster and not a blessing. Feng Zichen emphasized the words, worthy, as if he was afraid that the elders wouldn't understand. In order to be compatible with his yin and yang, the woman's identity must be as noble as his. Otherwise, how could she complete the marriage? However, Feng Zichen was the Grand Taoist priests, the authentic Pangu Taoist priest, one of the noblest existences in the untainted land. As noble as he was, there were only a few female immortals who were worthy of him in the untainted land, let alone the small human race. It would be a miracle if they could find one. Feng Zichen believed that even if the elders of the human race searched through the entire human race, they wouldn't be able to find a woman worthy of him. He had agreed to this matter, but if the elders of the human race couldn't find a suitable person, they couldn't blame him. Your Majesty is right. We will go to the human race to find a suitable woman. We won't disturb your Majesty's cultivation here. Your Majesty, we'll take our leave. They weren't afraid of Feng Zichen's opinions, but they were afraid that he wouldn't agree. Now that Feng Zichen had agreed, their goal had been achieved. They didn't want to stay here any longer and were about to leave immediately. Go, go. This matter concerns the fate of the human race and is of great importance. Elders, don't worry. You can take your time to find one in case something goes wrong. With a plan in mind, Feng Zichen wasn't in a hurry and said to the crowd calmly. We understand. After bowing to Feng Zichen, the crowd turned and left. Just as the crowd was about to step into the palace, Feng Zichen suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He faintly felt that something was wrong with this matter, as if there was something that he hadn't noticed. Wait. Elders, please wait for a moment. Driven by this ominous feeling, Feng Zichen called out to the crowd who were about to leave. Your Majesty, what orders do you have for us? The crowd stopped and returned to the main hall. They asked Feng Zichen, who was sitting high on the throne. In my opinion, this matter is inappropriate. After pondering for a while, Feng Zichen said slowly. Inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Your Majesty, please speak clearly. Seeing that Feng Zichen had signs of going back on his word, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little anxious and hurriedly asked. It wasn't easy to persuade him to agree. If he suddenly went back on his word, who knew how much effort it would take? It was really troublesome. Elders, don't be anxious. I don't intend to go back on my word. It's just that the appointment of the Empress is related to the change in the fate of the human race. It's not a matter of one person, but a major event that affects the entire human race. We have to report to Her Highness Nuwa first to show our respect. Therefore, after the elders find a suitable candidate, don't decide directly. Instead, bring him to the ancestral temple and let Her Highness Nuwa have a look first. Only after Her Highness Nuwa agrees can you bring the person to see me. In that case, do you understand? The crowd below didn't know the importance of this matter, but Her Highness Nuwa definitely knew the pros and cons. Therefore, no one could pass Her Highness Nuwa's test. This matter was settled. Your Majesty is right. Indeed, we have to report to Her Highness Nuwa first. The crowd hurriedly said yes and left the palace one by one. Let's go. Let's go. I don't believe that we can find an innate saint among the human race. Innate saints were born from the origin of heaven and earth. They were incomparably noble and their status was second only to the chaos demon god. As long as they didn't die, they were destined to become primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian. There were only a few dozen of such figures in the entire primordial world. How rare were they? It would be strange if they could be found among the human race. The probability of this was like winning the lottery in the modern world. It was completely impossible. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed since the elders of the human race left the palace. In these 10,000 years, just as Feng Zichen had expected, many elders of the human race searched the human race several times but couldn't find a suitable candidate. However, they still didn't give up. Every day, they stared at the newborn babies and waited for a suitable candidate to be born. This way, the elders didn't have time to bother Feng Zichen. He was happy to do so. He devoted himself to the spiritual battlefield and fought with the demon god Phantom, trying his best to improve his strength. Just like that, another 10,000 years passed. It had been 20,000 years since the elders of the human race proposed that Feng Zichen be the empress. Chapter 437. 20,000 years was nothing compared to the long years of the untainted land. But compared to Feng Zichen's age, it was a long time. During this period of time, Feng Zichen had not been idle for a moment. Either he sank into the spiritual battlefield and fought with the demon god's shadow to comprehend the Tao and truth of the chaos demon god. Or he meditated on the great Tao and experienced the changes between heaven and earth, the evolution of the universe, and the truth of the birth and death of all things. Originally, at Feng Zichen's level, every step forward was extremely difficult and required a lot of time. But Feng Zichen was different. He had obtained the great Taoist priest's Tao seat. The blessings brought to him by this supreme Tao seat in the untainted land were undoubtedly amazing. In just 20,000 years, Feng Zichen had achieved what others had achieved in 2 million years. His strength had made considerable progress. Of course, this was also related to Feng Zichen's efforts. In just 20,000 years, Feng Zichen's body had undergone tremendous changes. In the untainted land, the innate 5 elements great Tao that had never been proven by anyone had been proven by him. Moreover, he had relied on his own strength to prove the innate 5 elements great Tao. With his own strength, he had broken through the 5 great heavenly Tao spaces without borrowing the power of the 5 elements sacred beasts. This was an unprecedented achievement. Not only that, Feng Zichen's innate 5 elements great Tao was different from the innate 5 elements great Tao recorded in the untainted land. He had added the principle of the 5 elements chaos demon god to the innate 5 elements great Tao, causing it to undergo a tremendous transformation. It was more powerful, had more changes, and was more mysterious. Now, even if he did not use the power of the great Taoist priest's Tao seat, Feng Zichen believed that he could make Daoist Jingxian invincible with his own strength. Of course, this Daoist Jingxian only referred to the Daoist Jingxian, not including the sage-to-be. The 5 elements have been formed. Next is yin and yang. With a sweep of his psyche, Feng Zichen confirmed that the human race was safe and sound. Thus, he decided to continue his closed-door cultivation. He planned to reverse the innate yin and yang with the innate 5 elements and attain the innate Tao of yin and yang. Chaos was divided into yin and yang derived the 5 elements. By the same logic, one could obtain yin and yang by reversing the 5 elements, and chaos by reversing yin and yang. If the chaos continued to push back, it might become Hongmeng. This was Feng Zichen's future path. In the primordial world, he wanted to be the Lord of the Stars because he was Great Emperor Ziwei. In the chaos, he wanted to be the Lord of Hongmeng because he was in charge of Hongmeng Daozhong. Achieving Hongmeng was achieving eternity. This was a realm that was on par with the Great Tao, a supreme realm. This was also the achievement that Feng Zichen was most likely to achieve. The Great Tao was Pangu's pursuit. Hongmeng was Feng Zichen's pursuit. Unfortunately, although Feng Zichen had the Hongmeng Daozhong in his hands, as the oldest principle, the Tao of Hongmeng was too obscure and difficult to understand. He could not understand it at all and had only grasped the surface. However, just the tip of the iceberg allowed him to possess extraordinary power. If it was the complete path of primordial chaos, how extraordinary would it be? Therefore, in order to comprehend the Tao of Hongmeng, Feng Zichen thought of using the 5 elements to reverse the Hongmeng Daozhong. Just like that, step by step, he had mastered the foundation of the Tao of Hongmeng. With the help of the Chaos Bead and the Hongmeng Daozhong, he would definitely be able to comprehend the Tao of Hongmeng in the future. Moreover, even if he did not comprehend the Tao of Hongmeng, it would not be a big deal. These innate principles could be integrated into the Tao of Stars and strengthen the power of the Tao of Stars. In the future, he might be able to use the Tao of Stars as the foundation to refine various great Taos and billions of laws to achieve the Tao of Hongmeng. Now that the Tao of the innate 5 elements had been completed, Feng Zichen had taken the first step. He was going to reverse the 5 elements and use the changes of yin and yang to achieve the supreme Tao. Feng Zichen's body suddenly emitted a 5-colored brilliance. It was dazzling and abnormally gorgeous. However, this 5-colored brilliance was extremely unstable. It trembled violently as if it would shatter at any moment. Faintly, black and white colors appeared in the 5-colored brilliance. filled with mysterious Dao runes. That was the phenomenon caused by Feng Zichen adding his own understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang into the Tao of the innate five elements. He wanted to deduce the Tao of Yin and Yang. Unfortunately, his understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang was far less profound than the Tao of the innate five elements. He could not deduce it. This caused the five-colored brilliance to be unstable and show signs of collapse. Chaos bead, out. Hongmeng Daozhong, out. Seeing that the five-colored brilliance was about to collapse, Feng Zichen summoned the chaos bead and Hongmeng Daozhong. Hum. With a soft tremor, the chaos bead and Hongmeng Daozhong appeared from the void and landed in the heavenly flower and earthly flower above Feng Zichen's head. Strands of chaos qi and Hongmeng qi hung down. As for the primal chaos aura and grand mist aura, they continued to transform and decompose as they descended. When they reached Feng Zichen's body, they had completely turned into the innate yin-yang qi. In an instant, the five-colored brilliance on Feng Zichen's body stabilized. All kinds of understanding of the innate yin-yang Tao surged into his mind, helping him understand the mysteries of the changes of yin and yang. This was Feng Zichen's confidence in reversing the Hongmeng Tao. Although the Hongmeng Tao was obscure and difficult to understand, it was much simpler compared to the Chaos Yin-Yang Tao and the Five Elements Tao. With the help of the Hongmeng Daozhong and the Chaos Bead, it was even easier to comprehend. Hongmeng could only be accomplished if it was easy first and difficult later. Gradually, more Yin-Yang Tao light appeared on Feng Zichen's body and gradually replaced the Five Elements Tao light. Obviously, with the help of the two treasures, his understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang had deepened. And just as Feng Zichen was comprehending the innate yin-yang Tao, the matter of establishing an empress that he no longer cared about suddenly changed. On the distant lunar star, a beautiful figure walked into the origin space of the lunar star. As she moved, innate Tao patterns appeared under her feet and resonated with the origin of the lunar star. Boom! One day, among the stars, the lunar star suddenly shone brightly. Countless Tao patterns appeared and attracted the surrounding star power to form a terrifying power. The power was strong enough to kill Daoist Jingxian and severely injure a sage-to-be. You killed my 9 sons, Ho-E, you deserve to die. Die with them. On the lunar star, a voice full of hatred sounded. Then, the power that was enough to kill Daoist Jingxian suddenly blasted toward the Eldritch land. Its target. It was Ho-E who had just left the Pangu Palace. Needless to say, it was the lunar goddess, Shi-He. Ha! I've been guarding against you. Beside Ho-E, Dijiang's figure quietly appeared. He glanced at the power that blasted toward him and smiled coldly. He raised his right arm, clenched his fist, and punched toward the lunar star. Chapter 438. In an instant, a terrifying power burst out, shattering the vacuum, rules, great Tao, and everything else. It crashed into the power coming from the Taiyin star. Boom! At this moment, Dijiang's power as the overlord of the world was fully displayed. The power that was enough to kill a golden immortal was directly annihilated by the huge force the moment it collided with Dijiang's fist mark. Then, the punch continued, shattering time and space. It suddenly arrived on the Taiyin star and blasted toward Shiha. Dijiang, you're courting death. Although Dijiang was strong and could be called the overlord of the world, the Taiyin star was Shiha's territory. She was not invincible here, but she was not far from it. Shiha waved her hand gently, and countless runes appeared on the Taiyin star. Connate Taiyin Qi surged out and condensed above Shiha's head. It turned into a jet-black immortal light, emitting endless coldness, and brushed toward Di Jun's power. Whoosh! Connate Daoist rhymes danced in the air, and the Taiyin law spread. A coldness that could freeze everything appeared, condensing and annihilating Dijiang's punch. Kill! Shiha shouted. She formed a seal with her hands and activated the power of the Taiyin star. It turned into a jet-black immortal light, piercing through countless dimensions and charging toward Jianghu and Hou-Yi on the Eldritch land. Shiha had planned to kill Hou-Yi quietly when the sorcerer tribe let down their guard. Therefore, she had used all her strength to avoid attracting the sorcerer ancestor's attention. But now that she had been exposed, there was no need to hold back. Therefore, Shiha used her strongest combat power to attack the two of them. The jet-black immortal light was the supreme theurgy that Feng Zichen had been searching for, the Khanate Taiyin divine light. It was a supreme theurgy derived from the Khanate Taiyin Dao. It could freeze everything and kill all life. At this moment, this supreme theurgy appeared in Shiha's hands and blasted toward Jianghu and Hou-Yi. Good timing. Seeing the Khanate Taiyin divine light coming, Jianghu was not angry. Instead, he was happy. He raised his right arm and punched a few more times, each punch stronger than the last. Incredible power burst out, shaking the space. Then, a huge spatial storm formed around Jianghu, annihilating everything and shattering the innate Taiyin divine light. However, supreme divine abilities were supreme divine abilities, exceeding one's imagination. They reached the source of the great Tao, possessing inconceivable abilities. After the innate Taiyin divine light shattered, it landed on the barren land and formed a freezing storm. It triggered the Taiyin Dao between heaven and earth and continued to attack the duo. At the same time, on the Taiyin star, Shiha activated the origin of the Taiyin star with all her might. Countless beams of Taiyin innate divine light rained down like a storm, intending to kill the two. In an instant, the area where Jianghu and Hou-Yi were was completely transformed into a world of ice and snow, and a heart-palpitating chill pervaded the air. Fellow Daoist Shiha, you won't be able to kill me and Hou-Yi. Around Jianghu, the power of the spatial storm was getting stronger and stronger. There were even void Dao patterns appearing. No matter how powerful the innate Taiyin divine light was, it couldn't break through the void storm and hurt Jianghu and Hou-Yi. Shiha's strength was not as strong as Jianghu's. Moreover, in order to give birth to the 10 golden crows, she had caused her congenital origin to be depleted. Her strength had fallen greatly, and she had yet to recover. Thus, she was even less of a match for Jianghu. Is that so? On the Taiyin star, after hearing Jianghu's words, Shiha sneered. Thinking that it was about time, she suddenly activated her hidden hand and attacked Hou-Yi. Whoosh! On the barren land, the shattered innate Taiyin divine light suddenly condensed and turned into rays of divine light of annihilation, striking towards Hou-Yi. Ah! Hou-Yi couldn't dodge the innate Taiyin divine light in time. He hurriedly revealed his grand wizard true form and tried his best to fend off Shiha's attack. At the same time, Hou-Yi's bow found itself in front of Hou-Yi. The bowstring buzzed without anyone's help, creating layers of ripples and shattering the oncoming innate Taiyin divine light. But who was Shiha? She was a top grand divine master of the untainted land, a congenital saint born from the Taiyin star, one of the dominators of the stars, the queen of heaven, and a perfected pre-saint. She couldn't deal with Jianghu, but she could deal with a puny Hou-Yi. In the blink of an eye, all of Hou-Yi's defenses were broken by the innate Taiyin divine light. The coldness that could freeze everything burst out and rushed into his body, trying to destroy his vitality. Oh no! On the other side, Jianghu sensed that Hou-Yi was in danger. A spatial storm exploded, and the surrounding void disappeared. The innate Taiyin divine light was destroyed. How cruel! In a flash, Jianghu came to Hou-Yi's side and saved him. However, Shiha's attack was filled with hatred. With just one move, he heavily injured Hou-Yi to the brink of death and left him unconscious. There were still remnants of Taiyin Qi in his body, which was destroying his vitality crazily. In a short while, half of Hou-Yi's remaining vitality was destroyed. Even his Khanate origin was affected and was on the verge of collapse. Shiha's attack was so cruel that it almost took Hou Yi's life. Moreover, even if Hou Yi was lucky enough to survive, his strength would drop several levels after he recovered from his injuries. No one knew how many years it would take for him to recover. Terrifying, too terrifying. Shiha, who stood on the Taiyin, was so powerful that she could destroy a top warrior of the wizard race with one move. Shiha, you're courting death. Hou Yi was seriously injured and dying. Jianghu was shocked and angry. He didn't hold back anymore. The great path of space appeared and blasted toward the Taiyin star. Jianghu's full power was earth-shattering. In an instant, the void disappeared. Shiha and the space around her showed signs of dissipating. They were about to turn into nothingness. Erasing space and making everything lose their meaning of existence and return to the state of nothingness was the supreme achievement of the great path of space. It was also one of Jianghu's strongest attacks. He used his strongest attack right from the start. It was obvious that Jianghu really wanted to kill Shiha. Unfortunately, this was the Taiyin star. If it were any other time, Jianghu's attack would be able to severely injure Shiha even if it couldn't kill her. But this was the Taiyin star, where the Yin pole of the primitive world was located and where Shiha was born. Even a saint wouldn't be able to kill Shiha here. Just as Jianghu's attack was about to land on Shiha, the Taiyin star suddenly moved. Endless power exploded and collided with Jianghu's attack. Boom! The huge impact caused the lunar star to shake violently. Countless stars were displaced, and some of the smaller stars were unable to withstand the force and shattered. But the attack was blocked in the end. Jianghu's vengeful strike did not cause any harm to Shiha. However, as the lunar star trembled, an ancient seal began to loosen. Chapter 439. The lunar star was lonely, cold, and lifeless. This was its true portrayal. Here, far away from the noise of the mortal world, everything returned to peace. But today, the peace on the lunar star was once again broken by the battle between Jianghu and Shihi. The entire star was trembling violently. Earth and rocks collapsed, and the earth cracked. It was a doomsday-like scene. With the trembling of the lunar star, the secret hidden in the depths of the lunar star was revealed. In the depths of the lunar star, an ancient and deep secret place suddenly emitted light. The light was gold and silver. It was incomparably blazing, but not intense. It was strange and contradictory. The golden light gave people the feeling of facing the sun, emitting a blazing aura. The silver light revealed the aura of the origin of the lunar star, freezing everything. Whoosh! On the lunar star, the originally silent lunar laurel tree suddenly moved when it saw this ray of light. Silently, he extended a root and followed the source of the light to an unknown place. There was a beautiful figure. However, she was not in a good state. Her figure was faintly discernible, as if she would disappear at any time. And on her body, there was a Tai Chi diagram, a gold and silver Tai Chi diagram. It was the purest power of the lunar star and the solar star. The two combined to form a huge seal, firmly suppressing the beautiful figure. Moreover, the lunar star and the solar star combined to form the power of yin and yang, producing countless changes. While suppressing the figure, it was also destroying her. Every time the Tai Chi diagram rotated, the beautiful figure weakened a little, and part of her origin was destroyed. But then, an inexplicable force appeared and surged into the figure's body, strengthening her origin so that she would not die because of the lack of her origin. Just like that, the two forces went back and forth, reaching a subtle balance, causing that person's strength to neither increase nor decrease. This seal. It was set up by Jianghu and Shihi. Because in the primordial world, only Jianghu and Shihi could master such pure Tao of the lunar star and the solar star. This beautiful figure was the first generation Khanate saint born from the lunar star. Ancient moon god Wuxia. She was the first living being born on the lunar star. She was the oldest lord of the lunar star and was more orthodox than He. It was also because of this that he suffered such a great calamity and was sealed by Jun and He. At the end of the ancient era, the great beast calamity erupted. An unprecedented war broke out between the innate gods and the innate beasts, resulting in the deaths of countless innate gods. Moon god Wuxia was one of them. Wuxia perished together with the enemy, and his innate indestructible true spirit was shattered. Of course, his luck was still good. His innate indestructible true spirit was only broken and not eroded by the innate baleful qi. There was still hope for the former to be resurrected, but the latter's return was far away. Because his innate indestructible true spirit was shattered, Wuxia's return was especially difficult. It was only after the entire ancient era had passed that he condensed his true spirit and was reborn on the lunar star. Unfortunately, before he could be born, Jun came. At that time, Jun had just married He. The two of them came to the lunar star to play and accidentally found Wuxia. How could this be? If Wuxia was resurrected, wouldn't the master of lunar star be replaced? One must know that the lunar star was one of the foundations of the monster race. How could it be controlled by an outsider? Therefore, Jun couldn't tolerate Wuxia and wanted to kill him on the spot. However, as the oldest moon god, how could he die in his own birthplace? With the protection of the lunar star, Jun couldn't kill Wuxia no matter what he did. In desperation, Jun and He joined forces and used the power of lunar and solar to seal Wuxia, preventing him from being reborn. The meaning of the Tai Chi diagram's existence was to constantly wear down Wuxia's power, preventing him from using the power of the lunar star to break the seal. However, man proposes, God disposes. The seal that was supposed to be foolproof had a slight flaw because of the battle between He and Jianghu, giving Wuxia a chance to escape. Fellow Daoist. It's time for you to escape. We're here. When the roots of the laurel tree arrived here, they swung at the seal, causing boundless laws to descend and shatter the seal into pieces. Its power was no less than that of a perfected sage to be. The laurel tree, one of the top 10 primordial spiritual roots of the primitive world, not only had it developed intelligence, but it also had the cultivation of a perfected sage to be. It was really surprising. In fact, this was normal. Among the top 10 primordial spiritual roots of the primitive world, only the primordial fusang tree and the primordial laurel tree were the most special. Unlike other primordial spiritual roots, they didn't grow on the primitive world. Instead, they took root on the solar star and the lunar star to balance yin and yang and suppress the rebellious lunar star and the lunar star. Therefore, with their great merit, it was understandable that they had developed intelligence. However, it was even more difficult for them to transform. They were already extremely heaven-defying. With the addition of merit, if the heavenly Tao didn't go crazy, it wouldn't let them transform. As the only two creatures on the lunar star, the laurel tree and Wuxia had accompanied each other for hundreds of millions of years. Naturally, their friendship was very deep. A long time ago, he had been planning to save Wuxia. Unfortunately, He was very wary of him, so he couldn't find a chance at all. Now, the lunar star was shaking, and there was a flaw in the seal. The laurel tree seized the opportunity to break the seal and save Wuxia. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Regaining freedom, even though Wuxia was indifferent by nature, he couldn't help but be happy at this moment. However, before he could be happy for long, he suddenly heard a loud roar from the void. Jianghu, how dare you! Then, the He Tu and the Luo Shu flew out from great sky, combined with each other, turned into a 9-palace map, and attacked Jianghu. At the same time, on the lunar star, a big golden hand appeared and grabbed at Wuxia. It was Jun who had made a move. From Shi's attack on Ho-E to the appearance of Jianghu, to the battle between the two and Wuxia breaking out of the seal. This series of events seemed to be extremely long, but in fact, not even a breath had passed. It was because the sage-to-be powerhouses had begun to close their own timelines. Their battle had long transcended time and space and drifted away from time. Whether it was a breath or 10,000 years, it was the same in front of them. Time had lost its meaning to them. It was also because of this that when Jun felt the movement, it was already too late to salvage the situation. Dong! After Jun made a move, Tai Yi's attack followed closely. After that, there were also the supernatural powers of Fushi, Kuanpeng, and a series of demon experts. All kinds of lights bloomed, and it was incomparably beautiful. It was like a sea of light that wanted to drown Jiang. Let's go. Seeing so many supernatural powers coming at him, even Jiang couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He grabbed Ho Yi and quickly left. Chapter 440. On the other side, Jun's giant hand ignored space and time. It carried enough power to annihilate everything and covered Wang Shu's head. The surrounding space suddenly froze and blocked all of Wang Shu's escape routes. He wanted to kill Wang Shu with one blow. My friend, leave quickly. I'll stop Jun. Seeing that Wang Shu was about to be killed by Jun, the bay laurel tree could not help but roar. Its branches danced wildly like dragons and snakes and stabbed the giant golden hand with all its strength. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Jun's golden hand was penetrated by the bay laurel tree and turned into pieces in mid-air. However, after the golden hand was broken, its pieces did not melt. Instead, they exploded and turned into the purest Grand Sun primordial fire, burning in all directions. The Grand Sun primordial fire was the hottest flame in the untainted land. Moreover, it was released by Jun, the master of the sun. Its power had reached an incredible level. Burning the sky and boiling the sea was not enough to describe its power. In a flash, the branches of the bay laurel tree were burned to ashes by the Grand Sun primordial fire. Without the protection of the bay laurel tree, Wang Shu's weak innate true spirit was directly exposed to the Grand Sun primordial fire. Boom! The Grand Sun primordial fire burned mercilessly. Wang Shu's innate true spirit became more and more illusory as if it would disappear at any time. Fortunately, although the branches of the bay laurel tree could not block the surging Grand Sun primordial fire, the bay laurel tree was an object of Taiyin after all. Even though it was destroyed, it still weakened the power of the Grand Sun primordial fire. As a result, although Wang Shu's situation was not good, he was not in great danger. After being weakened by the bay laurel tree, the power of the Grand Sun primordial fire was not enough to refine Wang Shu's innate true spirit. Humph! Above the great sky, Jun looked in the direction that Jiang had left and snorted. He did not chase after him but turned and rushed to the Taiyin star. If Jiang wanted to leave, who in the untainted land could stop him? Only ancestor Hong Jun himself could stop him. Therefore, chasing after him was just a waste of time. It was more important to solve the problem on the lunar star first. That was a major matter that could shake the foundation of the demon race. Shiha, have you forgotten that you are an innate god born in the Taiyin star? Are you really going to join hands with that Jun and kill Wang Shu? On the lunar star, the innate lunar cassia tree roared furiously at Shihi. He originally wanted to use the origin of the lunar star to help Wang Shu escape. Unfortunately, Shiha acted first and firmly suppressed the source of the lunar star, not allowing the lunar cassia tree to use it. Even Wang Shu, who was also a moon god, could not use the origin of the lunar star to recover his power under his suppression. Shiha was a god born from the Taiyin star. Compared to her, the innate laurel tree was just an outsider. How could it compare to her in terms of controlling the origin of the Taiyin star? On the other hand, Wang Shu had just escaped and before he could recover, he was severely injured by Jun. It was already difficult for him to keep his innate true spirit intact. If he wanted to compete with Shi, he would be powerless. Daoist lunar Kasha, don't blame me. Now that I am the heavenly empress of the heaven court, I naturally have to think for the monster race. Although I am happy that you have appeared, the lunar star is the foundation of the monster race. We cannot lose it. So, for the sake of the monster race, for the sake of my husband and me, I have no choice but to let you sleep in the lunar star. As Shiha spoke, she channeled the power of the lunar star's origin and blasted it towards the innate laurel tree. She did not want to kill it, but she wanted to trap it so that it could not help Wang Shu. The lunar Kasha tree had no choice but to gather its power and resist Shiha's attack with difficulty. As for Wang Shu, it was powerless to help. On the other side, Wang Shu finally got rid of the true sun fire that wrapped around his body. Just as he was about to leave the lunar star, he saw Shiha walking towards him with a smile. We are both innate gods born from the lunar star. Why do you have to force me? Knowing that there was no way he could escape with Shiha around, Wang Shu could only say helplessly. He was also a person with heaven-defying talent. In the primordial age, when his path was cut off, he managed to forge his own path and cultivate to the level of a sage-to-be. It could be seen that he was extraordinary. If he did not suffer a calamity in the primordial age, he would be an ancestor today. Even if his achievements were not as good as Dao ancestor Hongjuan's, he would not be far behind. Unfortunately, a moment of carelessness caused him to die in the calamity. Not only did he miss an era, but his cultivation was also caught up by the younger generation and he ended up being sealed. It was extremely miserable. Sister, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but the monster race has reached a critical moment. There is no room for any accidents. And an existence like you is the biggest accident. You are enough to reverse the situation of the primordial age. So, I must not allow you to be born. At least, not during this calamity. Shiha stopped not far away from Wang Shu. However, she did not make a move. Instead, she explained softly. That's right. My wife is right. Even if you want to be born, you can't do it now. You have to wait until the monster race becomes the overlord of the world. Only then will it be the time for you to be reborn. At that time, my wife and I will come together to welcome you into the world. Is that okay? Jun is here. His voice arrived first before he arrived. A deep voice suddenly sounded on the Taiyin star, causing the great Tao of heaven and earth to resonate and produce many strange phenomena. It was extremely shocking. Alas! Sighing, Wang Shu's heart was full of helplessness. He was already no match for Shiha. With the addition of Jun, who was even stronger, he had even less chance to escape. I will do as you say, fellow Daoist. But, fellow Daoist, aren't you afraid of retribution in the future for treating me like this? Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Wang Shu put away his unnecessary thoughts and said coldly to Jun and Shiha. He had participated in the ferocious beast calamity and even killed the overlord of the innate ferocious beasts, preventing the primordial age from being ravaged by the innate ferocious beasts. He had made great contributions to the world and was a hero of the primordial age. Jun and Shiha treated him like this, so there would definitely be many tribulations. When I attain the Tao, I will be the true celestial emperor of the primordial age. I will preach the Tao on behalf of the heavens and have the power to carry out the heavens. All karma will not affect me. Who can retribution against me? Hearing Wang Shu's words, Jun could not help but laugh. He was the celestial emperor, an existence that was about to attain the Tao. As long as he attained the Tao, any problem would no longer be a problem. How could a mere tribulation hurt him? If he could not attain the Tao, he would definitely not survive the battle between the lichas and demons. The so-called tribulation was even more meaningless to him. Therefore, Jun was fearless. Fellow Daoist, please. At this point, it was time to send Shiha on her way. Not to mention that Shiha was just an innate true spirit. Even if she was at her peak, Di Jun would not be afraid. It would be easy to take her down. At this moment, Wang Shu was close to despair. Chapter 441. Di Jun attacked while Shihi assisted him. Who in the Eldritch world could escape from them in a one-on-one battle? Perhaps. But it was definitely not Wang Shu. Fellow Daoist, run. Just as Wang Shu was in despair and Di Jun and Shihi were about to win, the connate laurel tree that they had neglected suddenly erupted. Dao sounds rumbled between heaven and earth as billions of rays of light bloomed from its body. Innate talismans danced in the air as infinite power emerged, allowing the connate laurel tree to break free from the origin of Taiyin. Whoosh, the connate laurel tree shook its branches as infinite light shone like an ocean of light. It was unusually bright and vast as it swept towards Di Jun and Shihi. The light was dazzling as the connate Daoist rhymes flowed. The Dao patterns were endless, containing the coldness of the Dao of Taiyin and the rhythm of the connate wood elemental Dao. Loneliness and life coexisted, contradictory yet balanced. This was the Dao of the connate laurel tree, the coexistence of Taiyin and wood elemental Dao. In an instant, endless talismans appeared and drowned Di Jun and Shihi. At the same time, the power of Taiyin and the power of life erupted. One froze everything, the other obliterated all life. Di Jun and Shihi were careless and were successfully ambushed by the connate laurel tree, freezing them into ice sculptures. However, Di Jun was too strong. The connate laurel tree could not hurt him at all. It could only trap him while he was careless. But this did not last long. In the blink of an eye, Di Jun shattered the ice on his body and got out of the trap. But this was enough. In a battle between experts, a moment was eternity. A moment was enough for Wang Shu to break free. Taiyin Pearl, activate. Seeing an opportunity, Wang Shu instinctively activated his eternal spiritual treasure, the Taiyin Pearl, without thinking. A silver light rose from Wang Shu's body, growing bigger and bigger until it gradually turned into a bright moon. It looked very similar to the Taiyin star and wrapped around Wang Shu's connate true spirit as it flew towards the Eldritch world. The lunar divine pearl was the first connate spiritual treasure nurtured by the lunar star. It was also the most powerful connate spiritual treasure. With 45 connate divine seals, it was one of the best connate spiritual treasures, second only to connate cardinal treasures. Although it was called a pearl, the Taiyin divine pearl was actually a miniature version of the Taiyin star. It had all the power of the Taiyin star, but it was not as powerful. You want to leave? Not so easy. At this moment, Di Jun had already broken free. When he saw Wang Shu escaping with the lunar divine pearl, he threw out a punch without hesitation. With a boom, the entire starry sky shook. Although Di Jun's punch was not as powerful as Di Zhang's, it was still extremely shocking. It ignored time and space and blasted directly on Wang Shu's body. Even with the protection of the Taiyin divine pearl, Wang Shu's innate true spirit was shattered and he was on the verge of death. He didn't die. Then give me another punch. After the punch, Di Jun seemed to be surprised that he did not kill Wang Shu with one punch. He clenched his fist and was about to throw out another punch. But at this moment, several terrifying divine thoughts suddenly burst out from the depths of the untainted land. They distorted the rules and crossed the boundless void, came to Di Jun's side, and surrounded him. These were the supreme masters of the Archean era. They were not fake masters like Fengdu, but real masters who had lived from the Archean era to the present. Each of them was in the half-step origin realm, and none of them was weaker than Di Jun. What's more, some of them were only a step away from the origin realm, and their realms were even higher than Di Jun's. If Di Jun did not use external forces and only relied on his own strength, he might not be a match for these Archean giants. This scene seemed shocking, but in fact, it was reasonable. Although Di Jun was powerful, these Archean giants were not weak either. Not to mention that they were born at the beginning of the world and had obtained many heaven-defying creations. Even if they had once fought with the Dao ancestor, they might not be inferior to Di Jun and the others. Silence. Endless silence. After these Archean giants appeared, they directly surrounded Di Jun. Although they did not say a word, their meaning was quite clear. They did not allow Di Jun to attack Wang Shu. The longer one lived, the more they cherished the past. It was unknown how long it had been since the Archean era. It was so long ago that the Archean era had become a legend. After many battles, there were not many old antiques who had lived from the Archean era to the present. Looking up, there were fewer and fewer people traveling with them. These Archean giants could not help but feel sad. Now, the moon god had suddenly recovered, and their fellow Daoists of the past had reappeared in the primordial world. There was one more person traveling with them. How could these Archean giants let anything happen to him? They woke up from their deep sleep one after another to protect him. Humph. With a cold snort, Di Jun retracted his fist and returned to the lunar star, no longer chasing after Wang Shu. He had to admit that Di Jun was afraid. Although he was not afraid of these people, there were more than these few experts who had survived from the Archean era. Who knew how many more people were hiding in the dark? If he continued to attack, he would provoke the Archean giants to attack him. Even Daoist Jingxian, who had become a primordial chaos expert on the spot, would not be able to avoid the fate of death. Therefore, he could only retreat. Di Jun was right. If he continued to chase after Wang Shu, even if he was the Celestial Emperor, after this time, he would be skinned even if he did not die. This was because the moment Wang Shu left the lunar star, many Archean giants sensed it. In the far east, the azure dragon sacred beast's divine ability was ready to be unleashed. In the southern undying volcano, the vermilion bird subconsciously took out her Dharma treasure. In the deepest part of the northern underworld, a huge shadow was filled with connate Dao runes, ready to launch a shocking attack at any time. Even the purple cloud palace, which was far away in the sky, had already made a move. Dao ancestor Hong Jun seemed to be hesitating, not knowing if he should make a move. The heavenly Dao Hong Jun was cold and heartless. Naturally, he would not make a move. However, Dao ancestor Hong Jun was one of the most powerful beings in the Archean era. He was also one of the leaders of the connate godfiends during the ferocious beast cataclysm. There was a reason why he had to make a move. Fortunately, Di Jun stopped in time, saving Dao ancestor Hong Jun from a difficult situation. As Di Jun stopped, the Archean giants also withdrew their divine senses. The primordial world once again returned to calm. "Husband, are we going to let Wang Shu go just like that?" On the lunar star, he looked at Di Jun in confusion. Now that the two sides were like fire and water, once Wang Shu recovered his strength, he would definitely take back the position of the lunar star lord. This was a great disadvantage for the demon race. How could they let him escape so easily? Now that he has the protection of the Archean giants, ordinary methods can't deal with him. We can only use other methods. With a mysterious smile, Di Jun already had an idea on how to deal with Wang Shu. What method? He was puzzled and asked. "There's no hurry. We'll talk about it later. Now, let me help you get rid of the hidden danger on the lunar star." With that, Di Jun moved to the front of the connate lunar osmanthus tree. This time, if the connate lunar osmanthus tree hadn't suddenly attacked and frozen the two of them, how could Wang Shu have escaped? Today's matter was all the fault of the lunar osmanthus tree. Chapter 442. Fellow Daoist, why are you doing this? Wang Shu is the moon god. Isn't she he? In front of the laurel tree, Di Jun's heart was filled with anger. Who would have thought that the laurel tree, which had not moved for countless years, would suddenly give him a big surprise? It caught him off guard and allowed Wang Shu to escape. Damn it! What kind of person was Wang Shu? He was one of the peerless experts of the primordial era, a peerless figure who had once competed with the Dao ancestor. His escape this time was like a hidden dragon entering the sea. He would definitely soar into the sky. Not to mention recovering his cultivation. Even if his cultivation was one step higher, it would not be a problem for him to cultivate to the top realm of the primordial era. At that time, the demons would be in big trouble. However, such a figure had escaped because of the laurel tree. How could Di Jun not be angry? At the same time, Di Jun was also a little glad in his heart. He was glad that the laurel tree had erupted at this time and not at another critical moment. If the laurel tree had suddenly erupted during the battle between the liches and demons, it would have given the demons a ruthless blow. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, the laurel tree, an unstable factor, had been exposed, allowing him to be prepared in advance and not be flustered when the time came. It was not necessarily a bad thing for Wang Shu to escape. Heh, moon god? Is she worthy of calling herself the moon god? The lunar star and the lunar star are both supreme stars. They are divided into two extremes of yin and yang. They command endless stars and have no difference in strength. But ever since she married you, the lunar star has become a foil to the sun star and is weaker than the sun star. She is really a good moon god. A divine thought was sent out from the laurel tree with a strong sense of ridicule, which made she, who had rushed here, very angry. However, what the laurel tree said was the truth. She really could not refute it. Don't talk too much. Since fellow Daoist Laurel doesn't know how to appreciate favors, don't blame us for being ruthless. From the laurel tree's attitude, it was not difficult to know that he was determined to go against Di Jun. Thus, Di Jun did not waste any time and directly attacked. Rumble. The power of the sun surged out and shrouded the innate lunar cassia tree. At the same time, on the other side, seeing Di Jun make a move, Shiha also made a move. Silver-white Tai-yin power danced in the air, surging towards the connate moon osmanthus tree. Seal. The Tai-yin and Tai-yang danced together, forming a huge Tai Chi diagram that isolated space and blocked all Daos, completely sealing the space where the connate moon osmanthus tree was. Di Jun, Shi, the two of you are plagued by tribulations and don't have long to live. How long can you seal me? Knowing that it was useless to struggle, the connate laurel tree did not resist and allowed Di Jun to seal it. He was the supreme spiritual root that suppressed the lunar star. He had immeasurable merit, and no one dared to kill him. The amount of negative karma was so great that even a saint would not dare to touch it. If Di Jun killed him, even if the demon race was not exterminated, their vitality would be greatly damaged. Therefore, even though Di Jun was furious, he did not dare to kill him. He could only seal him. This was also the reason why the connate laurel tree was not afraid of Di Jun, knowing that he would not die. He was naturally not afraid of Di Jun. This was the benefit of having the heavenly Tao. No matter how powerful he was, he had to follow the rules of the heavenly Tao and could not act recklessly. Otherwise, if a saint was invincible in the primordial world, wouldn't he be able to kill whoever he wanted? Wouldn't the primordial world be in chaos? Let's go and see fellow Daoist Fushi. After sealing the connate laurel tree, Di Jun pulled Shi and walked towards the sky. If he wanted to deal with Wang Shu, he would need Fushi's help. Only he could calculate Wang Shu's location. Fellow Daoist Fushi, this is the case. Please help. Inside the Fushi palace, Emperor Jun told Fushi everything that had happened. There was no need to hide anything. Di Jun did this for the demon race. He had a clear conscience, so there was naturally no need to hide anything. Moreover, he could not hide it in front of Fushi. Fellow Daoist. What do you want me to say? If there is such a thing in the future, can you let us know? After hearing Di Jun's words, Fushi could not help but feel a headache. He really did not want to get involved in this matter, but it involved the foundation of the demon race, so he could not ignore it. This was really a headache. If this matter was only related to Di Jun, Fushi would be happy to watch a joke. However, it concerned the future of the demon race, so he could not refuse. His involvement with the demon race was too deep. It had reached the point where they were bound together for good or ill. He could not sit back and watch the demon race fall. I did not consider this matter carefully. I have caused a lot of trouble for the demon race. Please forgive me, fellow Daoist. Di Jun was also a little helpless. His plan was clearly good, but who knew that it would turn out like this? From this, it could be seen that the tribulation aura in the world had begun to affect Di Jun's luck, causing him to lose the privilege of doing everything as he wished. Fellow Daoist, it's not difficult to find Wang Shu. But after finding him, what should we do? To Fushi, even if it was a saint, he could still be considered 1 or 2 points. It was not difficult to find Wang Shu's whereabouts. What was difficult was how to deal with Wang Shu after finding him. Kill him? That was impossible. If he really did that, he would probably be torn to pieces by the 2 powerful giants. It was also impossible to imprison him. This person could not be killed, imprisoned, or let go. He was really troublesome. Fellow Daoist, this is easy. Look at what this is. Di Jun had already come to a conclusion about how to deal with Wang Shu. Now that Fushi had spoken, he smiled mysteriously and took out a red ball of air. This is the aura of the red embroidered ball? Fushi looked at the red ball of air in Di Jun's hand and felt that it looked familiar. After thinking for a while, he remembered that the aura emitted by the red ball of air was exactly the same as the aura of the red embroidered ball in his sister's hand. That's right, this is the aura of origin emitted by the red embroidered ball. Nodding, Di Jun said, back then, it was fortunate that fellow Daoist Nuwa went to the lunar star to act as a matchmaker for me. That was how I was able to win Shi-He and complete the heavenly marriage. And the red embroidered ball witnessed my marriage with Shi-He. This also allowed it to share some of the heavenly marriage merit and become one of the symbols of marriage. The red embroidered ball contains the power of the path of marriage. At this point, Di Jun stopped and did not continue. Because there was no need to say any more. The people present were all extremely smart people. Since Di Jun had said this, Fushi and Shi-He naturally guessed his plan. Marriage. This plan was formed around marriage. The red ball was a supreme treasure that symbolized marriage. It could trigger the red Luan star, tie the red line, and set the marriage for people. The red line of the later generations was made based on the red embroidered ball. The red airflow in Di Jun's hand was the aura of origin of the red embroidered ball. Although it was unknown how he obtained it, this power possessed all the abilities of the red embroidered ball. Of course, this aura of origin could only be used once. After one use, it would be exhausted. However, once was enough to deal with Wang Shu. Di Jun clearly wanted to use the power of the red embroidered ball to trigger Wang Shu's red Luan star and make him fall into the love tribulation, thus destroying Wang Shu's Dao fruit. This plan could be said to be brilliant. Even if the ancient giants discovered it, they would have nothing to say. If Wang Shu could not transcend the love tribulation, his state of mind was not good enough. How could he blame outsiders? Fellow Daoist's plan is really brilliant. Even Fushi had to admire Di Jun's wisdom. In an instant, he could think of a brilliant plan. He had to admire him. No. There are still imperfections in this plan. Even if it's a love tribulation, it should be a man and a woman facing it together. Among them, Shi-He already exists. There's still a man left. Who could he be? Suddenly, Fushi's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. Hou-yi. Could this person be Hou-yi? Previously, Hou-yi was severely injured by Shi-he, causing the origin of the moon to enter his body and almost die. With the ability of the witch race, it was not difficult to save Hou-yi's life. However, it was difficult to completely remove the origin of the moon in his body. It was almost impossible. The origin of the moon was already tightly entangled with Hou-yi's origin. If he wanted to completely remove it, he had to remove Hou-yi's origin as well. In this way, if he lost his origin, how could Hou-yi live? However, if he did not remove the origin of the moon, Hou-yi would not be able to unleash 10% of his strength. He would even be attacked by the cold energy of the moon and be in extreme pain. Therefore, the origin of the moon had to be removed. However, in the primordial world, other than the origin of the moon, only the origin of the sun could remove the origin of the moon. The ones who controlled the origin of the sun were Di-jun and Tai-yi. Naturally, they would not save Hou-yi. Then, the only thing that could save Hou-yi was the origin of the moon. Coincidentally, other than Shi-he, another existence that controlled the origin of the moon had escaped into the primordial world. If Di-jun took this opportunity to use the origin of the red embroidered ball and use the connection as a basis to forcefully tie the two of them together and drag the two of them into the love tribulation in one fell swoop, it was completely feasible. Only Shi-he could cure Hou-yi's injuries. If the two of them met this love tribulation, they would definitely not be able to avoid it. They would definitely be trapped in it. I see. Brother, you really have a good method. What a good method. At first, Fushi was only guessing. However, later on, he could already be sure that Di-jun must have planned it this way. This plan could be said to be perfect. Firstly, he could solve the problem of Wang Shu. Secondly, he could take revenge on Hou-yi and make him suffer a fate worse than death. In the primordial world, there was no one else who wanted to get rid of the two of them at the same time except for Di-jun and Shi-he. That's right, just as you thought. Hou-yi killed my 9 sons. How can I let him have it easy? Death would be too easy for him. Only by making him suffer a fate worse than death can I relieve the hatred in my heart. Seeing Fushi's expression, Di-jun knew that he had guessed all of his plans. He could not help but grit his teeth and say. Ever since Di-jun was born, he had never hated a person so much. He wished he could skin him alive and torture him day and night. Hou-yi had killed his 9 sons. That hatred even exceeded his hatred for the Magi. One could imagine his killing intent. However, Di-jun was good at enduring and could hide all his emotions in his heart. That was why he did not let others discover it. Brother, you are really talented. Fushi is far inferior to you. It was not difficult to come up with this plan. Fushi asked himself that if he was given enough time, he could also set up such a perfect plan. However, to be able to come up with such a huge plan and perfect it in an instant was far beyond Fushi's ability. Few people in the primordial world could compare to his intelligence. Shi-he had attacked Hou-yi on her own accord. She had not discussed it with anyone beforehand. Fushi was sure that Di-jun did not know about it previously. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Di-jun was. From the time Hou-yi was injured to Wang Shu's escape, it had only been a moment. He had set up such a huge and perfect plan. Such wisdom was truly admirable. Fellow Daoist, there's no time to lose. It's better to act quickly so that there won't be any delays and other changes. Fushi was still thinking about Di-jun's plan to see if there were any omissions. Shi-he was already a little anxious from waiting and urged him. To Shi-he, Wang Shu could escape, but Hou-yi had to die. Yes. Things will change if we delay. I'll find Wang Shu's location now. Nodding, Dao light appeared on Fushi's body and converged in the air, forming a connate 8 trigrams diagram. It mixed with heaven and earth and searched the endless spacetime for Wang Shu's whereabouts. In just a moment, Wang Shu's image appeared in the Khanate 8 trigrams diagram. However, he was not in a good state. Di Jun was still too strong. Although Wang Shu was blocked by the divine pearl of Taiyin, Wang Shu was still affected. His innate true spirit, which was already weak, became even weaker and showed signs of collapsing. At this time, there was no need for others to do anything. If Wang Shu's injuries were allowed to continue, his innate true spirit would completely collapse in less than 1,000 years, and he would fall into a state of death again. That's even better. I was just thinking about how to hide from Wang Shu's perception. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Seeing this scene, Di Jun could not help but be surprised. Although his plan was perfect, there were still shortcomings. No matter what, Wang Shu was still a figure who stunned an era. How could he be at his mercy? However, Wang Shu's serious injuries gave him a chance. Fellow Daoist, hurry up and do something. Let's work together to seal Wang Shu's true spirit and force him to reincarnate. In that case, won't he be at our mercy? The innate true spirit, which was on the verge of collapse, lost the memories of his previous life. The possibility of Wang Shu escaping from Di Jun's hands was almost zero. Okay. With a loud shout, Di Jun, Fushi, and Shiha attacked together. They used their most powerful means to break through layers of the void and hit Wang Shu in the distance. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Taiyin divine pearl was hit until its spiritual light dimmed and retracted into Wang Shu's body. Without the protection of the Taiyin divine pearl, 3 powerful forces directly hit Wang Shu's body and turned into 3 unbreakable power seals, sealing Wang Shu's spiritual intelligence. Again. The first attack worked, and the second attack came right after. Last time, it was to seal Wang Shu's spiritual intelligence. This time, it was to let him reincarnate. Rumble. The void was shattered, and the laws were distorted. A pitch-black crack appeared and swallowed Wang Shu's true spirit. This was the reincarnation passage that Di Jun and the other 2 opened with supreme magic power to ensure that Wang Shu could only become the most ordinary creature in the untainted land after his reincarnation. Chapter 443. How dare you! Just as Wang Shu fell into the reincarnation passage, the ancient giants living in seclusion in the depths of the untainted land finally realized that something was wrong. They roared and charged toward Di Jun and the other 2. Rumble. Immediately, the sky was enveloped by all kinds of lights, and it was a vast expanse. The aura of the Great Path wantonly spread out and pressed toward the 3 people in the Fushi Palace. Humph. There was no need for Di Jun and Shihi to attack. Fushi snorted coldly and mobilized the original power of heaven. He reached out his hand and wiped out all the attacks. Heaven was one of the 9 heavens and the foundation of Fushi. If he was injured here, it would really become a joke in the untainted land. After the attack failed, the ancient giants did not continue to attack. Instead, they released their divine thoughts to search for traces of Wang Shu in the untainted land. They were in heaven. Unless their true bodies descended, they were no match for Fushi. However, once their true bodies descended, they would definitely be besieged by the experts of the demon clan. Therefore, they could not do anything to Fushi. In that case, why waste time fighting with them? It was more important to find Wang Shu's whereabouts first. In the future, Wang Shu would personally settle the karma with Di Jun and the others. Fellow Daoist, sorry to trouble you. Seeing the ancient giants looking for Wang Shu, Di Jun smiled coldly and turned to Fushi beside him. He wanted Fushi to hide the secrets of heaven about Wang Shu so that these ancient giants would not be able to find his whereabouts. In this way, they would not interfere with his plan. Okay. Fushi nodded and formed a Dao seal with his hands. The Khanate 8 trigrams suddenly appeared and merged with the void. It triggered the endless great path and caused the secrets of heaven about Wang Shu to become boundless. With Fuxi's help, unless Dao ancestor Hong Jun helped, even a saint would not be able to calculate Wang Shu's whereabouts. Fuxi was so powerful in the Dao of Heaven's secrets. Fellow Daoist, thank you for today's matter. After doing all this, Di Jun thanked Fuxi apologetically. Today, he had caused Fuxi a lot of trouble. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Fuxi at all. However, because of him, Fuxi was dragged into this matter and formed a huge karma with Wang Shu. If Wang Shu had fallen into oblivion forever, then so be it. However, if Wang Shu returned from his tribulation and improved his cultivation by a few steps, he would definitely settle the score with Fuxi. That would be a huge problem. Forget it. Fellow Daoist, you're doing this for the demon race. However, this sort of thing is truly despicable. Fuxi will not do such a thing again. I won't interfere with what happens next. I hope you won't take offense. At this point, Fuxi could not say much. He could only say that he would not do such a thing again in the future. He also said that he would not interfere in the following matters. I've troubled you enough today, fellow Daoist. I'll do the rest myself. How could I let you do it? After chatting with Fuxi for a while, Di Jun took Shiha and left in a hurry. Wang Shu had been dealt with. All that was left was to plot against Ho Yi and make him meet and fall in love with Wang Shu according to Di Jun's plan. Alas! I don't know if this is good or bad. In the hall, not long after Di Jun and Shiha left, Fuxi could not help but sigh. His eyes revealed a hint of confusion. After Wang Shu reincarnated, he could not see the trajectory of Wang Shu's fate. This meant that something had happened, causing the plan to be out of their control. He did not know if this change was good or bad. However, Fuxi knew that he could not tell Di Jun. At this moment, Di Jun was completely immersed in the pleasure of revenge. Even if he said it, Di Jun would not believe him. He would even have a bad impression of him because of this. He would ruin the relationship between the two of them for no reason. The hatred brought about by the pain of losing his son had already blinded Di Jun's eyes, causing him to lose his former great talent and strategy. The 10 golden crows were Di Jun's flaw. The flaw that the heavenly Tao had prepared for him. It was laughable that he did not know it. Back then, Di Jun was so talented and high-spirited. It could be said that he had no flaws at all and could be said to be perfect. The reason why everyone followed him was that they were convinced by his charm. However, ever since the birth of the 10 golden crows, everything had changed. Di Jun's heart had a touch of tenderness, and his heart gradually weakened. He seemed to have become an ordinary father. But he was the heavenly emperor. How could this be? Back then, when the 10 golden crows were born, Fuxi had felt that something was wrong. Di Jun was the heavenly emperor. He was boundless and indestructible. He would definitely rule the primordial world forever. So, how could the crown prince be born? The birth of the 10 golden crows. There must be some kind of scheme. In the past, no matter how Fuxi thought about it, he could not understand the problem of the 10 golden crows. It was not until the 9 golden crows fell that he came to a realization. The appearance of the 10 golden crows was to break Di Jun's invincible Dao heart. With a flaw in his Dao heart, Di Jun would no longer be perfect. As a result, there would be a flaw and the possibility of being schemed against by others. The future of the demon clan is worrying. The more he knew, the more he understood how dark the future of the demon clan was going to be. How terrifying the enemy they had to face was. Even someone as strong as Fuxi could not help but feel powerless. The heavenly Tao wanted to destroy the demon clan. What could all living beings do? The fate of the demon clan had been foretold when the 10 golden crows were born. It was just that no one had thought of it. The crown prince. The Crown Prince. If Di Jun had always been the Heavenly Emperor, where would the Crown Prince come from? Wasn't this a sign that Di Jun would not be the Heavenly Emperor for long? Not to mention the Demon Clan, after Wang Shu's intelligence was sealed by Di Jun and the other two, he completely lost his consciousness. Even when he was sent into the reincarnation passage, he did not feel anything. He was ignorant, like a newborn baby. Therefore, no matter what Di Jun arranged for him, he could not resist. However, Wang Shu could not resist, but it did not mean that other things could not resist. Buzz. 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 In Wang Shu's body, the Taiyin Divine Pearl sensed that its master's situation was not good. Suddenly, it trembled violently. Wisps of connate Taiyin origin surged out of its body and poured into Wang Shu's connate true spirit. When the Taiyin Divine Pearl saw that Wang Shu was in danger, it did not hesitate to destroy its own foundation to help him escape. The Taiyin Divine Pearl was simply a miniature version of the Taiyin Star. Its origin power was the most compatible with Wang Shu. With its efforts at all costs, although it could not break the seal that Di Jun and the other two left in Wang Shu's body, it gradually stabilized his connate true spirit and was no longer so weak. This change was unexpected by Di Jun and the other two. It caused a change in Di Jun's perfect plan. Boom! In the reincarnation passage, the afterlife that Di Jun left behind was activated. Waves of reincarnation power surged out, pulling Wang Shu's connate true spirit and trying to push him into the reincarnation. This was a great technique that Di Jun created after observing Ho Tu's reincarnation. Although it was not as powerful as the 6 paths of reincarnation, it should be more than enough to deal with a severely injured Wang Shu. At least, that was what Di Jun thought. Unfortunately, he did not expect that the Taiyin Divine Pearl would be willing to destroy itself for its master so that Wang Shu could escape. This caused the situation to change. Buzz, perhaps it sensed Wang Shu's danger, the Taiyin Divine Pearl trembled even more violently. The connate Taiyin origin poured out of its body like a vast ocean, protecting Wang Shu's connate true spirit and fighting against the reincarnation power. Crack. As the Taiyin origin and the reincarnation power were in a stalemate, a crisp cracking sound came from the Taiyin Divine Pearl. The Taiyin Divine Pearl was already dimmed by Di Jun and the other two. Coupled with the large-scale loss of its connate origin, it finally could not hold on any longer. It fell from the supreme grade connate spiritual treasure level to the superior grade connate spiritual treasure level. Even so, it did not give up. It continued to release the connate Taiyin origin to protect Wang Shu's connate true spirit, preventing it from being invaded by reincarnation power. However, under the suppression of the reincarnation power, its aura became weaker and weaker. Obviously, it could not hold on for much longer. Fortunately, without the support of Di Jun's Dharma power, the reincarnation power was like a tree without roots. Its power could not be endless. As it fought with the Taiyin Divine Pearl, its power was also weakening. Just like this, the two forces were in a stalemate. At the same time, as time passed, the two forces became weaker and weaker. Finally, one day, the Taiyin Divine Pearl's level fell to the level of a middle-grade connate spiritual treasure. The two forces reached a subtle balance. Wang Shu's connate true spirit gradually turned into a baby, and its power weakened. However, the power did not dissipate. Instead, it turned into flesh and bones, creating a new connate Taoism aptitude for Wang Shu. A connate Taoism aptitude in the form of a baby. Obviously, this was the effect of the reincarnation power. However, the strange thing was that Wang Shu did not reincarnate into any race in the primitive world. Instead, he still existed in the appearance of a connate god-fiend created by heaven and earth. Although the newborn Wang Shu's power was very weak, and he was only in the connate realm, his essence was indeed a connate saint and incomparably noble. Di Jun's plan to reincarnate him into an ordinary creature of the primitive world was declared a failure. Speaking of which, if Chang'e was really an ordinary human, as a noble Khanate god-fiend, why would she be interested in a filthy Khanate god-fiend? One had to know that. In the eyes of Khanate god-fiends, Khanate Chi was the most filthy existence in the world. It was like a mortal looking at feces and urine. Think about it, if it were you, would you like an item made of feces and urine? No matter how beautiful it was, you wouldn't take a second look at it. The moment Wang Shu's reincarnation succeeded, the reincarnation passage suddenly shattered, and Wang Shu fell into the primitive world. One day, a meteor suddenly fell into a valley shrouded in moonlight in the primitive world. Then, within 10,000 miles of this place, divine light shone, auspicious chi fell, and auspicious clouds shrouded the area, creating thousands of strange phenomena. In the deep valley, there was an illusion of a bright moon. It was faintly discernible, interweaving with countless mysterious Khanate runes. It was incomparably sacred. The phenomenon in the sky naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding races. They thought that a treasure had appeared, and they all rushed here. Coincidentally, the strongest faction here was one of the human tribes, the Chang tribe. After discovering this place, he didn't dare to act rashly. On one hand, he set up a formation to seal this place. On the other hand, he notified the imperial court of the abnormality here, asking them to send experts to deal with it. In the imperial court, the human elder Dongyun, who was worrying about the human emperor's marriage, suddenly had a thought when he heard this. He felt that his opportunity had arrived, and he quickly rushed to the Chang tribe. The birth of an innate god-fiend was extraordinary. Even after Wang Shu reincarnated, she only had the cultivation of the innate realm. There were still countless strange phenomena, but the commotion was smaller. When the phenomenon ended, it was already 3 years later. Wah, 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 wah. As soon as the phenomenon ended, the cries of a baby could be heard from the depths of the valley. Each cry was louder than the last, moving one's expression. What a great fortune! After hearing these cries, Dongyun was not shocked. Instead, he was overjoyed. Without the slightest hesitation, Dongyun leaped up and rushed into the depths of the valley. He was not worried about the danger at all. Of course, he did not need to worry about the danger. Dongyun was now very powerful. He was promoted by the human emperor's choice of marriage. With the human emperor's protection, no danger could hurt him. Even if someone wanted to kill him, they would be punished by the human emperor. Good. 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 A heavenly goddess. Only then can she be worthy of our emperor. The moment he saw Wang Shu, Dongyun felt that the human emperor had appeared in front of him. He immediately understood the identity of the baby girl in front of him. The empress chosen by the human emperor. You were born in the Chang clan. From now on, you will be called Chang'e. Dongyun went forward and picked up Chang'e. Chang represented the human tribe. E described a woman's beautiful appearance. Together, Chang'e meant the most beautiful woman in the Chang tribe. Dongyun gave Wang Shu this name because he said that when she grew up, she would be a peerless beauty. After that, afraid that outsiders would discover the abnormality of this place, Dongyun first instructed the members of the Chang tribe not to leak any information about this place. Then, he brought Chang'e back to the imperial court as quickly as possible. When Chang'e arrived at the imperial court, Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion, suddenly frowned. He vaguely felt that something about him was about to happen. However, no matter how he deduced, he did not gain anything. He could only give up. Feng Zichen could not tell that Fuxi had personally interfered with the heavenly secret. However, in his heart, he was secretly vigilant. He was now a popular figure in the primordial world. It was hard to guarantee that no one would secretly plot against him. They had to weigh the weight of him, the great Daoist priest. The waters of the primordial world were too deep. Even a saint could fall if he was not careful, let alone Feng Zichen. It was better to be careful. Feng Zichen could not tell that Fuxi had personally interfered with the heavenly secret. After Dongyun brought Chang Yi back to the imperial court, he did not bring her to the ancestral temple to pay respects to Nuwa. Instead, he placed her in the home of a human couple. No matter how good Chang Yi's background was, she was only in the Khanate realm and was a baby. Of course, she could not be the empress. Therefore, according to Dongyun's plan, he had to wait for Chang Yi to reach the golden immortal realm before bringing her to pay respects to Nuwa to see if she was qualified to become the empress. After that, when Chang Yi grew up a little, Dongyun taught her the lunar scripture and asked her to cultivate hard in order to reach the golden immortal realm as soon as possible. Chapter 444. The Taiyin scripture was also known as the Taiyin scripture. It was an extraordinary scripture with a shocking origin. It was not a cultivation technique created after birth, but a scripture born of innate fortune. Feng Zichen's true spirit had been living in the North Star for so many years, and he hadn't been idle. Apart from comprehending the great Tao, he had been observing Zhouxing, hoping to gain some enlightenment. Not to mention, by observing the stars day and night, he had really comprehended 365 innate Daoist scriptures, which corresponded to the number of innate Daoist scriptures, and each of them led directly to the level of a perfected golden immortal. The Taiyin scripture was one of the Xiantian Dao scriptures born from the Taiyin star. It was also the supreme scripture among the 365 Xiantian Dao scriptures, mainly describing the Dao of Taiyin. However, the Dao scripture was too famous. Feng Zichen was afraid of causing trouble, so when he passed it down to his clansmen, he simplified it and renamed it the Taiyin scripture. Only when his clansmen reached the golden immortal realm would they pass down the true Xiantian Dao scripture. This way, it wouldn't attract the attention of outsiders. As an elder of the human race and a half-step Daluo Jingxian, Dongyun naturally cultivated the true Taiyin scripture. What he passed to Chang Yi was naturally not the simplified version cultivated by ordinary clansmen, but the true Taiyin scripture, the Xiantian Dao scripture personally passed down by Feng Zichen. Chang Yi's previous life was Wangshu, the most ancient moon god born from the Taiyin star. She had dabbled in all the Xiantian Dao scriptures born from the Taiyin star and walked her own path. It could be said that she had a deep understanding of them. The Taiyin scripture was naturally among them. As such, Chang Yi displayed astonishing talent as soon as she came into contact with the Sutra of the Highest Demon. A cold, bright moon rose from behind her, resonating with the supreme star, the lunar star, that resided in the boundless starry sky. Then, under Dongyun's incredulous gaze, strands of innate Taiyin origin drooped down from the Taiyin star and merged into Chang Yi's body along the moon's shadow behind her. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Dongyun sure seemed to have received a great shock. She repeatedly exclaimed that this was impossible. When an ordinary person first started cultivating the scripture of extreme Yin, they would only absorb the moonlight from the lunar star. Only when their cultivation base continued to increase would they be able to draw upon the power of the lunar star from the boundless starry sky. As for someone like Chang Yi, who directly used the innate great Yin essence to establish her foundation, this was simply unheard of. Even Feng Zichen could barely draw upon the power of the lunar star when he first cultivated the lunar sutra. He was far inferior to Chang Yi. Only a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven could summon the innate source of great all-embracing heaven from the great all-embracing heaven star. Moreover, it was a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven who had attained the Tao of great all-embracing heaven. Otherwise, an ordinary golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven would not be able to do it. Although Wang Shu had reincarnated into Chang Yi, her essence remained the same. She was still an innate saint nurtured by the lunar star. As the top innate god in the prehistoric era, she was naturally protected by the lunar star. Drawing upon the innate Taiyin source might be impossible for others, but to her, it was as simple as eating and drinking. It was an instinct that had been carved into her body. Although Dong Yunshi was a human elder, his knowledge was limited. He could not see through the intricacies of this, which was why he was so shocked by Chang Yi's abnormality. If it were a Tai Jingxian from the monster race, shaman race, or dragon race, they would be able to deduce Chang Yi's origin upon seeing this scene. This was the difference in foundation. It was not something that could be made up overnight. It required time to settle down. The human race still had a long way to go before they could become the main characters of the world. But what an ordinary Daoist Jingxian could not do, Chang Yi easily did. Didn't this mean that Chang Yi's origin was far greater than Daoist Jingxian's? At this thought, Dong Yunshi couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. He knew that Chang Yi's origin was not simple. This could be seen from the phenomenon that came with her birth. But Chang Yi's origin was so great that he had not expected it. Would it be a blessing or a curse for him to bring such a person back to the human race? At this time, Dong Yunshi began to feel fear. Was it really appropriate to bring Chang Yi back to the human race so rashly? Would her identity bring great trouble to the human race? The worry in his heart made Dong Yunshi worry about the future of the human race. But soon, all the worry in his heart was replaced by ecstasy. Only such a woman was worthy of the human emperor and could become the empress of the human race. As for trouble, the human race was born from Yua's good fortune. It was her opportunity to attain the Tao. Who would dare risk offending a saint to exterminate the human race? Dong Yunshi and most of the human race had limited knowledge after all. They did not know the depth of the primordial world. They thought that with the saint's protection, the human race could sit back and relax. But they did not know that the truly important figures were not necessarily afraid of saints. They even dared to scheme against saints, let alone the human race. Chang Yi's talent was heaven-defying. In less than 10,000 years, she had cultivated to become a golden immortal. Dong Yunshi was worried that she did not know the evil of the human heart and that the world was difficult. It would be difficult for her to help Feng Zichen rule the human race, so he sent her out to gain experience and broaden her knowledge. He did not ask her to travel the entire primordial world. It would be enough if she could see the entire human territory. When Chang Yi returned from her experience, it would be time for her to pay a visit to Nuwa. At that time, as long as she obtained the Nuwa's consent, Chang Yi would be the empress of the human race. As for Feng Zichen's opinion? Since the Holy Mother had agreed, Feng Zichen's opinion was not so important. Chang Yi spent more than 3,000 years touring the human forces in the primordial world. Then she set off for the East Sea to take a look at the Seven Planets Prefecture. Just as Chang Yi was rushing to the East Sea, Ho Yi, who had been recuperating for more than 10,000 years, walked out of the Pangu Hall with a pale face and rushed to the East Sea. In the past 10,000 years, the ancestral magi had used all their means, but they could only suppress Ho Yi's injuries and could not completely heal him. The Khanate Supreme in origin was too difficult to deal with. Everyone was helpless and could only let Ho Yi go to the East Sea to try his luck. Dong Wangkung. The East Sea had Dong Wangkung. He was an Khanate saint born from the Khanate Supreme Yang origin. His achievements in the Tao of Yang were not inferior to Tai Yi and Di Jun. He could definitely remove the Khanate Supreme in origin in Ho Yi's body. Although he had long died, his Tao field was still in the East Sea. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be any treasures left in it that could help Ho Yi. Besides, even if it failed, Ho Yi would not lose anything. Anyway, he had to give it a try. If he did not try, how would he know if it would succeed? If the East Sea could not do it, the ancestral magi decided to go to West Kunlun and beg the Queen Mother of the West. This Khanate goddess born from the Khanate Supreme in origin also had the ability to heal Ho Yi. However, the relationship between the magi and the many mighty figures of the primordial world was not very good. In fact, it was very bad. In the early years, the magi were too arrogant. They had always considered themselves the masters of the primordial world and had offended almost all the mighty figures of the primordial world. Now that they had a favor to ask of others, the ancestral magi were not confident about the chances of success. Otherwise, they would not have used this method as their last resort. 1,000 years later, Chang Yi returned from the East Sea. Dong Yun immediately gathered all the elders of the human clan who were still alive. Under their witness, he brought Chang Yi into the human clan's ancestral temple to pay respects to Goddess Nuwa. Goddess Jin and Dong Yun has something to ask of you. In the ancestral temple, Dong Yun bowed respectfully to the statue of Goddess Nuwa. Greetings, Goddess Mother. After a long time, although the statue of Nuwa did not move, Dong Yun felt a gaze coming from the underworld and watching him. He immediately knew that Goddess Nuwa had arrived. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed. What's the matter? An indifferent voice sounded, as if the great Tao was rumbling, resounding in Dong Yun's ears. Goddess, the human emperor has been ruling for a long time and has not appointed an empress. We are worried that the yin and yang are out of balance. Therefore, we have searched for tens of thousands of years and found a gentle woman. We want to ask the human emperor to appoint her as the empress. Goddess, you are the goddess of the human clan. Naturally, the empress has to be approved by you. Therefore, I specially brought Chang Yi to pay respects to you and let you see if she has the potential to become an empress. When Nuwa asked, Dong Yun did not dare to hide anything. He hurriedly told her the purpose of his visit. Choosing an empress for Feng Zichen. Hearing this, Nuwa could not help but find it funny. What kind of status did Feng Zichen have now? In the primordial world, there were only a few goddesses who were worthy of him. How could a mere human find a woman worthy of him? But since Dong Yun had brought Chang Yi here, it would be unreasonable to not take a look. With this thought in mind, Nuwa turned her gaze to Chang Yi. With this look, Nuwa was shocked. She actually felt an extremely pure lunar origin from the woman in front of her. It was not inferior to Shihe's at all. But how was this possible? Shihe was the goddess of lunar origin, the ruler of the lunar star. No one in the primordial world should be able to defeat her in the Tao of lunar origin. Strange, really strange. In confusion, Nuwa could not help but carefully size up Chang Yi. Only then did she realize that the person in front of her was an innate saint. Like Shihe, she was an innate saint born from the lunar star. Boom! This discovery shocked Nuwa. She could not care less. With a thought, she directly moved Chang Yi from the human clan's ancestral temple to Empress Wa's palace. Nuwa's movements were so fast that Chang Yi did not notice the slightest abnormality. By the time she reacted, the surrounding environment had already changed. Greetings, Nuwa. Chang Yi could not help but feel a little flustered when she suddenly came to an unfamiliar place. But when she saw the person in front of her, she calmed down and bowed gracefully. Although she had never really seen Nuwa, who else could make a move in the Nuwa temple other than Nuwa? Moreover, the appearance of the person in front of her was exactly the same as the statue of Nuwa in the ancestral temple. As long as she was not stupid, she could guess the identity of this person. Chang Yi. Good name. At this time, Nuwa had already recognized Chang Yi's origin and understood the series of plans surrounding her. Although Fushi's methods were strong, he could not hide it from his biological sister. Although the methods of the human Tao were hidden, Nuwa had become a saint by completing the human Tao. Her relationship with the human Tao was naturally very close. Coupled with her achievements in the Tao of marriage, the matter of human marriage could not be hidden from her. Therefore, after understanding all of this, Nuwa immediately made a decision in her heart. She must facilitate this matter at all costs and let Feng Zichen and Chang Yi complete the human marriage. She did this not only for the human clan, but also for Fushi. In Wang Shu becoming Chang Yi, Fuxi had played a big role in it. The karma between Wang Shu and him was very deep. If Wang Shu returned, he would definitely settle accounts with Fuxi. At that time, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Nuwa planned to erase the karma in advance before Wang Shu returned. The human marriage was the method that Nuwa thought of. Human marriage should be born for the human Tao. It would bring great merit and great luck. If Chang Yi and Feng Zichen completed the human marriage, she would definitely obtain a lot of merit. With this merit, it would be much easier for Chang Yi to return to the peak or even go further. She would not need to spend a lot of time. She could also use this to get rid of Di Jun's scheme. It could be said that she could kill several birds with one stone. Yes. With this, the karma between Wang Shu and Fuxi could be considered to be settled. Although she had suffered a calamity because of Fuxi, she had also obtained great merit because of it. Everything had its own destiny. That was how it was. Moreover, marrying Feng Zichen was not a disgrace to Wang Shu. He was the descendant of Pangu, the primordial sword ancestor, the great Daoist priest who was invincible in the Daoist Jingxian realm. In the future, he would definitely become the primordial Daoist Jingxian. In terms of status and future achievements, he was not inferior to Wang Shu and even surpassed her. What was there for her to be dissatisfied with? It was not certain who would be wronged. As for whether Feng Zichen was willing to marry Wang Shu, this was not in Nuwa's consideration. This was the lunar goddess, the most ancient lunar goddess. To be able to marry her was a great fortune. Disagreeing? Was he crazy? To be honest, Nuwa could still make the decision for Feng Zichen. Just the fact that the human race was created by her was enough. From the beginning to the end, Nuwa did not have the intention to kill Chang Yi. It was because an existence like Wang Shu could not be completely killed. Even if she died, she would be resurrected at any time. Especially this kind of great divine ability who had contributed to the primordial world, they could not even completely seal her. There would always be all kinds of accidents that would help her escape. Wang Shu was the best example. Di Jun and Shihe working together could not be said to be weak. However, the two of them worked together to seal Wang Shu, and she still escaped. This already explained everything. Just like Red Cloud, with the ability of the Western Saints, it was not difficult to make her unable to revive. However, the two of them did not do so. Instead, they quietly waited for Red Cloud to revive so that they could achieve the Tao and end the karma. It was because the two of them understood that as long as the primordial world was not destroyed, Red Cloud would never die. She would be resurrected at any time to find them to repay the karma. If they stopped Red Cloud from resurrecting, they would be causing trouble for themselves. Imagine, the two of them had just sealed Red Cloud forever. Someone here did not like the two of them and secretly released Red Cloud. Hiss. That scene was really terrifying just thinking about it. With the previous hatred and old hatred, no matter how good Red Cloud's temper was, she would not let Zhundi rest in peace. Therefore, Zhundi was so smart that he would never leave such a big flaw for the enemy. The higher one stood, the more they could see the essence of things and the more comprehensive their consideration. Turning a disadvantage into an advantage and achieving the greatest results at the smallest price was what they had to do. Chapter 445. Killing had always been a last resort, not the best way. Saints disdain to do it. What a good child. Get up quickly, let me take a good look. With a plan in mind, Nuwa walked to Chang Yi's side and gently helped her up with a smile. After that, Nuwa carefully sized up Chang Yi's face for a while and couldn't help but praise. What a beautiful girl. The beauty of the moon goddess was naturally the best in the primordial world. Moreover, Wang Shu had gone through a lot. Although she was colder than Shihe, she had a more pitiful temperament. Her beauty seemed to be even more outstanding. Even Nuwa felt pity when she saw her. Of course, this didn't mean that Nuwa and other goddesses couldn't compare to Wang Shu in terms of beauty. It was just that their temperaments were different in the eyes of different people. Connate god-fiends were the most perfect creatures in the primordial world. They were born with the will of heaven and earth. They were the appearance of Tao, the manifestation of Tao in the human world. On the outside, they were naturally handsome men and beautiful women. However, each Tao had its own attributes, causing their personalities and temperaments to be different. Beauty and ugliness were born because of this. After all, in the case of having the same appearance, temperament became the only plus point. "Goddess, you flatter me," Chang'e replied with some fear. Being treated so kindly by Nuwa, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. It was because the current her was not the ancient moon goddess Wang Shu, but the human girl Chang'e, facing the creator of the human race, the supreme saint of the primordial world. It would be strange if she wasn't nervous. "Alright, don't be nervous. Do you think I'll eat you?" Seeing the existence of the primordial world acting so cautiously in front of her, Nuwa found it amusing and couldn't help but make a joke. "Goddess." Nuwa's behavior made Chang'e even more nervous. She called out in a low voice and couldn't say anything. "Hee hee." Nuwa chuckled twice. She also knew the principle of stopping before going too far. Otherwise, when Wang Shu returned and remembered that she had teased her, it would be inevitable that there would be another karma. Thinking up to this point, Nuwa adjusted her expression and returned to her previous serious appearance. Then, she began to talk to Chang'e about serious matters. "The human race wants to make you empress and marry Feng Zichen. That's why I brought you here to ask for my opinion. As for you, I am extremely satisfied. Therefore, I will not object to this matter. Now, it's up to you. If you agree, I will order the human race to prepare for your marriage. If you don't agree, I will take you as my disciple. From then on, you will reside in Empress Wa's palace and sever your ties with the mortal world." Nuwa's idea was very good. If this marriage didn't work out, she would take Chang'e as her disciple. She could also end the karma for Fushi. However, in this way, it would be hard to avoid a direct confrontation with Di Jun, which would also be a big problem. In any case, it would not be as good as getting married. The protection of the human race was not just for show. If Wang Shu became the protagonist of the human marriage, Di Jun would have to consider carefully if the demon race could withstand the backlash of the human race. However, although Nuwa's heart was more focused on the human marriage, she would not force Chang'e. Instead, she would let her make her own choice. As a saint, she still had this little bit of breadth of mind. "Yes. Chang'e is willing to marry your majesty." Nuwa's straightforward question made Chang'e's face turn red with embarrassment. However, she still gently nodded her head and replied as if she was mumbling. As a woman, it was already a great courage for Chang'e to say such shameful words. To ask her to say it out loud was a little difficult. However, although the voice was soft, it was enough to express Chang'e's intentions. This made Nuwa heave a sigh of relief. She also did not want to fall out with Di Jun directly. However, Nuwa did not know that ever since Dongyun picked up Chang'e, she had made up her mind to cultivate her to be the empress of the human race. Therefore, in order to prevent any unforeseen events from happening, Dongyun had been instilling in Chang'e the concept that she was Feng Zichen's future wife in addition to teaching her etiquette when she was young. Over time, her heart was naturally tied to Feng Zichen. Therefore, in the face of Nuwa's inquiry, how could Chang'e not agree? Good, good, good. Zichen must have accumulated a lot of good fortune to be able to receive your assistance. Feeling happy, Nuwa took off a hairpin from her head and personally put it on Chang'e's head. This hairpin was pure gold in color. It was shaped like a phoenix spreading its wings and about to fly. Therefore, it was named the pure gold phoenix hairpin. It was a superior grade innate spirit treasure and was extremely extraordinary. Once activated, it could transform into a pure gold phoenix to fight against enemies. It could spit out nirvana heavenly flames and had the ability to destroy all things. A treasure bestowed by a saint was naturally no small matter. As soon as Chang's spiritual sense came into contact with the pure gold phoenix hairpin, her true spirit imprint was automatically imprinted on it, and she had preliminary control of this treasure. If she refined it for another 100 years, she would be able to completely control this treasure. It was just like a lifelong spirit treasure. As Chang'e refined the pure gold phoenix hairpin, the origin and use of it spontaneously appeared in her mind. "Thank you, Empress." Knowing the preciousness of this treasure, Chang'e hurriedly thanked her. "You're welcome. You're about to become the Empress of the human race. If you don't have a treasure with you, won't you be looked down upon by outsiders?" Nuwa gave Chang'e a treasure, and it was her personal treasure. Of course, her intention was not simple. Firstly, it was to express her love for her. Secondly, it was to tell others that Chang'e was not someone without a background. There was a saint standing behind her. Thirdly, it was to hide Chang'e's true identity. If the marriage was successful, it would definitely shock the entire primordial world. It was unknown how many people would be attracted. In this way, it would be difficult to hide Chang'e's identity. Therefore, Nuwa added insurance for her in advance. The pure gold phoenix hairpin hid a strand of her spiritual sense. If someone deduced Chang'e's origin, that strand of spiritual sense would erupt and deduce the endless power of creation, weaving a new identity for Chang'e, an innate god-fiend born from Nuwa's blood essence. This way, no one would pursue Chang'e's identity to avoid offending Nuwa. "You can go back. After you and Zichen are married, you can come here with him to visit me." With that, Nuwa waved her hand and sent Chang'e back to the human ancestral temple. Along with her was a decree, a rainbow-colored crown, and a rainbow-colored feather robe. The decree was Nuwa's decree to confer Chang'e the title of Empress of the human race. The 7-colored crown and 7-colored feather robe were the wedding clothes that Nuwa had prepared for Chang'e. They were both middle-grade connate numinous treasures that could block Daoist Jinxian's attack. It had to be said that Nuwa had considered everything very thoroughly. She knew that with the foundation of the human race, it would be difficult to prepare a suitable wedding dress for Chang'e. She might as well prepare it all at once and save the human race the trouble. After all, 3 connate numinous treasures were nothing to her. Nuwa might not have the most connate numinous treasures in the primordial world, but she definitely did not lack connate numinous treasures. Because she had the cauldron of heaven and earth, she could directly refine any connate numinous treasure she needed. It was very convenient. The 7-colored crown and 7-colored feather robe fell and disappeared into Chang'e's glabella. The decree was laid flat on the altar and displayed in front of everyone. What was recorded on it was nothing more than Nuwa agreeing to make Chang'e the Empress. "Her Majesty has agreed. She ordered us to prepare for the wedding." Dongyun took a step forward and saw the contents of the decree clearly. She could not help but be overjoyed and said to everyone. After that, everyone paid their respects to Goddess Nuwa, and then they left to prepare for the wedding. During this process, no one told Feng Zichen, and no one cared about Feng Zichen's opinion. It was because Nuwa had said that she would personally talk to Feng Zichen about this matter. This made the human race elders heave a sigh of relief. Although they had acted unusually tough in the human emperor's palace and forced Feng Zichen to bow his head, if Feng Zichen was determined to disagree, they could do nothing. Back then, Feng Zichen had agreed because he had predicted that they would not be able to find a suitable candidate, but he had missed the human race. The human race elders could not find a suitable candidate, but could the human race not find one? A moment of carelessness had caused a lot of trouble for himself. What's going on? Why am I suddenly feeling uneasy? It seems that something big is about to happen to me. Just as the human race elders were preparing for his wedding with Chang Bi, Feng Zichen, the protagonist, finally sensed that something was wrong and woke up from his cultivation. Damn it! Why can't I divine it? Realizing that something was wrong, Feng Zichen naturally used the deduction technique to search for the source of the matter. However, whether it was the connate 8 trigrams passed down by Fuxi, the Tao deduction technique passed down by the Grand Pure One, or the heavenly cycle dipper that he had comprehended from Zhouxing, he did not find any clues. This is the work of a powerful being, concealing the mysteries of heaven. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen figured out the reason. The deduction techniques that he had learned were all top-notch in the primordial world. In theory, he could calculate everything in the primordial world. However, that was in the hands of the Creator, not him. Although these 3 techniques were good, they were ultimately someone else's and not his. He could not use them smoothly. Ordinary things could be deduced, but once he encountered someone with similar strength or a grandmaster of divination, the deduction method would not be very effective. The deduction method. I have to deduce a deduction method that belongs to me. Otherwise, I will inevitably fall into the trap of others without knowing. As his thoughts raced, Feng Zichen set a goal for himself. He would use the deduction method that he knew as the foundation and supplement his own foundation to create a deduction method that belonged to him. Those who learn from me will live, and those who follow me will die. If he kept cultivating other people's methods, he would never be able to surpass the creator of the method. Only by walking his own path could he be on par with his predecessors, or even surpass them. However, this matter was not urgent. What he had to do now was to figure out who was scheming against him. With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to summon Hongmeng Daozhong. Hongmeng was the beginning of everything. All the principles in this world were evolved from him. Even the secrets of the heavens were no exception. With the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen's deduction method could be improved to the level that was second only to Fuxi and the others, reaching the realm of a grandmaster. In the primordial world, there were not many things that could hide from him. However, before he could make a move, a consciousness descended and invited him to go to outer space. Goddess Nuwa summoned me. With a jolt of his heart, Feng Zichen followed the consciousness and rushed out of the sky. Nuwa summoned him at this time. It must have something to do with the matter that made him absent-minded. Perhaps he could get the answer from her. With the saint's guidance and Feng Zichen's leg strength, in an instant, Feng Zichen crossed countless spacetime and arrived at the beautiful palace of Goddess Nuwa. Speaking of which, this was the first time Feng Zichen had come to Jianghu. If it were in the past, he would definitely look around at the scenery here. But now, he had something on his mind, so he had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery here. He walked directly to the palace of Goddess Nuwa. Zichen pays his respects to the Holy Mother. Walking into the main hall, Feng Zichen bowed to the beautiful woman in palace attire standing in the hall. Zichen, there's no need to be so polite. Get up quickly. Nuwa was very happy to see Feng Zichen. Over the years, Feng Zichen had greatly made her proud. This made her awe-inspiring in front of the other saints for a long time. I wonder why the Holy Mother has summoned Zichen here. Is there anything important? After chatting with Nuwa for a while, Feng Zichen asked about the purpose of this trip. I called you here because I have a good news to tell you. Nuwa smiled and said. Good news? What's the good news that the Holy Mother is so moved? On the other side, Feng Zichen asked in surprise as soon as Nuwa finished speaking. If even Nuwa said it was a good news, it must be a great thing. It's a marriage I've arranged for you. Seeing Feng Zichen's curiosity, Nuwa was very satisfied. She didn't keep him in suspense and said directly. What? Marriage? At this moment, Feng Zichen's expression was very interesting. He thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect that Nuwa had called him to the palace of goddess Nuwa for her marriage. Were forced marriages so powerful now? Couldn't he escape to the untainted land? Don't underestimate this marriage. This marriage should be born for humanity. It's not a trivial matter. It's a human marriage among the three marriages of heaven, earth, and man. If you succeed, you can get great merits and be protected by humanity. Seeing Feng Zichen's expression, Nuwa thought that he didn't know the pros and cons of it, so she explained to him. But when Feng Zichen heard the word human marriage, his expression became even more bitter. He had been hiding for so long, but in the end, he couldn't hide. He had underestimated the elder of the human clan. He had really found a candidate and obtained the approval of Nuwa. Otherwise, Nuwa would have called him over. That's strange. In the untainted land, there were only a few goddesses who had the same status as him. And they would not give themselves to him. Where did the elder of the human clan find her? She wasn't a cabbage on the roadside that could be found easily. Could it be that he had missed something? However, Feng Zichen's doubts didn't last long. When Nuwa saw his expression, she knew what he was thinking. She didn't hide anything and directly told him about Chang Yi's origin. That woman's name is Chang Yi. She is the reincarnation of the ancient moon god Wang Shu. Because she had a feud with Di Jun, she was plotted against and fell into the mortal world. This matter couldn't be hidden. She had to explain it to Feng Zichen clearly. Otherwise, it would be a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. Hearing this, the corner of Feng Zichen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He didn't know what expression to make. Everything was clear. Why did he feel uneasy? So this was the root of it. Why couldn't he calculate it? He. It involved a saint, a celestial emperor, and several top-notch great divine abilities. If he could calculate it, that would be a miracle. However, he had really forgotten about Chang Yi flying to the moon. He had been too busy recently, so much so that he had forgotten such a big matter. He really shouldn't have. With Wang Shu's identity, she was more than enough to be his match. However, if he remembered correctly, Chang Yi's destined person should be Ho Yi. How did it have anything to do with him? Moreover, the matter of Chang Yi flying to the moon was not simple. If Ho Yi shooting down the sun was the fuse of the great Magi Demon War, then Chang Yi flying to the moon was another cause of the great Magi Demon War. It was after this matter that the 11 ancestral wizards made up their minds to create the 13th ancestral wizard. The demon race also discovered the abnormality of the human race because of this matter. They didn't hesitate to offend Nuwa and slaughter the human race to forge the witch-killing sword. After Chang Yi flying to the moon, the great calamity of the human race was really not far away. What a headache! At this time, even Feng Zichen couldn't help but have a headache. The matter of human marriage was already troublesome enough for him. With the addition of Wang Shu, it was simply such a person. Empress. Can I refuse? After a long silence, Feng Zichen asked tentatively. What do you think? Nuwa replied with a faint smile. Seeing this, Feng Zichen understood that Nuwa would most likely not agree to his refusal. However, he couldn't agree just like that. After all, he still had to try. Empress, the matter of human marriage is too big. It involves the position of the human emperor. If I complete the human marriage, it's hard to guarantee that I won't be suspected by Di Jun and cause a great disaster for the human race. Seeing that his objection was useless, Feng Zichen had to state the pros and cons of it, hoping to make Nuwa have scruples and change her previous decision. Unexpectedly, after hearing Feng Zichen's words, Nuwa shook her head disdainfully and said, "Scruples about you? That's because you overestimate the human race. Now the demon race and the Wu tribe are like fire and water. They have reached a situation where they will fight to the death at any time. Di Jun's attention is all on how to deal with the Wu tribe. Even if he sees you get married, he has no time to care about you. When he defeats the Wu tribe, he will be the real celestial emperor in the untainted land. Even sages like us will have to respect him. At that time, even if you really become the human emperor, you will have to submit to him. How will he scruples about you? If he is defeated by the Wu tribe, I'm afraid that he can't even protect himself. Then it doesn't matter whether he scruples about you or not. In this case, what are you afraid of? Niuwa's words were reasonable and made Feng Zichen speechless. However, Feng Zichen was not a person who would give up easily. He continued to talk about Wang Shu's identity. Wang Shu and Di Jun have a great feud. If I marry her, won't I offend Di Jun? Compared to the sages, Di Jun and Di Jiang were the people who should not be provoked in the untainted land. It was reasonable that Feng Zichen was so worried. However, he forgot that as a wizard, he had long been on Di Jun's must-kill list. Sure enough, Niuwa could not help but shake her head and laugh when she heard this. At this time, Feng Zichen also reacted and realized that he was a little anxious. Sigh. Do you really not want to marry Chang Di? After a while, Niuwa said leisurely. Feng Zichen was silent. He had said so much, but they were all excuses. His main purpose was that he did not want to marry Chang Di. How could Niuwa not understand? However, Chang Di, Feng Zichen had to marry her. This was not only to help Fushi settle the karma, but also for Feng Zichen's future. Do you know why I have to let you win Chang Di? Seeing that Feng Zichen was silent, Niuwa asked. For the marriage? Feng Zichen replied with some uncertainty. Since Niuwa had asked this question, it meant that there were still things that she did not know. It's not that. You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. Everyone thinks that you major in the Khanate sword Dao. After all, the sword ancestor is famous for opening up the sword Dao. If he did not cultivate the sword Dao wholeheartedly, how could he have such great achievements? But I know that's not the case. You major in the Dao of stars. It has always been. It has never changed. Feng Zichen's third biggest secret was revealed by Niuwa. However, she was not surprised at all. Obviously, she had already known about it. Niuwa knew that he cultivated the Dao of stars. Feng Zichen had indeed known about it a long time ago. Because Niuwa could be said to have watched him grow up. She had been paying attention to him since the beginning of his cultivation. He could hide the fact that he cultivated the Dao of stars from others, even Di Jun and Tai, but he could not hide it from Niuwa. Chang Yi, the Khanate saint born by the lunar star, is the natural ruler of the lunar star. She is not the person who is most compatible with you in this world, but also the person who can help you the most. At this point, Feng Zichen had already understood what Niuwa meant. No matter who wanted to take charge of Zhouxing, they could not do without the help of the lunar star. If he married Wang Shu, he could replace her after Di Jun. The lunar star was one of the three supreme stars in the untainted land. When its moonlight fell on the untainted land, it could open the wisdom of all things. The Khanate saint born by it could be the Empress of Heaven. The solar star was also one of the three supreme stars in the untainted land. Its light shone on the earth and brought vitality to all things. It could be said that its merit was boundless. The Khanate saint born by it had the destiny of celestial emperor. The Ziwei star was also one of the three supreme stars in the untainted land. It was transformed by Pangu's ancestral aperture. It was the most noble star and could command Zhouxing. The Khanate saint born by it was of the same origin as the Way of Heaven. It naturally had the capital to rule the untainted land and could be the heavens and earth. It could be said that between the Ziwei star and the solar star, whoever got the support of the lunar star could ascend to the position of celestial emperor. And this was Niuwa's plan for Feng Zichen. If Di Jun lost his position, with Wang Shu's help, he might be able to ascend to the sky in one step and sit on the limitless position of celestial emperor. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's heart was full of gratitude. Nuwa could be said to be extremely good to him. No one could find any fault with her. But in the end, he would fail to live up to Nuwa's good intentions. If there was no Ao Shui, it would be fine to agree to this matter. He would not suffer any losses anyway. Unfortunately, he knew Ao Shui first and had deep feelings for her. As for Chang Yi, he had never even seen her, let alone know her. He could not abandon Ao Shui and marry Chang Yi, goddess. Even so, I still can't agree. Chapter 446. Why? Nuwa was not angry. Instead, she asked in a low voice. For Feng Zichen, the benefits of this matter outweighed the disadvantages. It could be said that if he married Chang Yi, it would be equivalent to him fighting for countless years less. This was a benefit that countless gods and demons of the primordial world could not get. Nuwa really could not think of a reason for Feng Zichen to refuse. I have a very good relationship with the ancestral dragon's granddaughter, Ao Shui. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said truthfully. He was someone who could not stay idle. How could he stay obediently in the human race for tens of thousands of years? During this period, he often appeared in the East Sea. A small amount of time, he asked the ancestral dragon for guidance on cultivation. Most of the time, he accompanied Ao Shui to tour the mountains and rivers. Cultivation also required a combination of work and rest. During this period of time, the relationship between the two of them, who were already in love with each other, could be said to have rapidly warmed up. If Feng Zichen was not worried about the tribulation of slaughtering people, he would have already proposed marriage to the ancestral dragon. However, even so, Feng Zichen had made up his mind. After the matter of the human race was over and the Lich Demon tribulation was over, he would confess his feelings to Ao Shui. This was because only then could he be ranked at the top of the primordial world. He could use the world as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces to play with the saints. He would not be as restrained as he was now, worrying about this and that. Many times, he could not help himself. If the Lich Demon tribulation did not end, his future would be difficult to determine. How could he promise others? When a man faced his lover, regardless of whether he could do it or not, he would want to give her the best of everything. However, plans could not keep up with changes. Before he could express his feelings to Ao Shui, Nuwa had already begun to force him to marry her. I was wondering what the reason was. So that's how it is. I didn't expect you to be a playboy. After knowing the reason for Feng Zichen's rejection, Nuwa could not help but feel that it was a little funny. She had thought that it was a big deal. After all this time, it was just a small matter. This is easy. Since you can't let go of Ao Shui, then marry her too. Nuwa smiled and said decisively. If it were someone else, he would definitely not say so. Be it Ao Shui or Chang Yi, their identities were extremely precious. Few people in the primordial world could compare to them. Being able to marry one of them was already a great blessing. He even dared to ask for 2 women to serve one man. That was simply delusional. But Feng Zichen was different. His identity enough for him to have all of this. Ever since Pangu created the universe, there weren't many innate saints born, but there were still quite a number of them. There were 6 sages, including the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. However, there was only one great Taoist priest, Feng Zichen. To be blessed by the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man at the same time, what a great fortune this was. Moreover, Feng Zichen had the bearing of a celestial emperor. He was the most promising existence to inherit the position of celestial emperor after Dijun. He was also the most suitable successor to the position of celestial emperor in the primordial world. With such a noble status, it wasn't impossible for him to marry a few more people, let alone two. As long as the other party agreed. If it were in the past, Wang Shu would definitely not agree to marry Feng Zichen, let alone with someone else. But she was Chang now, which made this matter possible. The only problem now was Ao Shui. He had to think of a way to make her agree to this matter. However, this was not a problem for Nuwa. Other than being a saint, she was also the first matchmaker in the primordial world. The marriage between Di Jun and Wang Shu was the matchmaker she had mentioned. The heavenly marriage was presided over by her. She had experience in this matter. Empress, this isn't appropriate. He thought that Nuwa would break off the marriage between him and Chang Yi after hearing this. But he didn't expect that not only did Nuwa not break off the marriage, but she also let him marry her. This trick really made Feng Zichen a little confused. There's nothing inappropriate about it. You don't have to worry about this matter. Leave it to me. Waving her hand to make Feng Zichen shut up, Nuwa glared at him and said. This. Suddenly thinking that Nuwa still had the identity of a matchmaker, Feng Zichen could not help but shut his mouth resentfully. At this point, he had already understood that this matter was no longer something he could interfere in. He could only follow Nuwa's words and leave this matter to him. However, Feng Zichen was not completely without ideas in his heart. According to his estimation, even if he married Chang Yi, this marriage would not last long. Now, Chang Yi's innate wisdom had not awakened, and the memories belonging to Wang Shu were still sealed. She was ignorant, so naturally, they could arrange them. But as her cultivation realm increased, Chang Yi would sooner or later become Wang Shu. At that time, it would be hard to say whether this matter was a favor or a grudge. But no matter what, this marriage would not be able to last. As a supreme expert of the ancient times, how could Wang Shu tolerate himself marrying someone else, let alone with another woman? Therefore, this marriage was destined not to last long. It was only temporary. Then, the operation of this was greater. A marriage that was destined to have no result, why bother too much? It was fine to maintain it in name. Feng Zichen thought so. Men were so hypocritical. Unfortunately, one step back would lead to another. When it was time to get married, it might not be as he thought. Who could say for sure what would happen in the future? Alright, you can go back. As for Ao Shui, I will talk to her personally. I will not let her be estranged from you. Thinking about how to communicate with Ao Shui, Nuwa did not have time to pay attention to Feng Zichen. She pointed at the door and motioned for him to leave. Your Highness, can you lend me the cauldron of heaven and earth? Feng Zichen would definitely not be happy to leave just like that. It was not easy to come to Empress Wa's palace. How could he return empty-handed? Take it. As soon as she finished speaking, the cauldron of heaven and earth appeared from the void and fell into Feng Zichen's hand. Nuwa was still very generous to Feng Zichen. Thank you, Your Highness. After putting away the cauldron of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen turned around and left. Sigh. What's going on? After returning to the human emperor's palace and thinking about everything that had happened in Empress Wa's palace, Feng Zichen's heart was full of helplessness. He wanted to go to Donghai to explain to Ao Shui, but he did not know how to say it. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and place all his hopes on Nuwa. Empress Nuwa had said that she would solve this matter. She should be confident. Sigh. After sighing again, Feng Zichen took out the cauldron of heaven and earth and planned to refine a few clan weapons for the human race. The great calamity of the human race was coming. He could not indulge in love. He should work hard to improve the strength of the human race. Previously, Feng Zichen had already refined 3 clan weapons for the human race. They were the Soaring Lantern, Yuchao Hall, and Z. But that was not enough. Of course, the stronger the human race was, the better. With a flip of his hand, Feng Zichen took out the virtuous golden net and put it into the cauldron of heaven and earth. This was the first postnatal fishing net. It was originally used to catch fish. Because of the merit, it had the ability to catch all living beings. Back then, Ao Shui was caught by this net and could not escape. Now, Feng Zichen wanted to refine it into the destiny of the human race and use it to become a clan weapon to protect all living beings. Tie silk into a net and collect all living beings. If this weapon was completed, it would be called the inescapable net. Boom! The long river of destiny of the human race appeared and fell into the cauldron of heaven and earth, refining together with the virtuous golden net. At the same time, the world origin, chaos origin, and Hongmeng origin flew out from Feng Zichen's body and surged into the cauldron of heaven and earth, enhancing the power of the virtuous golden net. Feng Zichen was no longer the same as before. The chaos bead, the world tree, and Hongmeng Daozhong were the same. Its power had been greatly enhanced. The origin, which was not abundant before, was not in short supply now. Therefore, only then did Feng Zichen dare to continue refining the clan weapon. Swish swish swish. 100 years later, a large golden net flew out of the cauldron of heaven and earth and disappeared into the void. However, if Daoist Jingxian came here, he would be able to see that the entire human territory was covered by a large golden net that was densely covered in lightning. If anyone dared to attack the human territory, they would probably be smashed into pieces in an instant. This was called the inescapable net. Under the Daoist Jingxian, even if they did not die if they touched it, they would still lose a layer of skin. With this net, there was no need to worry about anyone causing trouble in the human territory. After the inescapable net was refined, Feng Zichen took out another clay jar. This was the first clay jar after birth. It was a superior grade postnatal merit numinous treasure. There was a space inside that could store people and items. It could also refine the essence of all things. Compared to the inescapable net, Feng Zichen valued this treasure more. Putting aside the ability of the clay jar to store people and items for the time being, the ability to refine the essence of all things was enough to raise the strength of the human race to a higher level. The human race was born weak. If they wanted to be strong, they had to work hard to cultivate. At this time, the role of the clay jar was displayed. It could remove impurities and refine the essence of all things, thus laying the strongest foundation for the future generations of the human race. Just this point alone, it was unknown how many treasures it had surpassed. This treasure was a supreme treasure that assisted in cultivation. With a thought, the cauldron of heaven and earth emitted a bright light. The connate Taoist rhyme spread out, and the auspicious air rippled, turning the surroundings into a fairyland. The clay jar flew out of Feng Zichen's hand and fell into the cauldron of heaven and earth. Not long after, it was refined into a ball of liquid. After all, the clay jar was just a superior grade postnatal merit numinous treasure, while the cauldron of heaven and earth was a connate supreme treasure. The difference in level was too great. Facing him, there was no resistance at all. The reason for refining the clay jar was that Feng Zichen felt that it was too ugly and wanted to refine it again. In the beginning, Feng Zichen planned to refine the clay jar into the shape of a pot. In this way, after the new clay jar was refined, it could be called the demon refining pot. However, as soon as he thought of this name, Feng Zichen rejected it. Not to mention that the real demon refining pot was in the hands of Nuwa, the demon race had not yet attacked the human race. If he named the human race's race weapon the demon refining pot, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Therefore, Feng Zichen gave it another name, the god refining pot. However, every time he thought of this name, he felt a chill run down his spine. Therefore, he suddenly realized something and gave up on this name. The current primordial world was said to be the world of the magi and demons, but it was actually the world of the connate god fiends. What was he trying to do by using the name of god refinement? It would be strange if there were no problems. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought for a long time and decided to refine the clay jar into the shape of a cauldron to correspond to his supreme divine ability, the Great Tao Furnace. The Great Tao Furnace had all the abilities that the clay jar had. The Great Tao Furnace also had all the abilities that it did not have. In terms of essence, the clay jar was an artificial creation and had great wisdom. However, the Great Tao Furnace contained the true meaning of the Great Tao. It had a deep foundation and unlimited potential, far surpassing the clay jar. Therefore, it was most suitable to refine the clay jar into a Great Tao Furnace. The weak had to be close to the strong. This was the truth of the primordial world. Just like how a snake wanted to transform into a flood dragon wanted to transform into a true dragon. However, the clay jar was just an artificial object. Although it was extraordinary, it was still a distance away from the Great Tao Furnace that Feng Zichen had created by verifying the Great Tao. It was impossible to refine the Great Tao Furnace with just it. Therefore, Feng Zichen took out the Chaos Divine Stone. This was a material from the Great Chaos outside the realm. It was incomparably precious and formed from the stagnant Chaos Qi. It could be used to refine connate numinous treasures. Chaos was the mother of all things. With the Chaos Divine Stone, the ability of the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth to go against the connate heavens, and the merit he had accumulated over the years, Feng Zichen was confident that he could refine a superior grade connate merit numinous treasure. In order to refine the Great Tao Furnace, Feng Zichen could be said to have bled a lot. All kinds of precious materials were taken out from his hands as if they were free. Only after thousands of years could he refine the Great Tao Furnace. Very good. Looking at the large cauldron in front of him, it was simple and ancient, filled with the aura of the Great Tao, and surrounded by the aura of chaos. It was no different from his own divine ability. Feng Zichen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This treasure was definitely stronger than his divine ability. However, this was not the most perfect form of the Great Tao Furnace. According to Feng Zichen's speculation, the most perfect form of the Great Tao Furnace should be a top-grade Chaos Numinous treasure, not a connate cardinal treasure. The ability it displayed now was not even 1/1000th of its perfect form. With a thought, the Hongmeng Daozhong appeared behind Feng Zichen. On it, the imprints of the 3000 demon gods were ready to move. This was the missing part of the Great Tao Furnace. To imprint the imprints of the 3000 chaos demon gods on the Great Tao Furnace. Then, the Great Tao Furnace would immediately be baptized by the Great Tao. Even if it couldn't become a chaos numinous treasure, it could still become a top-grade chaos numinous treasure. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen's comprehension of the Great Tao was really limited. It couldn't support him to imprint the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods on the Great Tao Furnace. Every time he imprinted the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods on the Great Tao Furnace, this divine ability would collapse because it couldn't withstand the pressure of the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods, causing it to be difficult for him to succeed. But today, it was completely different. He had refined the Great Tao Furnace into a connate numinous treasure. Its ability to withstand pressure had increased by countless times. With the hardness of a connate numinous treasure, it might be able to withstand the pressure of the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods. As soon as he thought of it, Feng Zichen raised the Hongmeng Daozhong and imprinted the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods on the Great Tao Furnace. Buzz! As expected, when the first imprint of the Chaos Demon Gods was imprinted on the Great Tao Furnace, it trembled violently. It was as if an invisible giant was beating it violently with a hammer. Buzz! When the second imprint of the Chaos Demon Gods was imprinted, the Great Tao Furnace suffered even greater pressure. It trembled even more violently, and its body became a little smaller. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods were imprinted on the Great Tao Furnace one after another, it also changed. Its body became smaller and smaller, and the chaotic aura around its body became thicker and thicker. Wisps of the true meaning of the Great Tao flowed out from its body, making it more and more simple and profound. Finally, when the great Tao furnace turned from 10 feet to 1 foot in size, Feng Zichen stopped and no longer imprinted the imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods. At this time, the great Tao furnace had already been imprinted with 100 imprints of the Chaos Demon Gods. It had already reached its limit. If he continued to imprint, it would definitely be crushed into pieces by the true meaning of the great Tao carried by the imprints of the demon gods. This was an irreparable damage. Therefore, Feng Zichen didn't dare to continue. However, this was enough. It meant that Feng Zichen's deduction was completely feasible. In the future, as long as he continued to improve the power of the great Tao furnace, he could continue to imprint the imprints of the demon gods on it. And if he wanted to improve the level of the great Tao furnace, it wouldn't be so troublesome. It was already closely related to the luck of the human clan. As the luck of the human clan increased, its level would naturally increase. Feng Zichen didn't need to worry too much. However, it wasn't appropriate to call it the Great Tao Furnace now. It should be renamed the Human Tao Furnace. The human clan would eventually achieve unprecedented success. They would make all the races of the wilderness respect the human clan and redefine the human Tao. In the wilderness of the human Tao, a superior-grade connate merit numinous treasure contained a chaotic space. It could trace all things back to their origin and transform them into the purest source. That's right, after the clay jar became the human Tao furnace, its ability to refine the essence of all things also improved. It could directly refine all things into the most primitive source without leaving behind a trace of impurities. With this treasure, the human clan's descendants might find it difficult to cultivate to the connate god-fiend Tao, but as long as they were willing to work hard, it wouldn't be difficult to go against the connate Tao. This was the foundation of the human clan's strength. After refining the human Tao furnace, Feng Zichen didn't continue refining other clan artifacts. Instead, he summoned the Swearing Lantern, Yuchao Hall, and Black Robe to refine these three treasures. The human clan's providence was limited. It couldn't support too many clan artifacts. 5 was the limit of the human clan's providence. Any more and they wouldn't be able to unleash the power that the clan artifacts should have. 9 was the limit. According to Feng Zichen's calculations, even if the human clan's providence was at its peak, it could only refine 9 treasures of providence at most. This was the limit of heaven and earth. It couldn't be reversed by humans. The 3 treasures of the Swearing Lantern were treasures that Feng Zichen had refined in his early years. At that time, his cultivation was far less powerful than it was now. He also didn't have a connate cardinal treasure like the Cauldron of Heaven and Earth. The treasures he refined naturally couldn't fully unleash their potential. Therefore, Feng Zichen refined these 3 treasures again to increase their power so that they could better deal with the future calamity. Just as Feng Zichen was refining in seclusion, Nuwa, who hadn't appeared for many years, moved today. She walked out of the beautiful Nuwa palace and rushed to the East Sea. Obviously. This was for the matter between Feng Zichen and Ao Shui. Of course, the first person Nuwa wanted to see was not Ao Shui, but the ancestral Graygon. Ao Shui was the ancestral Graygon's granddaughter. If he wanted to marry her, he had to get the ancestral Graygon's consent. Otherwise, even if Ao Shui agreed, this matter didn't count. Only by dealing with the ancestral Graygon could he go find Ao Shui. It's Hou-Yi. What is he doing here? On this day, Feng Zichen, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt that the inescapable net that enveloped the entire human clan seemed to have encountered a terrifying existence. It was trembling violently and he couldn't help but wake up from his seclusion. He released his divine consciousness and saw that it was Hou-Yi. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. What was he doing here in the human clan? But immediately, Feng Zichen thought of why Hou-Yi was here. Wasn't it for Chang'Yi? Other than Chang'Yi, what else in the human clan was worth him coming here personally? However, there was one thing that Feng Zichen was puzzled about. How did Hou Yi and Chang Yi know each other? Ever since he came to the primordial world, many things had changed. Not to mention anything else, just Chang Yi's fate had changed a long time ago. She wasn't just an ordinary human cultivator like the legend said. Instead, she was the queen of the human race who was nurtured by the elders of the human race. She grew up in the imperial court. Then the question came, how did the two of them know each other? Curious, Feng Zichen secretly used the Khanate 8 trigrams and began to calculate silently. It wasn't difficult to deduce this matter. Soon, Feng Zichen learned the cause and effect, and his gaze became strange. It turned out that when Chang Yi went to the East Sea, she happened to meet Hou Yi, who had come to the East Sea to look for the Ziji state. Perhaps it was because he sensed the power of the same attribute. When Hou Yi touched Chang Yi, the source of the moon in his body suddenly acted up and broke through the seal set by the ancestral magus, freezing Hou Yi on the spot. When the kind-hearted Chang Yi saw this scene, she immediately wanted to help. Of course, although Chang Yi was kind, she wasn't stupid. She didn't directly help Hou Yi remove the ice seal. Instead, she suppressed the power of the source of the moon and didn't let it continue to cause damage to Hou Yi. At the same time, she also secretly contacted the human king Yoyu clan, who was overseeing the 7 planets continent, and asked him to come and help. Chang Yi couldn't recognize Hou Yi, but the Yoyu clan was experienced and knowledgeable. How could they not recognize the top grand magus of the magus race? Knowing the relationship between the human emperor and the magus race, he let Chang Yi do her best to save Hou Yi. With Chang Yi's current strength, of course, she couldn't get rid of the source of the moon in Hou Yi's body. However, with the help of the Yoyu clan, she could calm the source of the moon and stop Hou Yi's injuries from worsening. Not long after, with the help of the two of them, Hou Yi suppressed the source of the moon again. It was also because of this that Hou Yi saw the possibility of recovering from his injuries. Since Chang Yi could calm the source of the moon, it shouldn't be difficult for her to get rid of the source of the moon. Therefore, Hou Yi asked Chang Yi to lend him a hand. Unfortunately, he was mercilessly rejected by Chang Yi. She was the future empress of the human race. How could she be involved with a man from another race? In order to avoid suspicion, she couldn't agree. Chapter 447. However, it was not easy for Hou Yi to see the possibility of recovery. How could he give up so easily? If not for Feng Zichen, he would have dared to forcefully abduct her. The witch tribe was not a benevolent tribe. On the contrary, they were very cruel. If not, how could they rule the primordial world? The demons occupied Zhouxing and intercepted the stellar power of the heavenly cycle, causing the living beings of the primordial world to be unable to cultivate with the stellar power of the heavenly cycle. They formed a huge karma with the living beings of the world, causing boundless negative karma. What about the Magi? They did not occupy the sacred mountain of the primordial world, nor did they destroy the primordial world. However, they could attract negative karma that was no less than that of the demons. It could be seen how cruel they were. This was all negative karma that they had killed. The Magi had dominated the primordial world for so many years. Countless living beings had died in their hands. One had to know that. The Magi were famous for their brutality in the primordial world. This was not made up by outsiders. They had killed themselves. As a giant of the Magi, Hou Yi was obviously not to be trifled with. The negative karma on him was definitely shocking. If not for the fact that he had obtained great fame from shooting the sun, his previous reputation would definitely make people change their expressions. In the primordial world, the Magi were the law, the Tao, and the only truth. Those who did not agree with this either lived in seclusion or became food for the Magi. The tyranny of the Magi could be seen from this. A mere Chang Yi actually dared to disobey his orders. This was unimaginable in the past. Unfortunately, Ho Yi could not do anything to Chang Yi. Although he did not know the identity of the woman in front of him, she clearly had a high status in the human race to be able to make the king of the human race personally accompany her. If he touched her, Feng Zichen would definitely find trouble with him. At that time, Chang Yi's identity had not been confirmed by Nuwa, so she naturally could not call herself the queen of the human race. Therefore, although her status was high, she could not tell outsiders her exact identity. It was normal for Ho Yi not to know her identity. However, the Magi and humans had been friends for many years, and there were even marriages between them. Chang Yi could not refuse Ho Yi's request. She could only helplessly promise that when her cultivation level improved, she would remove the source of the moon for Ho Yi. Just like that, 10,000 years passed. And during these 10,000 years, Ho Yi had been influenced by the extreme red embroidered ball of the Great Yin origins. It could be said that he had been thinking about Chang Yi day and night. Unknowingly, he had fallen into a love tribulation, and his feelings for her were deeply rooted. This was not a big deal, but Feng Zichen was going to get married. Naturally, he had to inform the shaman tribe. When Ho Yi got the news, his love tribulation exploded on the spot. His mind was blinded and he rushed to the human clan angrily. He wanted to see Chang Yi. Unfortunately, Chang Yi's heart was completely tied to Feng Zichen, and she had long forgotten about Ho Yi, whom she had only met once. From the moment the human Dao intervened, Di Jun's perfect plan completely went awry. While Feng Zichen was deep in thought, Ho Yi had already arrived at the heart of the human race. He was about to force his way into the human Dao imperial court to find Chang Yi. Grand Shaman Ho Yi, what is the meaning of this? Outside the human Dao imperial court, the two human kings, Dating and Yoyu, who had already rushed back to the human clan, saw Ho Yi coming over aggressively. They came out together and blocked him. Ho Yi's name could be said to have resounded throughout the primordial world ever since he shot down the sun. The two of them knew that even if they joined forces, they would not be Ho Yi's match. Therefore, after the two of them came out, they did not attack Ho Yi directly. Instead, they greeted him politely. The strong preyed on the weak. This was a truth that had never changed since time immemorial. Ho Yi was stronger than them, and the shaman tribe was stronger than the human clan. In the primordial world, strength was reason. Those who did not understand this would turn into dust. The two human kings were able to live until now, so they naturally had a deep understanding of this point. Therefore, even if Ho Yi directly barged into the heart of the human clan, although they were furious, they still had to suppress their anger and bow to Ho Yi. Otherwise, if it were anyone else who dared to look down on the human clan like this, they would have long slapped them to death. I want to see Chang Yi. Ho Yi took a deep breath and said. The entanglement of love had already caused him to lose his wisdom of the past. Otherwise, as long as he was not stupid, he would know that these words should not have been said. What did you say? As soon as these words were said, the expressions of the Dating clan and the Yoyu clan changed drastically. Even the elders hiding in the imperial court had extremely ugly expressions when they heard this. Right before the human emperor's wedding, he wanted to see his fiancée. What was he trying to do? Did he really think that the human clan was made of mud? This was not the way to humiliate others. No matter how good his temper was, he could not stand this. If this matter were to spread, the human clan would really have no face to establish themselves in the primordial world. They might as well die. Without dignity, how could they cultivate the Tao? This joke is not funny. Looking at Ho Yi, the Yoyu clan forced a smile and said awkwardly. Until now, he still couldn't believe that those words had come from Ho Yi's mouth. Was he crazy? One had to know that. The human emperor Feng Zichen was a shaman. In the shaman tribe, he was second only to the 12 ancestral shamans. No matter how powerful Ho-I was, he could not compare to him. If news of Ho-I humiliating Feng Zichen spread back to the shaman tribe, the ancestral shamans would be the first to not let him off. Offending one's superiors was a huge taboo. I'm not joking. I don't want to make things difficult for the human clan. Hand over Chang-I and I'll leave. The more hatred Di Jun had in his heart, the greater Ho-Yi's tribulation. From this, it could be seen how deep Ho-Yi's tribulation was. He had already sunk into it and only had Chang-I in his heart. He could not care too much. It seems that Grand Shaman Ho-I is determined to go against the human clan today. At this point, there was no need to say anything else. They could only fight. Either they used Ho-Yi's blood to wash away the humiliation the human clan received, or they used their own blood to defend the dignity of the human clan. Buzz! A crimson halberd appeared in the dating clan's hand. It was surrounded by a bloody light and released a shocking murderous aura. The Crimson Blood Halberd. The halberd was called the Crimson Blood Halberd. It was a middle-grade connate spiritual treasure made of connate divine iron and the blood of the Chaos Fiend god. It had shocking destructive power and could destroy one's body and primordial spirit. It was a top murderous weapon in the Eldritch world. The bloody light that surrounded it was formed by the blood of the Chaos Fiend god. The dating clan was also a person with amazing luck. He obtained the Crimson Blood Halberd by chance. He relied on the halberd to make a name for himself in the east of the Eldritch world. Whoosh! The sound of a long sword being unsheathed was heard. A long sword appeared in the Yoyu clan's hand. It was the Seven Luminaries' sword. It was also a middle-grade connate spiritual treasure. The Yoyu clan had been in charge of the Seven Luminaries state for many years and had a connection with the Seven Luminaries. One day, a divine sword fell from the sky in front of him. It was the Seven Luminaries' sword. When the sword was swung, it could mobilize the power of the Seven Luminaries and the Five Elements. It was very powerful. Without saying a word, the two of them immediately used their strongest divine powers and attacked Ho-I. Facing an expert like Ho-I who shocked the Eldritch world, if they did not attack first, they would not have the chance to attack. Sigh. Why bother? Seeing the two of them attacking, even Ho-I could not help but be cautious. Things were different now. If he was in peak condition, it would be easy to deal with the two of them. But now, he was suffering from a chronic illness and could not use even a fraction of his strength. It would not be so easy to win. Boom! 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 Daoist Jinxian's battle was naturally extraordinary. The surrounding void instantly shattered, and the laws of heaven and earth appeared one after another, releasing a destructive aura. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Fortunately, this place was close to the human Dao Imperial Court. With this supreme treasure, although the three of them caused a big commotion, it did not affect the surrounding clansmen. This Ho-I is really presumptuous. Feng Zichen, who came back to his senses, saw this scene and was furious. If Chang-I did not agree to marry him, Ho-I could see her however he wanted. He could even let the two of them be together. It was just a strange woman. If the two of them were in love, so what if he let them be together? It might even become a good story. However, Ho-I knew that Chang-I was his fiancée, yet he still dared to barge into the human race so arrogantly. He was simply looking down on him and the human race. If he was not taught a lesson this time, he would lose face as Feng Zichen, the dignity of the human race, and the dignity of the primordial world. This matter could not be settled peacefully. Human Dao Imperial Court, suppress. With a thought, Feng Zichen directly activated the supreme treasure, the human Dao Imperial Court. Rumble. Thousands of beasts galloped, and thousands of rays of light shone. Billions of connate Dao patterns hung down like a river flowing backward, sweeping toward Ho-I. No. Ho Yi, who was fighting with the Youyu and dating clansmen, suddenly felt a huge pressure. He only had time to scream before he was suppressed by the human Dao Imperial Court. This was the first time the Khanate's supreme treasure, the human Dao Imperial Court, showed its power to the world. As soon as it was born, it suppressed Ho Yi, who was known as the strongest among Daluo Jingxian. Roar! Open for me! Under the human Dao Imperial Court, Ho Yi was unwilling to be suppressed like this. Ignoring his injuries, he forcefully revealed his true form of a grand shaman and waved his arms, wanting to overturn the human Dao Imperial Court. However, the human Dao Imperial Court shook slightly, and all time and space froze. Ho Yi was fixed there on the spot, unable to move at all. With the Chaos Bead as its core and the power of faith as its form, the human Dao Imperial Court was a true supreme treasure of the human race with boundless power. Not to mention that Ho Yi was injured, even if he was at his peak, he could easily suppress him. This was the terrifying thing about Khanate's supreme treasures. They were comparable to saints. Guards! Bring my message to the Dijiang tribe and ask for an audience with the Dijiang ancestral shaman. Ask him to give me an explanation. In the human emperor palace, Feng Zichen said coldly. Ho Yi was the strongest grand shaman of the Dijiang tribe. His arrows could ignore space and hit anywhere he wanted. It was an amazing use of the Tao of space. Even the current Feng Zichen could not compare with him in terms of comprehension of the space Tao. This was the talent of the Dijiang tribe. Outsiders could not be envious. Teacher, don't be angry. I'll invite the ancestral shaman over right away. As soon as Feng Zichen finished speaking, a sorcerer from the sorcerer tribe, who was traveling among the human tribe, shouted loudly before the human tribe could reply. As the shaman shouted, he rushed into the void without looking back. He was afraid that if he was a step late, Ho Yi would be killed by the humans. In recent years, the relationship between the humans and shamans had become closer. Many shamans would come to the human race to travel and see the new creation. Therefore, it was not strange that there were shamans in the human race. There were even some shaman tribes near the human race. Of course, there were also many humans who learned from the shaman tribe. Although the Tao of God fiends originated from the human race, it was more suitable for the shaman tribe. This Tao had flourished in their hands. Their powerful talent allowed them to create all kinds of incredible techniques and abilities. Naturally, they attracted many humans to learn from them. When the shaman saw Ho Yi come to the human race aggressively, he knew that things were bad. When he heard Ho Yi speak, his face changed greatly. He wished he could immediately go forward and seal his mouth. Unfortunately, his cultivation was only half a step away from Daluo Jingxian. He could not intervene in the conversation between the three. What happened after that, he could not change anything. He could only watch as Ho Yi was suppressed. Now, Feng Zichen wanted Dijiang to give him an explanation. The shaman was afraid of wasting time, so he took the initiative to accept the task and hurried to invite the ancestral shaman of Dijiang. Compared to the human race, it was easier for the shaman tribe to ask for the ancestral shaman. Humph. The shaman left directly. Feng Zichen did not say anything. He snorted and asked the people below to comfort the people. Then he left. You are Chang Yi. In the side hall, Feng Zichen finally saw the legendary woman, Chang Yi. Beautiful. As the legend said, she was really beautiful. In the untainted land, there were no more than 10 people who could compare with her in terms of beauty since ancient times. Even Feng Zichen, who was used to seeing the world, could not help but be stunned for a moment when he saw her for the first time. He did not react until the other party replied. Chang Yi greets your majesty. Chang Yi replied shyly at first. Then, as if she remembered something, she explained to Feng Zichen in a panic, I only met Ho Yi once. I've only met Ho Yi once. I don't know why he's looking for me, today's matter was caused by her. If Feng Zichen misunderstood her relationship with Ho Yi, it would be troublesome. I already know the reason for this matter. It really has nothing to do with you. This is because Ho Yi was schemed against, causing his true spirit to be ignorant and fall into the love tribulation. You were just implicated. Even if you were not involved, there would be someone else. Waving his hand, Feng Zichen briefly explained the matter to Chang Yi. Nuwa had set her eyes on Chang Yi. As long as she was still a human, this marriage could not be cancelled. Then, there was no need to create estrangement because of a small matter. Then why did your majesty, hearing this, Chang Yi asked hesitantly. Although she did not say it out loud, Feng Zichen understood what she wanted to ask. It was nothing more than knowing that there was a problem with Ho Yi. Why did he still make things difficult for the witch tribe? I don't care why he is so presumptuous today. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't be able to raise his head in the untainted land in the future. With a smile, Feng Zichen said. Face was still very important in the untainted land. Alright, it's time for me to leave. After chatting with Chang Yi for a while, Feng Zichen got up and left. In the blink of an eye, it was almost the day of Feng Zichen's wedding. On this day, Ao Shui came. Compared to before, she was much more haggard. The two of them met again and were speechless. Shui, you're here. After a long time, Feng Zichen broke the silence. Yes. I heard that you're getting married, so I came over to take a look. Nodding, Ao Shui said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Feng Zichen's heart ached. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to say it. You don't have to explain. Master has already told me the reason for this matter. After a moment, Ao Shui said. Master? Feng Zichen was a little puzzled. When did Ao Shui have a master? But immediately, he understood that this master was probably referring to Nuwa. He didn't know how Nuwa talked to the ancestral dragon, but Ao Shui became his disciple. His only disciple. Feng Zichen was about to say something when he suddenly saw a strange red light flash across Ao Shui's body. Then, his limbs became weak and he couldn't move. You're mine. Ao Shui walked to Feng Zichen's side, took off his clothes, and rolled onto the bed with him. Pure ignorance. After that, Ao Shui put on her clothes and said to Feng Zichen, who was still weak, I'll wait for you at the palace of Empress Hua. I'll wait for you to fulfill your previous promise. After saying that, Ao Shui turned around and left. Promise? After being stunned for a moment, Feng Zichen understood. Previously, he had promised Ao Shui that after the Lich and Demon calamity, he would officially propose marriage to the ancestral dragon and marry Ao Shui. Ao Shui had always remembered this matter in her heart. Chapter 448. Fellow Daoist, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining him well. As a result, Ho Yi broke the rules and offended you. I hope you can forgive him. Not long after Ao Shui left, Jianghu, who had not appeared for a long time, finally came. As soon as he appeared, he did not give Feng Zichen a chance to blame him and directly apologized. It could be said that he had given Feng Zichen enough face. This attitude made it difficult for Feng Zichen to blame him. He could only keep the words that he had prepared in advance to blame him in his heart. Jianghu was also smart. He knew that Ho Yi would definitely deeply anger him if he came to snatch Feng Zichen's fiancée. Then, even if he went, Feng Zichen, who was in a towering rage, would probably not give him face and release Ho Yi. Since that was the case, he might as well not go. It would not be too late to go after Feng Zichen's anger subsided. Anyway, he would not kill Ho Yi. It was only right to let Ho Yi suffer a little and let Feng Zichen vent his anger. To be honest, when what Ho Yi had done was spread back to the wizard tribe, Jiang's face turned green with anger. He could not figure out how Hou Yi would dare to go to the human race to snatch a marriage, and Feng Zichen's marriage. Did he really not take Feng Zichen seriously? He was a wizard, a teacher that Pangu had personally conferred and recognized by the wizard tribe. If Hou Yi was not a Khanate wizard with a noble status second only to the ancestral wizard, Jiang would really want to slap him to death. Fellow Daoist, where is Hou Yi now? He dares to offend you like this. I will definitely punish him severely. After exchanging pleasantries with Feng Zichen for a while, Jiang finally told him the purpose of his visit. He wanted to take Hou Yi away. What he meant was, fellow Daoist, it's been so long. You've punished him and your anger should have subsided. Shouldn't you let him go? Even if your anger hasn't subsided, I'll take him back and punish him well. It'll be considered as appeasing you. It was not appropriate to keep suppressing the human race. Dao brother, you're exaggerating. I already know the reason this time. Hou Yi was also schemed against by others. He really can't be blamed. Feng Zichen did not want to ruin his relationship with the witch tribe over such a small matter. Since Jiang gave him face, he took the opportunity to cover up this matter. However, the matter of Hou Yi being schemed against by Jun still had to be told to him. A scheme? What's going on? Hearing this, Jiang could no longer sit still. He had long felt that there was something wrong with the matter caused by Hou Yi. Hou Yi was not a fool. How could he do such a brainless thing? There was clearly a problem. Daoist brother, please take a look. Feng Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. He projected Hou Yi's current situation in front of Jiang for him to see. At this moment, Hou Yi was exactly the same as when he was first suppressed. There was no change at all. His eyes were scarlet and his face was filled with madness. He wanted to devour someone. The time and space that belonged to him had been completely suppressed by the human Dao imperial court. As long as Feng Zichen did not remove the seal, Hou Yi would remain in his current state until the immeasurable calamity arrived. However, Jiang's attention was clearly not on the power of the human Dao imperial court. Instead, it was focused on Hou Yi's scarlet eyes. That red was abnormally bright. The aura of lust inside circulated endlessly, evolving into all kinds of scenes of love between a man and a woman. It was so mesmerizing that one could not extricate themselves from it and completely sink into it. Love tribulation. Jiang's pupils constricted as he cried out involuntarily. Hou Yi's current state was clearly that of someone who had fallen deeply into the love tribulation and could not extricate himself. The word love was the most hurtful. Primordial chaos was unharmed, but love hurt oneself. This was the injury that he had caused to himself. It was a wound on the great Dao, a wound on his Dao heart. It was the most serious and difficult to heal. The demons are really good. In a flash, Jiang figured out the cause and effect. This was definitely done by the demons. This was because in the current world, only Nuwa and the demons who controlled Zhouxing could lure Daoyuo Jingxian into the love tribulation. Feng Zichen was Nuwa's face outside. Nuwa would definitely not scheme against him like this. The mastermind behind this matter was obvious. It was the demons. They had enough motives. Fellow Daoist, can Hou Yi be saved? After a moment, Jiang asked Feng Zichen in a deep voice. He was deeply immersed in the love tribulation and his Dao heart had sunk. He really could not think of a way to save Hou Yi. He could only place his hopes on Feng Zichen. After all, Feng Zichen's wisdom was obvious to all. This, Feng Zichen pondered for a moment and said, if it's just the origin of the moon, after a period of time, my understanding of the path of innate yin and yang will improve. I will be able to remove the origin of the moon in Hou Yi's body and treat his injuries. However, the love tribulation on his body is more difficult to deal with. If it's an ordinary love tribulation, I might be able to sever his relationship by using the method of entering the Tao in dreams. However, Di Jun had calculated everything and did not give outsiders a chance to help Ho Yi. I can't do it. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen sighed. Ho Yi was crippled. With Di Jun's strength, even if the Magi used all their strength, they would not be able to protect Ho Yi. It would be easy to kill him. However, Di Jun did not want to. He wanted to torture Ho Yi and make him suffer a fate worse than death to vent the hatred in his heart. However, this also meant that the battle of the Magi was not far away. It was easy for Di Jun to deal with Ho Yi, and it was also easy for Di Jiang to deal with the demon god. In the past, both sides had their own scruples or because of their identities, so they would not attack the Daoist Jingxian of the two clans. But now, Di Jun was the first to break the rules. He secretly attacked Ho Yi, a Khanate magus who had a chance of becoming a quasi-saint, and crippled him. Then Di Jiang would not be polite. He would definitely attack the demon god who had a chance of becoming a quasi-saint. In the future, the Daoist Jingxian of the two clans would be in danger. At this time, both sides were already unscrupulous. It was just a matter of who could not help but launch the final battle. Is there really no other way? Di Jiang was a little confused, as if he could not accept this result. Ho Yi was the top combat strength of the Magi. He alone could fight several figures at the level of the 10 great demon gods. Losing him would be a huge loss to the Magi. It's not that there's no other way. Why don't we put Ho Yi's true spirit into the reincarnation cycle and let him experience 100 reincarnations? Maybe one of them can break through the love trial and return. After pondering for a moment, Feng Zichen suggested a solution that was not really a solution. This solution could be said to be half good and half bad. After 100 reincarnations, if Ho Yi could break through the love trial, not only would he recover from his injuries, but he would also be one step closer to becoming a quasi-saint. But if he could not break through, then it would be troublesome. He would probably sink forever until he was worn down by the reincarnation cycle. Golden immortals were immortal and indestructible, but the 6 paths of reincarnation disc was a chaos supreme treasure after all. Its might was immeasurable, and its profundity was beyond imagination. Perhaps it could really wear down a golden immortal. After all, the essence of the chaos treasure had far surpassed that of a saint. No one knew what it would be like when it was fully unleashed. Let's do as you said and put Ho Yi's true spirit into the reincarnation cycle. After thinking, Di Jiang made up his mind. Ho Yi's appearance would be like sending himself to death if he participated in the battle between the Magi and the demons. It would be better to send him into the reincarnation cycle. No matter how bad it was, it couldn't be that bad. There's no time to lose. I'll bring Ho Yi to Huda now. Di Jiang was also impatient. As soon as he made up his mind, he was about to take action. He reached out his hand and grabbed Ho Yi of the Human Dao Imperial Court. Rumble. The space-time sealed by the Human Dao Imperial Court shattered under Di Jiang's huge hand. Ho Yi was caught in his hand just like that. Seeing this scene, Feng Zichen's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He was even more shocked by Di Jiang's strength. Even if the Human Dao Imperial Court had not fully recovered, it was still a Khanate treasure. Under its suppression, even a quasi-saint would not be able to escape easily. But Di Jiang had rescued Ho Yi with just a slight shake, which was enough to show its strength. A casual attack could severely injure a quasi-saint. Half-origin. A proper half-step primordial chaos expert. Di Jiang's current strength was definitely not inferior to Di Jun's. It was the legendary half-origin realm and was not far from achieving the Tao. And all of this. It was all brought about by the Tao of gods and demons. According to the normal course of history, although Di Jiang was strong, he was only at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. He was far from being as strong as he was now. This made Feng Zichen very excited. The more he changed, the more changes there would be in the future of the primitive world. Anyone could seize the opportunity to transcend and not be manipulated by the heavenly Tao. Fellow Daoist, I can't attend your wedding. This is a congratulatory gift from the 12 ancestral shamans. I'll give it to you in advance. After rescuing Hou-Yi, Di Jiang took out a jade box and handed it to Feng Zichen. Then he left. Hou-Yi. Whether this is a calamity or a fortuitous opportunity, it all depends on your own fortune. Looking in the direction Di Jiang left, Feng Zichen was a little silent. With Di Jiang gone, there would be no Wu Gang in the future. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse for Hou-Yi. The wizard tribe has dominated the primitive world for many years. It can be said that they are very rich. The gift they sent must be extraordinary. At this time, Feng Zichen had time to look at the gift from the 12 ancestral shamans. In terms of wealth, Ancestor Hong Jun deserved to be the first in the primitive world. The second was between the wizard tribe and the demon tribe. In the primitive world, there were endless fortunes and countless natural treasures. No one would believe that the wizard tribe was poor. Hey! It's the natural Taoist jade. The wizard tribe is really rich. It's just a gift box, but it's made with a whole piece of natural Taoist jade. How extravagant! The natural Taoist jade was a special jade formed by the natural Taoist connotation. It contained the mystery of the great way of heaven and earth. It could help people understand the heaven and earth. It could also be branded with the Taoist connotation of the heaven and earth. It could even be refined into an acquired supreme treasure. The value of this item was no less than a congenital magic treasure. It could even be said that it was no less than an ordinary congenital spirit treasure. Its preciousness could be imagined. The jade box in Feng Zichen's hand was made with a large piece of natural Taoist jade. It could be refined into a good acquired supreme treasure. If it was stored in the chaos bead for a few hours, it might become a congenital spirit treasure. However, it was precisely this sort of treasure that was used as a storage container. Thus, the treasures inside must be even more precious. Chapter 449. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen could not wait to open the jade box. As this item was personally handed to Feng Zichen by Di Jiang, there were no restrictions on the jade box. Feng Zichen opened the jade box easily. There was no shocking phenomenon, nor was there any abnormal fluctuation. There were 12 pearls lying quietly in the jade box, blooming slightly. Connate pearls. These 12 pearls were the Connate pearls. They were born with the Connate Tao, and their bodies were surrounded by Connate Tao. They were extraordinary. Their attributes were different. There were metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time, space, wind, rain, lightning, and poison. They corresponded to the attributes of the 12 ancestral witches. Each of them was a middle-grade Connate spiritual treasure. These were the Connate spiritual treasures of the 12 ancestral witches. The Connate spiritual pearls. The 12 ancestral witches were born holy and could be called the sons of Pangu. When they were born, they naturally had Connate spiritual treasures. This was a necessary benefit for Connate godfiends. They had at least one Connate spiritual treasure. Even if they were born without primordial spirits and could not use Connate spiritual treasures, they were no exception. The Connate spiritual pearls were the Connate spiritual treasures formed when the 12 ancestral witches were born. The fragments of the chaos bead entangled with the origins of the 12 ancestral witches. It was the manifestation of their origins. Although its level was not high, it could help people comprehend the Tao and the Tao of the 12 ancestral witches. Good treasure. What a good treasure. Taking out the Connate spiritual pearls, Feng Zichen's expression was slightly excited. Such a treasure was exactly what he lacked. Comprehending the Tao of the 12 ancestral witches was just a trivial matter to him. The fragments of the 12 chaos beads contained in it were the treasure that really moved him. When the connate spiritual pearls were combined, it would be a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure. And swallowing a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure, even if it was the chaos bead that had been promoted to a connate cardinal treasure, he would still gain a lot of benefits. Perhaps, an connate divine restriction would be born because of this. Come. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen directly took out the chaos bead and swallowed the connate spiritual pearls. Although supreme-grade connate spiritual treasures were precious, they were nothing compared to connate cardinal treasures. Losing a supreme-grade connate spiritual treasure would allow the might of the connate cardinal treasure to improve further. No matter how one looked at it, it would not be a loss. Feng Zichen naturally knew what to do. One had to know that while connate spirit treasures had 9 innate divine seals, each innate divine seal was a grade. Connate treasures with 46 innate divine seals were known as inferior grade connate cardinal treasures. A connate treasure with 47 innate divine seals was known as a mid-grade connate cardinal treasure. By analogy, a connate dharma treasure with 49 connate divine seals was the strongest dharma treasure that could be nurtured in the prehistoric era, a supreme-grade connate cardinal treasure. Anything that surpassed this limit would be the most powerful magic treasure known to man, the chaos treasure. That was a treasure that could only be nurtured by the great Tao and the chaos outside the realm. The primordial world was far from being able to do that. The primal chaos bead was a connate cardinal treasure with 46 connate divine seals. It was classified as a lesser connate cardinal treasure. There was a huge gap between it and the 3 legendary connate cardinal treasures. Just like the Saint and Hong Jun. They seemed to be in the same realm, but the gap between them was huge. They were far from comparable. But now, after devouring the 12 connate spiritual pearls, the primal chaos bead had been further repaired. It had developed another connate divine seal and become a mid-grade connate cardinal treasure. Although it was still incomparable to the 3 great connate cardinal treasures, its power had been greatly increased. In the future, when Feng Zichen found more fragments of the primal chaos bead for it to devour, it would definitely be able to compete with it. As a chaos treasure, the primal chaos bead might not be inferior to Panga's axe. Indeed, the primal chaos bead was shattered by Panga's axe, but that did not mean that the primal chaos bead was inferior to Panga's axe. That was because Panga's axe was in Panga's hands. It had almost invincible strength. With just one strike, it had shattered the primal chaos bead. But if Panga's axe was not in Panga's hands, would he still be able to shatter the primal chaos bead? It was Pangu who had made Panga's axe famous, not Panga's axe Pangu. Without Panga's axe, Pangu was still Pangu, invincible under the great Tao, the number 1 chaos fiend god. However, Panga's axe was one of the 3 chaos treasures. It might not be stronger than the other 2 chaos treasures. Therefore, Feng Zichen firmly believed that as long as he could upgrade the primal chaos bead to the level of a supreme-grade connate numinous treasure, the 3 chaos bead would become the most powerful connate numinous treasure. It would become the second most powerful numinous treasure in the primordial world, second only to the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. After all, the primal chaos bead was formed from the essence of the chaos bead. It was its foundation and had inherited all its abilities. As for the 3 chaos treasures, they were connate cardinal treasures formed from the chaos treasure Panga's axe's essence after it shattered. They each inherited a portion of its power, but they were far from being comparable to the real Panga's axe. In that case, the 3 chaos treasures were inferior to the primal chaos bead and the chaos green lotus of the same grade. It could be seen from their names. Panga's banner, Taiji diagram, and primal chaos bead were no longer known as Panga's axe. As for the other 2 chaos treasures, although they were more thoroughly shattered, their names were still preserved. This meant that they had the possibility of reappearing, but Pangu's axe did not. Boom! 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 After devouring the 12 connate pearls, the primal chaos bead underwent a shocking change. Countless mysterious runes were born from the void, densely packed and endless. They interweaved inside the primal chaos bead, forming a new connate divine restriction. At this moment, the primal chaos bead was upgraded from an inferior-grade connate cardinal treasure to a middle-grade connate cardinal treasure. The Tao light on its body became deeper and darker, like a black hole that devoured all the light around it. It made one feel as if they would sink into it and be swallowed by the endless primal chaos sea with just a glance. And this was only the external change. Inside the primal chaos bead, an even more intense change was happening. In the center of the primal chaos, the ancient door, the space-time door, became larger and clearer. It exuded an ancient aura, even more ancient than heaven and earth, as if it existed with the primal chaos. Wisps of purplish-black airflow surged out of the ancient door and wandered around the primal chaos space. Wherever it passed, the surrounding primal chaos chi seemed to have met a king and retreated, expressing their submission. Domineering. Incomparably domineering. Even more domineering than the primal chaos chi. This was a power that was higher than the primal chaos chi. It was the product of the combination of the power of the great Tao and the primal chaos chi. It had a power that was closer to the Tao. Such power was born in the depths of the primal chaos, the place where the great Tao lived in seclusion. That was the most sacred place in the world. The power of the great Tao was so majestic, unimaginable, and unsurpassable. It was truly omnipotent. Where the great Tao was, the primal chaos chi bathed in its power all year round. Of course, it would undergo a shocking change and become the power that was closest to the Tao. After the primal chaos bead was upgraded, the ancient door of primal chaos also rose in power. Its power was greatly increased, and it actually opened a passage that led to the depths of the primal chaos bead, stealing the power of the great Tao from there. Although it was only a trace, and it was not the purest power of the great Tao, it was still an extremely incredible thing. That was the power of the great Tao. Even if it was only a trace, it could still bring great benefits to people. Moreover, the power of the great Tao stolen by the door of primal chaos was more than a trace. It could only steal a trace at a time, but it was stealing this power all the time. In the long run, it would definitely be able to steal a lot of power of the great Tao for Fengzichen. Regardless of whether it was used for cultivation or refining treasures, this energy was extremely valuable. In fact, if there was enough of this power, it might even be able to refine the Hongmeng purple gas or the origin of the great Tao. Of course, this required a lot of power. With the current speed of the door of primal chaos, it would not be enough even if it accumulated for hundreds of millions of years. However, the speed of the door of primal chaos stealing this power naturally would not remain unchanged. With the upgrade of the primal chaos bead, its power would definitely increase further. At that time, it would steal even more power of the great Tao. Perhaps, the power of the great Tao that it stole would be even purer and more advanced. It would not be like now, where other than a small part of the power of the great Tao, there was also a large amount of primal chaos chi mixed in. Good. With this power, my foundation will definitely be greatly improved. After putting away the primal chaos bead, Fengzichen still could not hide the excitement in his heart. Such an unforeseen event was something that he had not expected. His original intention was only to increase the power of the primal chaos bead so that he could better deal with the great calamity that would soon come. However, the outcome brought him a huge surprise. Fengzichen did not need this item to increase his power. He was the great Taoist priests. As long as he cultivated step by step, he would be able to advance to the primordial chaos Daoist Jingxian at the fastest speed. However, he could use this power to refine treasures and innate spirit treasures. The great Tao was omnipotent, so his power was naturally omnipotent. This power was higher than the primal chaos chi and contained the mighty power of the great Tao. It had an incredible ability. If there were enough of it, it could even create things out of thin air and directly evolve into innate spirit treasures. Even if there were not enough of it, it could be supplemented by innate divine materials to refine innate spirit treasures. Innate divine materials were of the same origin as innate spirit treasures. Logically speaking, they should be able to refine innate spirit treasures. However, innate spirit treasures that were refined after birth had an additional trace of craftsmanship. It was far from being as natural as those that were born from the creation of heaven and earth. Just this trace of craftsmanship could distinguish between innate and innate spirit treasures. However, the mighty power of the great Tao could eliminate this trace of craftsmanship, making the Dharma treasures refined by humans no different from the Dharma treasures that were born from the creation of heaven and earth. With this, one could refine innate spirit treasures. Go! After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen threw the jade box made of innate Tao jade into the chaos bead, allowing it to absorb the mighty power of the great Tao to its heart's content. Although the mighty power of the great Tao was powerful, the mighty power of the great Tao that he obtained was obviously not pure. It still had some ability, so he had to test it out personally. He threw the jade box in because he wanted to see what stage the mighty power of the great Tao and the chaos bead could raise it to. If it was an innate spirit treasure, this power was worth paying attention to. If it was only an innate spirit treasure, then this power would be of little use. It was better to save it up. When there were more of it, he would calculate it. After doing all this, Feng Zichen put on the wedding robe that Nuwa had carefully prepared for him and strode out. After delaying for so long, the day of the wedding was right in front of him. It was time for him to go out and meet the guests. The auspicious time has arrived. Bow. In the ancestral temple of the human race, the ritual officer calculated the time and shouted loudly. Then, Feng Zichen and Chang Yi bowed according to the instructions. First, they bowed respectfully to the heavens and earth to show the kindness of the heavens and earth. Then, they bowed to Nuwa to thank Nuwa for her kindness of creating the human race. Finally, the two of them bowed to each other to show mutual respect. After the ceremony, the human path manifested. Golden clouds filled the world, turning into a bright golden glow that draped over the two of them, making them look exceptionally noble. This was the protection of the human path. From then on, the two of them were invincible. After the human path manifested a miracle, the heavenly path manifested as well. Above the sky, auspicious clouds gathered, auspicious chi fell, and boundless golden light appeared. That was the black-yellow merit. After the two of them finished the ceremony, it was a sign that they were married. The Xianhuang merit points naturally descended. Rumble. Vast amounts of merit fell from the 9 heavens. Although it was less than 1,000th of a sage's Tao, it could not be underestimated. With a whistling sound, it poured into the two of them. Feng Zichen was fine. He was powerful and not a quasi-sage, but he was better than a quasi-sage. The chi of merit that entered his body was completely inadequate and of little help to him. With a thought, Shaochen put away the chi of virtue, saving it for his own use. But Chang Yi was different. Her cultivation in her previous life had been sealed by someone. Now, she had just entered the Tai Jingxian realm. When the chi of merit entered her body, before she could react, it all turned into cultivation and began to improve her realm. In an instant, Chang Yi's realm began to soar rapidly. Middle Tai Jingxian, late Tai Jingxian. In a few breaths, she had improved to the perfected Tai Jingxian realm, and it was still improving rapidly. Boom! Finally, with a loud boom, Chang Yi seemed to have broken some kind of boundary. She transcended from the river of destiny and came to the river of time and space. At this moment, she had become Daoluo Jingxian. The merit of marriage directly raised Chang Yi's realm from Tai Jingxian to Daluo Jingxian, becoming an expert of the primitive world in one fell swoop. Fortunately, although Chang Yi's true spirit had been sealed, her essence would not change. She was still in the quasi-sage realm, a supreme expert who had begun to transcend the river of time and space. Now that she had become Daluo Jingxian again, it was just recovering her cultivation. It would not cause any damage to her foundation, nor would there be any drawbacks. It would not affect her combat strength. Directly using merit to improve one's cultivation might have undetectable drawbacks. But using merit to recover one's cultivation was completely harmless. If the human body was compared to a cup, increasing one's realm meant increasing the capacity of the cup to accommodate more power. Naturally, one had to be very careful and not make the slightest mistake. And recovering one's cultivation was like pouring water into a cup. One only needed to crazily absorb the energy of heaven and earth. This was much simpler, and there were not so many scruples. Black-yellow merit was a kind of energy of heaven and earth, and it was one of the highest powers. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.